going to give you a quick demo of our CTN Network website, ctnnetwork.net. Join our community. It is free. You just type in ctnnetwork.net, and this is the homepage right here. And if you want to create an account, you would just click up here and create new account right here. Sign up with your email, or you can sign up with just clicking on Facebook or Google. So you can sign up with your Facebook account or your Gmail. So I'm already signed up, so I'm going to click in Gmail right here, and it's going to log me in. And as you can see, this is our homepage. Click on creators right here, and this shows you all the CTN family members that are content creators. Everybody is on here. If you want to go to one of their YouTube channels, for example, if you want to go to Crypto Talk Now, just click on channel, and it takes you right over to the YouTube channel for that particular creator. And you click on community. This is our community right here. We do have a forum, and this is a forum where you can post things, you can interact with one another. And there's also a blog right over here that we post our own content on. And if you click on CTN Studios, you can watch our live show and other content creators' live shows right through this CTN Studios. We do have advertisements for some of the content creators. There's the Crypto Smith, there's Waddy, the Crypto Hunter, and we also have live charts for the ISOs right in this box right here. We have a feature where you click on the heart if you want to donate to us. You can donate with Ethereum or Binance, BNB. And also, if you click on this button right here, we're going to have a call-in feature, which is already live. If you want to call us, just click on the green icon, the green phone icon, and click on call now. And during the show, between 9:15 and 10, when we announce it, when Max is on or when I'm on with Max, we will start accepting phone calls, and you guys can be live with the show. If you want to turn your video on, you can come on camera as well. So good stuff there. Now back onto the homepage. If you click on members, you can see all the people that are members here. All these people here, like Chaka just signed up, Gills33, Miguel. All these people here are members of our community. So you guys can sign up, and then you can chat with one another. So you can either click over here, message right here. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm just going to welcome him. I'll send him a quick message, and then I can click enter or just a little arrow. If you want to message somebody else, you can click on message, or you can go right over here into members chat and go ahead and message them and create a new chat if you want by clicking this little button right here. Now also, if you scroll down here, you can see some of the past videos that our content creators in our content creator family have created. You can go in here and watch some of the recorded videos. They're scrolling down here. Just choose one to watch. And that's it, guys. Thank you for watching this brief demo. Make sure you sign up so you can interact and be part of the community when we are not on the live show.
Hello and guten Tag. Maximus here. Glad to be here with you guys. I have an announcement to make. Sean feels bad that he wasn't able to make it tonight. If you're wondering why he's not here, basically speaking, his district manager was in town and they had a meeting in which he was, I guess it was mandatory. He had to show up to that. But with that said, I'm telling you flat out, this is going to be an awesome show. So shout out to all those who are listening, right? Maybe drive down the street, doing a shift. What was it, Stevie? People like you. I'm telling you flat out, this is going to be one heck of a show. I got tagged something fierce by Mike Cornwell, some of the other guys. It's going to be quite a bit to get into, but it's not just like, you know, blasé, like, oh, Bueller moment. It's going to be quite the show. We're going to talk a lot about utility, ISO 222, everything that's tagged with that. what's going on in the world, all that stuff. So smash that like if you haven't done so already. And I want to give a shout out to Space Chick Crypto. She did a wonderful Hedera video today, or actually maybe it was the other day, but nonetheless, we're going to share that also. Everything that you see tagged gets tagged. Is this going to be WrestleMania? As Stardog will say? Yeah, it might very well be. So, some people like it, some people don't, but nonetheless, we will get into all the hot topics. But first, let's welcome our wonderful community. But let me get the ticker bar going where it says like the stream. We're not financial advisors. Let's get this other one for branding. There we go. And let's go ahead and welcome our wonderful audience that we have here tonight. Let's start off with, let's see. Who is the first one? We're going to start off with Brian Dowie. He says, sup, Max and Sean. Fantasy Major League Baseball draft tonight. I will post comments when you can. Max, I still want you to read all my comments. Well, I'll try my best. All right. Thank you for that update, Mr. Brian Dowie. Chaka Crypto. Yo, what up, everyone? Man, I want to state this much. It was an absolute pleasure this morning, or was it this afternoon? This afternoon, to show up to your 80s or your 80s reminiscing, right? Little known fact, guys, you will not believe this. So, I'm class of 1999. Apparently, Chaka is also the class of 1999. I'm born May 12th. He's born, I think he says 6 days before me. So I want to say May 6th. I don't know, something like that. But he's about 6 days older than me. Born in the same year, same interest. But yeah, we're going down memory lane with like Nintendo and all that stuff, arcades. It was a great stream. I'm looking forward to another one if you have it in the future. Might not be able to show up to every single one of them, but I'll do my best to show up when I can for sure, man. So shout out to Shaka Crypto. Guys, just like Larry mentioned in the video, you can go to ctnnetwork.net. And if anything, you could follow people like Shaka. Here is his particular creator page. So you go over here, like Larry was mentioned earlier. I won't do this too long. You click on channel where it says Chaka Crypto. It's going to take you straight over to his YouTube. And boom, there he is, 1.15 subs. Give this gentleman a follow. He deserves it. And he has good content, right? Great content. He covers veracity. We covered that a few times. I too am into Zilliqa. I used to cover Metopolis a lot. Some of the other ones he covers MMAI, Volt, Ocean Token. I forgot what this one is on the second to far right. And of course, I believe that's Ethereum. But yeah, check him out. YouTube.com/Chaka Crypto. And he also does live shows as well. In fact, here's the one I intended earlier, where it's called Way Back Wednesday, Tech and Toys of the 80s. That was super cool. Just, nice going down 80s, / early 90s memory lane. We had some other people there, Lazy Shaman, Lazy Jedi. Some of you guys, Steve the Canadian. It was a nice talk. The time went by real quick. It may seem like it was long, but it wasn't. All right, so thank you to Shaka for being here. Rain says, I just give advice, my boss, Max or Sean, bring a lot of water to drink, please. Your brain works too much when you're live streaming, man. Please. Okay. Well, Rain, just for you, man. I got the fat juice going on, so let's get it going. Ice Cream Man's, doing his thing. Nowhere else in the United States where you have the Ice Cream Man out at this time of the year, or, maybe in Miami. I thought about that. Yeah, that's true. Anyway, in the wintertime, it's not wintertime anymore, but wintertime where the Ice Cream Man is out. Yeah, how about that? Anyway, when I lived in Portland, Oregon, we didn't have no Ice Cream Man out in the middle of winter, right? All right. Let's see here. Rain, I just woke up with a red eye and swelling. I have no idea. DGen talk is going to come out immediately. Mention anything about your eye being pink or red. Watch out for that. I'm just saying. Tim Shea is here. Tim Shea says, hey. He says some other things. I need you to say hey, but you usually says hey. Good to see you, Tim. Glad to have you here today. Rapid fire through a lot of comments. Stevie says, hello all. What was your dream, Grant? Share it with us. Coochie Boy's in the house. Good to have you, Coochie Boy. KK in the house. I only have 2 words to say, and that's buy, and then buy more. That's more than 2 words, but that was done on purpose, obviously. GS says HBAR. Fiat. Brian Dowie says, sup, guys. Brian Dowie says, sup, GS. Brian Dowie gives dabs to Shaka. Brian Dowie says KK. And gives him dabs. Brian Dowie says, sup to Coochie Bar. All right. All right. How about this? Sobo's in the house. Fellow teacher / educator. Always great having Sobo here. Thank you for being here, Sobo. Hopefully you got a chance to check out the last Jasmine video. You owe it to yourself to do so. But I understand you're probably pretty busy with lesson planning and all that good stuff. Always a pleasure to see you, Sobo. I really mean that. Thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Let's go further down. Let's see here. Let's see. Brian Dowie, before you guys ask, my team is stacked. Lol. Well, that's good. That's good. Coochie Boy, hey Max, the crypto professor, is there a test today? Yes, there is a test. There will be a pop quiz at any moment time. Make sure you take notes. Outside distractions, right, will hinder your performance on the test. And with that said, this is not multiple choice. I expect you to write. There will be a written portion. And in that particular one, I am looking for at least 2-page essay in APA format and cite all your work. And no, you cannot use Wikipedia for a citation. All right, let's go further down. All right, Brian Dowie, sup, Larry? How's Caroline? My goodness. River's in the house. If I skipped anybody, I didn't mean to. Thanks for being here, River. Bummer, I felt sooner. Says, sup, Mighty Max. Super Sean, giving us the dams. Good to have you here, Boomer. Appreciate you. Brian Dowie says, just read the comments. Rand, think you got pink eye, bro. See, I knew it. I knew the DGen talk was going to come out. That's right. As Larry would say, 46 wonderful, beautiful people. Can we get to 50? Let's go ahead, smash that like, and let's get this out to more and more people, because you know what? More people need to know about what's going on with utility compared to the other stuff. All right. Crypto McDizzle says, big news, guys. Yes, lots of tags. Not good for the USA and ISO flipping. Oh, boy. All right, let's see. McDizzle also says, I got info to Max. I'm sure. Oh, yeah. You a lot of like, oh my gosh, you should see how many tabs I got up. I got more tabs than tabs got tabs, if you know what I mean. All right. Coochie Boy, Big Mike with the alpha. And Salamander, the XDC commander, Master Disaster. Hello from the Starship Enterprise, even though can't remember. That might be the one from Deep Space Nine. But anyway, Salamander's here. Good to see you here. You know, good to see you here tonight, Mr. Salamander. Hold on. GS Elizabeth Pocahontas Warren trying to ban Cold Watts. I saw that. I saw that earlier. I think all you guys saw it, but for the purpose of utility, we are going to focus on some of the outline that we have tonight. But yes, I saw that. Just shaking my head. She just doesn't get it. And I'm just going to leave it at that. You know, I don't want to make this too divisive. All countries are dropping the American dollar instantaneously. Yeah, it's you know, people say that we were cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, right? You know, I know Mr. Garlinghouse mentions that once in a while. But in reality, a lot of stuff that I thought was not going to be true ever, you know, we see a lot of that stuff happening. I remember over 20 years ago, my best friend, shout out to him. I don't even think he's listening right now. My friend Mike the Bull Wool, all right? He was telling me about the World Economic Forum. He was telling me about all this collapses and stuff like that. People just thought he was like a, you know, a cuckoo bird at the time. Man, I told him, I was like, you know what? I apologize. You hit the nail on the head with that stuff. All right. That's old news, bro. No, it's happening like for real. What are we going to do? Papa Doc, what you going to do? Looks like we're going to have a debate right there. All right, let's see here. I'm going to go down a few more comments. I want to welcome Mr. Ahmed. Max on the grind. Yep, I am on the grind. It's going to be one heck of a grind show. Not in a bad way, though. It'd be good. Kev Cleveland's in the house. What's up, future crypto millionaires? Yes. Thank you very much. I try to clean up, and I need to do another shade, apparently. My girlfriend was telling me, she's like, yeah, you know what? You should have colored in the bottom a little more. Dang it. Oh, well. Saudi is dumping. And let's see here. Stump Riders in the house. Brian Dowie, Crypto Mike. Still don't know why that hurts the ISS. Okay, well, yeah, the petrodollar. All right, we're gonna get into all this stuff. We have quite the outline. Just trying to see if there's a few more people I didn't say anything about. Brian Dowie's also class 99. That's nice, but a few years older than you, Max. I had fun nights. Oh, okay. Well, it's all right. If you were a second year senior or something like that, I mean, one of those things. No judgment. River class in 91. Ooh. All right. Up, down, left, right. BA select start. Yep, absolutely. First original cheat code. All right. Let's see here. Project Sandman, boom, 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 give us a treat. Describes a 100 plus nation argument that when triggered, we will see. Those nations are simultaneously here to dump the dollar and abandon the petrodollar pump. All right, that's horrible. Just like that, 10 people left. All right. Blackwood, welcome. Restrict Act, Act S.686. This is far worse than anyone knows. TikTok is an excuse to push this forward. Total surveillance on your internet, including internet and private chats on your phone. Well, I'm glad you're paying attention because let's face it, a lot of people just they don't pay attention to that stuff. Crypto McDizzle, when this decision is triggered, the dollar and dollar denominated assets will plunge near zero literally overnight. Yeah, it's oh my god. Man, I don't even want to think about it, but we got to think about it. All right, hello to me. Achman says Stellar plus cocaine or coin me cocaine. God, I don't know where that came from. All right, let's go further down. Cool Cat, David Lee Roth is the ice cream man. Yep, and also Ghostface Killer of the Wu-Tang Clan, and also Mr. Raekwon the Chef. All right, let's see here. I want to welcome Mr. Osborne, fellow Phoenix Valley of the Sun person. Hey, Max, love the fact that you were super consistent with what you do. Keep it up. Well, thanks, man. What are your thoughts on Zen? I don't have no thoughts on Zen. I think you brought that up a while ago. I don't have no thoughts on Zen, my friend. I'm sorry about that. Tim Shea Max, I said hey earlier, but he got, okay. All right, sorry about that. But yeah, Cool Cat, welcome. Glad to have you here. You the man, Max. You the man too, man. You're the man with the master plan. They don't call you Sam, and I think you better recognize. Remember that song back in the early 90s? Michael Montclair with the wonderful Zara, the fiance officially. Congratulations once again, man. What up? Dan Pena is saying Bitcoin is zero. You know what? He's been saying that since last summer or before. Forget Dan Pena, all right? I'm not a fan of Dan Pena, but whatever. Teach his own. All right, Osborne, thumbs up. And yes, welcome Michael Montclair once again. Soba said, good evening, everybody. Let's go further down, see where we're at. Mr. Shea says, is Caroline still loving the bidets, Max? Did Larry's water get shut off? Did Caroline stop biting the neighbors? I don't know. All right, a few more comments, and then we'll kick it right into our coverage. Ahmed, why is the USA so anti-crypto? Yeah, you know what? My main thing is this, all right, and people can agree with this or not. I just want to point this out. I think it's because they recognize that crypto is a threat to TradeFi, the traditional system of finance. How do we know that? Look at the bigger players from Wall Street and so on. Especially when you hear the talks of, stable coins and trying to have I guess you could say, compliance or regulation in regards to that. So I mean, like when they want to talk about crypto in general, those are the first things that get brought up. So if you have a decentralized system that's a threat to that traditional system, what are we talking about? Like, why would anybody want to, technically speaking, like, go get a savings account, the traditional savings account, when they can earn a yield that's significantly higher than, I don't even know what the heck we're at last time I checked, but like even on a CD, I mean, if you're lucky, right? I don't think it's this case anymore, 3%. So, I remember back in the 2021 bull market, you saw typically, like, even with crypto.com and so on, you could earn a yield of, I believe it was like 7%. So let's say you are a person who's a millionaire. I mean, 7% off $1 million, that's 70,000 a year, compared to what, $1,000 a year, like 1% or something like that from the banks. This the saying goes, forget about it, right? Yeah. The traditional system, it's a threat, still is. That is just, to me, the quick gist. There's more to it than that, obviously. And we could agree to disagree on it. Ripple our preppers here. Hi, y'all. Have you heard the latest news on our government to seek out and penalize those who use the VPN to buy crypto? Yes, we talked about that a little bit yesterday. I don't have any particular links on our outline for that tonight, but if any of you guys want to talk about that maybe on another day, we can. I don't know if I got that right, but you can know anything. Do you know anything about this? Excuse me. You can comment on it. Yeah, I've heard about that. I think it was yesterday's show we talked about that. Hold on a second. All right, so there's a lot of comments, good stuff. I'm just going to welcome a few more people I saw just came in. Stargazer, hello, welcome. And again, welcome to you, Rippler Prepper. Stump Rider says Restrict Act in Congress could criminalize VPNs. Yeah, what the heck? Selmo Fuzz in the house. XRP, mucho utility. Muy, mucho gusto. Utility. Muchas gracias. Thank you for coming, Mr. Selmo Fudd. The day after Taco Tuesday. All right. Shaka Crypto class of 99 in the house. Yes, class of 1999. Thank you very much. Class of 83, 40 years. Nice, man. Nice. Did you get an invite? Hopefully, he sent you an invite. I stopped getting invites after 2009 for some reason. I don't know if they lost my number or what, but it's all right. All right, let's see here. Max Cocaine. You saw he was going to say that. I never done that stuff, but anyway. Christopher Woodruff, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Sorry I didn't get to it sooner. Let me double check the other screen real quick. I think we're okay. Cool. Very cool stuff. I do appreciate that. Christopher Woodruff, if I haven't seen you before, listen, for real, all right? I'm looking right at you, hopefully, in the screen. We have a very, very intelligent community here, all right? You will hear, I guess you could say, like Mike Cornwell and some of you guys bragging about our community. I'd like to welcome you to our community, right? We do research literally daily. We have daily shows every single day of the week. Sometimes it's myself, Sean the Crypto Smith, you name it. But the point is, we try to pay attention on what's going on in the world, and especially when it comes to crypto, by paying attention to the ones that have real solid utility. But guys, if you haven't done so already, let's welcome Christopher Woodruff, and thank you so much again for the $2 super chat. Let us know how you found out about our show. Was it random? Are you a type of person once you watch the record? Have you been a person that watched the live show for the longest time and you just felt like dropping in and finally saying something like, thank you? But means a lot, man. Thank you very much for being here. All right, Cool Cat. McDizzle is once again absolutely correct. All right. Master P was the ice cream man. Well, my thing is, nothing can top Wu-Tang Clan's, ice cream, right? The song Ice Cream, butter pecan, Puerto Ricans, French vanilla, chocolate deluxe, and I hop in my ice cream truck and it up. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. All right. Here's the update, and then I'll get into the news. I just want to say thank you. My son's been in the ICU. Oh, no, intensive care unit. He just got out. but he's still in the hospital. But looking forward to your videos. Every night has made it easier. Thank you. Jeez, man. All right. Well, I don't know the situation. You want to share that? I mean, you're more than welcome to. But that means a lot that you even took the time to mention that, man. Thank you. I hope that your son is doing a lot better. All right. Sammy Davis Jr. was the Candyman. Okay, hold on a second. All right, we're going to highlight this comment. Why is the Saudi dumping the petrodollar deal? Wasn't that a deal between the Saudis and the U.S. that the U.S. will protect the Saudis and all their dirt, what they do? Look, here's another thing, right? I will always root for the United States. Absolutely. Why wouldn't I? But I want people to understand this. When you see somebody like Coach JV, Crypto Lulu, maybe Verson, I don't know if he mentioned this quite a bit, but there's other content creators that cover this. What is the main consistent problem that we have when it comes to the United States? That is, we're getting the reputation, or already have had the reputation for the longest time, of not properly paying our debts. The rest of the world, and even you and me, right? We have bills to pay. We are expected to pay off those debts. Now, there, of course, are people who get in what they call, a debt, as in credit card debt, right? Now, picture it from a more broader perspective, right? Our country, yes, we produce the most amount of GDP, gross domestic product, compared to any other country in the world. Yes, there's this whole thing with BRICS that is now a threat to that whole thing. And yes, there's the whole thing with G7, and I get that as well. We're not going to go down that deep dive right at the moment. But the key thing for you should be this, all right? And that is, we were soon going to be ending, and this is sad as hell, used to be the reserve currency of the entire world to get the deal done, as far as, you need to have US dollars to buy, barrels of oil and so on. When we consistently, and you've heard the stories of, like, for instance, we buy or borrow so much from China, borrow so much from Saudi Arabia, borrow so much from all these other countries. We are expected, just like any other country, to pay back that debt. Now, hear me out, and I'm not trying to make this controversial. What pisses off these countries is when the United States doesn't pay for what they owe, right? That would tick off anybody. Now, there's one thing to be in debt for like maybe 10 years or 20 years and so on. And don't get me wrong, if you guys look more into this, right? Apparently, the United Kingdom finally paid on their debt that they've owed since World War II. That's a different story. We're talking about the United States. So with that said, if our answer is to consistently, and we have been doing this for literally year after year, decade after decade, and that is to turn on the money printer. For one, that sends a really bad message to the world, sends a bad message to our offspring, our children, grandkids, you name it, that it's okay, everything will be fine because we have this money printer device. Keep in mind, all this stuff started happening, 1971 to present. We got off of the gold standard. That is a temporary solution, which now equates to disaster, absolute disaster. And we're going to get into some of these things in our particular outline tonight, but it's a great question. All right, speaking of which, let's go ahead and kick it into tonight's outline. So let's start things off with some of the things you're going to see here in a bit. And, I'm going to start off right here. Let's start off with some of Mike Cornwell's outline. BRICS is cooking up something. Compliance and implementation of ISO 222, April 3rd through the 7th. Where? Johannesburg, South Africa. Now, why does he mention BRICS? That's the S of the BRICS. Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. And as we know, Mexico has applied key thing applied. Some guy, some Yahoo, won't even mention his name, was trying to point out that I don't know squat and that they were never accepted and that that they were not a member. I never said they were a member. I never said. Some of these guys, again, fudders, will take what's off on the surface and say, this is what I said. I never said that. Applying for one thing is one thing. Being part of the BRICS nations is another. Anyway, you see that posted by Mr. McDizzle. On top of that, let's get into a little bit more about this. Shout out again to Crypto Talk Now sideline reporter Mike Cornwell, Project Sandman. And before we get into this, by the way, he has Twitter Spaces that he does. So if you appreciate Mike's deep dives, he made a statement. Yeah, well, Max does this WrestleMania thing. Well, he doesn't really say it. Where's this fact? Max does these long hours of 5.5 hours or something like that. I don't really want to brag about that. That's too. I do agree. That's too long. I could probably go 17 hours. You know what? He brags about that. That's warranted. That's fair. I will never do that. Anyway. So this is from Mike Cornwell. He says Project Salmon describes a 100+ nation agreement that when triggered, oh no, we wouldn't want anybody to be triggered. Anyway, we will see those nations simultaneously dump the dollar and abandon the petrodollar like a freaking rug pull, basically. When this decision is triggered, the dollar and all dollar denominated assets will plunge to near zero literally overnight. My goodness. Yeah. Could this be worse than 1929? I don't know. I hope to God it doesn't get to that point. We'll see what happens. But when you see, for instance, the Kenyan president saying that this is all going to happen in 2 weeks, you do need to pay attention. I think a lot of you guys have already paid attention. Here, this is from the Miami Standard, at least on the screenshot. 100+ nations have global agreement now being deployed, called Project Salmon, to drop and end dominance of the U.S. dollar and the petrodollar. That, of course, was posted on March 17th, but the point is, it's all in alignment with what's going on. On top of that, let's get into this a little bit more. How about this? And again, this is sure from Mr. Cornwell. ISO 222. Let's Do It is the guy who originally posted this. I do need to give him a follow. Ukraine's new electronic payment system is to launch April 1st, April Fool's Day. Based on ISO 222 in 24/7 mode, includes payment instructions. Maybe we could blow this up a little bit more. So here's the original article, at least the headline. The new generation SEP will be launched from April 1st, 2023 on the basis of the international standard ISO 222 and in 24/7 mode, says the report states. Now look at this. You go further down, it mentions payment instructions with additional information which will make it possible to automate payment operations and improve the level of customer service. The 24/7 operating mode of the new generation SEP provides for the completion of interbank payment operations without suspending operation of the system and an instant transaction from the current day to the next calendar day. Remember how many times we mentioned that when it comes to understanding ISO 222, one of the key factors was, and I know maybe some of you guys are getting tired of me saying this, but it's true. You have, and we're going to throw up, I don't know, a weird example. The Bank of Italy decides to, lend out $10 trillion to the Bank of Seoul, South Korea. And the problem, of course, is the message gets garbled up. When the message gets garbled up because you have it in an alphanumeric message and it gets sent over to I want to say Chinese character. I mean, they have their own characters, right? In Korea. The point is the message gets garbled up. Just like you see in the highlight, it mentions that interbank payment operations without suspending the operations of the system and an instant transition from the current day to the next calendar day. Remember those examples I mentioned? The bank manager has to call their particular bank. It might have to do it very late at night because of the time difference. Think of how much time that saves. As the saying goes, time is money. Howbeit, when it comes to this whole thing with crypto, perfect example is you saw a few days ago when we reported this, that particular tweet Somebody shared, had Brad Garlinghouse of Ripple on the front. And what did it mention? $700 million roughly being transferred in 3 seconds with finality. And on top of that, what? The fee, do you guys remember? Was it like 1 cent? Not even that. Might have even been less than a cent. That's the point. The old traditional model with MT messaging standards, right? You're looking at, those banks are looking with the traditional SWIFT, $60 billion off of 10 trillion. No one, they don't want to sign up for that. So for one, it's not a win-win for the banks. And it's not a win-win for big businesses that want to transfer the funds. I'm telling you guys flat out, once this is fully implemented, all of it across the board, which as we know, by the end of 2025, it's a win-win for it all, because you will have the largest transfer, like as the people will say, of wealth. We'll see some of that depending on what we're invested in. But at the same time, that is the utility being transferred. What cryptocurrency projects are tied into blockchain technology and distributed ledger technology are tied into this all? You guys know the answer. But the key thing is that utility, that ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching. All right. Are we invested into the cha-ching, or are we on the sidelines doing nothing, scratching our butt? Yeah, exactly. All right. I'm going to take a moment to kick it back in the comments, because I do want to try to have a good balance in regards to all this. So I'm going to stop share on that for a bit. Let's get back into the comments. Thank you so much for being here tonight, each and every one of you guys. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Brian Dowie, I feel it every day, according to Selma Fudd. Let me double check the other screen, make sure I'm not behind on anything. And let's go further down. We got Christopher Woodruff, prayers for your son. Yeah, thank you for that, you guys. Appreciate that. That's good. Definitely. Tim Shea, if Bitcoin goes below 10K, it will devalue. That would suck beyond measure. Friendly Neighborhood Pleb, what's up? Welcome back. We got some of you looking great, bro. Yeah, I saw some of your pictures in your suit, man. You do look pretty awesome. He's probably like, you know what? You guys don't know. I look awesome every day. Well, that's true too. QNT to 10K. I would agree with that. Alaya Yisrael, thanks for being back, man. Glad to have you back. With your name, it's, I usually would say consider change your avatar. Something speaks more about who you are and what you're about. But come on, that you have a unique name. I can remember that. Hey, Max, and greetings to the accumulators of crypto. Yeah. Speaking of which, let's point that out real quick. Why do we want to point out some of these things? Because we need to. We need to pay attention. Let me show you something, and I'll get back in the comments just real quick. All right. Let's see where we're at on this. Copy image address. I feature this, of course, on the bull run thesis, but I want to show you guys something. You've probably seen this. So, of course, I did 6 particular bull run thesis videos and so on. This, of course, is just my opinion. Last I checked, even content creators, even though we're always threatened with our, we're not allowed to have freedom of thought or whatever, because, cancel culture. 4 phases of the crypto market. Look at this. Accumulation. I truly believe we are in accumulation. Some people say, no, we're not. My thing is, yes, we are. We are definitely in accumulation. I give you guys an outline 6 times in regards to that. And as a result, we will see this next particular part, which is the markup. And guys, I'm just being flat out honest. You don't want to be part of the markup. You want to be part of the accumulation phase, or some of you guys were long before the accumulation phase. Shout out to some of you guys, right, who got bottom on a lot of things, right? But the key thing is that jump from accumulation phase to markup. Let's face it, even I myself, there might be a couple projects, maybe Rio, where, dang, I gotta basically suffer the markup in regards to that. I should have came in 8 cents. I'll state this much, right? Did you see what happened with Casper lately? Up over 128% for the week. That's 2 times that. And if he's listening, I don't know if he is. Maybe he's watching the replay. That's 2 times that Papa X Mex has called it big time. He mentions Casper in the same breath as Rio. I should have listened to him right off the bat, but you got to keep in mind, you know how many times people tell me to jump into something all the time? I'll say this much, my friend, if you're listening, Papa X Mex, anytime you tell me something from now on, I will listen immediately. Yeah, instead of just saying, oh, I got to do more research. It might be one of the few cases where I ape in. I don't ape into anything, but he was spot on both of those. And both of those are like, way up, right? So when he originally mentioned Casper, it was a penny. That was a 3x since the time he mentioned it. Rio, 8 cents. Do the math, way over 30 cents. But yes, the accumulation period and then that markup period, right? Look what happens during markup. Blast off. Is that why you're starting to see some of the things that you see reported out there for crypto where some people feel as though, man, we're really, really going to take off? It is what it is. All right. So let me zoom out on that. Yeah, the 4 phases of the crypto market. That's from, of course, crypto.com/university. But I'm going to get back into the comments. Tim Shea, people who think buying Bitcoin under 10K would be a good thing or a good thing would be mistaken. Good point. And also keep in mind, guys, we do understand that black swan events could happen in both a bull market as well as a what? A bear market. All right. Let me go further down. Let's see who we got. Crypto Smith, hi Max, driving home. Sorry I missed the stream. It's okay. I mean, real life gets in the way sometimes, man. It's all good. But hopefully you're doing well, Mr. Crypto Smith. Ripple our Prepper says crypto is a threat to the world's reliance on the US dollar. At least that's what you heard. Well, yeah, I think you heard right. All right. Boomer F is sooner friendly neighborhood pled. I'm having another bidet put in the, oh gosh, Habana bathroom. All right. Let me double check the other screen real quick. Looks like we're doing okay. I'll read a few more comments. Akbay says smash that like button. Damn it. Yes. Thank you very much. Salamanders class 94. Nice, man. Very, very cool stuff. 94, 95. I would have been in the 8th grade. So 94 technically. The 7th grade. So I was in 7th grade when you graduated high school. Interesting. Jax RP, what up, man? If we're talking utility, I'm in, bro. Cool. Very, very cool. Glad to have you here. Cool looking dog. Let's see what you got there. Looks like a nice looking doggy. Is that your dog? Cool stuff, man. I have a little dog. His name is Meatball. He's a pug. He doesn't have the stereotypical funky looking eyes. He actually just looks like a cute dog. Anyway. Let's see here. I got to go further up because when I read that comment, it just scrolled, it does this massive wave of whatever you want to call it. All right. Olamide, class of 89. Let's go. Nice. What a time to be alive. I think if anything, a lot of us, right? I don't think there's a lot of like super young people here. Nothing against that. But we all have come to the conclusion to appreciate a lot more of technological, advancements, the innovation, and those types of things, right? All right, let's see here. Nice, cool cat trying to keep up with Larry. Max, neither did I. Oh, please. Trying to correct my grammar. All right. Right on Olamide, class 89. Nice. You too, huh? Sweet. Elia, Israel, let's get Max the maximum in thumbs up. Yeah, I appreciate that, guys. I just want to see us grow more. That's all. Cool cat crypto, not to brag, but I'm totally the smartest. Okay, that's fine. You might very well be. That's all right. I don't claim to be the smartest by any means. But let's see here. This lady calling me right now. I can't answer that. Let's see here. Let me go for a while. I've been watching for a while. Christopher Woodruff. All right, thank you for that. Let me go ahead and highlight this real quick and give me just a second. All right, sorry about that. Let's get in. Yes, Wu-Tang, absolutely. Let's get into our coverage a little bit more in regards to that. So we talked about a few key things. Shout out to Crypto Mike. Let's get into a little bit more in regards to this. So talk about the whole thing with Ukraine. Let's get into this particular article real quick. And it is in regards to like what you see here. 2023 digital banking upgrades. Now, why pay attention to this? Well, we all need to pay attention to it. So it says specifically digital banking training. You know, they have all these things mentioned here. Want to explore, yada, yada, right? But look what's mentioned. Oh, I hate that they won't make an account. I'll try to keep it right here. It says digital banking training date is Thursday, April 6th, time noon to 2 p.m. Location, Sierra Vista, all this stuff, right? Sierra Vista, Arizona, which is not too far away from me. But the key thing is there's all of these upgrades, right? So they're going to teach people about the upgrade enhancements like bill pay, remote check desktop, you know, pay alone with your debit card, stop payments, all this stuff, right? Video banking. But the whole point is upgrade, 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 right? Why is that? Because they need to get people on board for this whole new system, right? So, of course, I just want to point out real quick. On top of that, I'm going to show this in a different way for just makes a little bit more sense. Let me see this. So you see that we talk about this, I guess you could say, since last summer. It says this is very, 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 very interesting. Shout out to Smoke. What's interesting about it? Well, look what it says. Remember we talked about the whole thing about the National Bank of Ukraine, right? Well, it says the Bank of Ukraine, as in the national one, together with all systematically important banks, created a national power banking network that will work even in blacked out conditions. Yeah. This is a joint network of bank branches throughout the Ukraine, which will work and provide banking services to clients even in a critical situation during a blackout. Let me just double check the other screen real quick. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, even in the blackout. Branches of the national network are equipped with alternative energy sources and backup communication channels, have enhanced cash collection and additional staff. It says follow the news for more info, but look what it also says. Today, the Power Banking Network unites all 14 systematically important banks, the branches of which have become the basis of this network, and involves other participants of the banking market. Currently, listen to this, more than 1,000 branches in all regions of the country are additionally equipped to work during a blackout. About 80% of them are branches of systematically important banks. During the blackout, a certain list of urgent banking services will be available to all customers in the branches of the Power Banking Network. Receiving cash, right? Payments, currency exchange, consulting managers. Now, it's good to get these updates, and I don't want to preach doom and gloom. I'm not trying to give you guys some kind of I don't know. I just don't want to go down that route. But let's face it, you heard about some specific things in the past. What is one of those things you heard about? In the case of war, you know, like EMPs and stuff like that, knocking out a whole grid. Just saying, I guess they're preparing for some of these specific things. Just throwing that out there. In addition, ATM national roaming has been introduced in branches of the Power Banking Network. Its purpose is to provide Ukrainians with the opportunity to withdraw an increased amount of cash from an ATM to any network bank sufficient to meet current needs and build up a certain reserve. The map of branches of Power Banking Network, of course, is available at the link. And they remind you that the National Bank of Ukraine has published a list of banks that will work in the event of a long-term power outage. Points of invincibility were also deployed throughout the country. These points are positioned as safety islands in case of emergency power outages when it is not possible to restore the light supply for several hours. They work around the clock and for free. Crazy stuff. On top of that, look at this. This dates back to late last year, before the turn of the year. In Ukraine, they created a network of banks that will work in the event, or I should say, well, that will work even in the event of a blackout. And of course, like it says on the bottom, the power banking network that will work even in blacked out conditions. So that's pretty interesting in itself. On top of that, I want to show you just a little bit more before I kick it back in the comments. Look at this. ISO GOAT, right? It says Alan with the heat today. This is the guy that brought it, right? Important dates and details. Well, of course, the first one was March 20th. It came, it's gone. But look what it says in the quotations, or not the quotations, but on the in bold. Your debit card, credit card, and ATM access will be available and uninterrupted throughout the entire upgrade. You'll be able to enroll in bill pay after this date. And of course, on March 20th, as we know, ISO 222 going live. On March 29th, which is today, last day to make a mortgage payment to Midwest Loan Services in the branch or via online banking. Look at this other date. Tomorrow, last day to make changes to your credit/debit card or order a replacement card. Now, why would that be? How about this? Friday, March 31st through Sunday, April 2nd. On Friday, March 31st at 5 p.m., don't know if that's Eastern, the branches will close and the upgrade will work will begin. The following services will be unavailable until Monday, April 3rd. Listen to this. You will not have access to online/mobile banking platforms, online bill pay, loan applications, shared branching services, telephone banking. My God. Mobile check deposit service ends at 4 p.m. The Marysville and Georgeville Road branches, I mean, that might not really affect most of us, right? But on Monday, April 3rd, all branches will be open at 8:30 a.m. Our new online and mobile banking experience will be available later that morning. We'll need to create a new password. Again, think about, is this the start of the switch? Seems to be. Their online banking upgrade is completed, of course, by April 3rd. And they kind of give you a little more information. And it says soon you will have greater control over all your accounts within the convenient platform. This upgrade combines all the great features of leading online and mobile banking platforms in one convenient digital banking experience. I'm going to do one more, and then I'll kick it back in the comments. And this is not ISO. Look at this. Just in, Bitcoin hash rate made new all-time highs. This doesn't mean that Bitcoin went to all-time highs, new all-time highs. We wish. But it's worth noting. And this was pointed out earlier today, March 29th at 9:30 a.m. Shout out to Crypto Mike for providing this. There's that. And, it's worth noting, right? Why? Because it gives you an idea of what we can expect. Are we really approaching the bull run? There's enough evidence to show that could be the case. I understand a lot of people are divisive about this. They're like, no, still going to have more black swans. I get that. All that stuff is true. But the key thing is we still have to look at some of the data and, if anything, make a decision or just wait and see what happens. We're all, I don't know, we have all different points of view when it comes to that. Let me jump back into the comments. Thank you for being here. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Yes, Wu-Tang is on the brain. All right. Tim Shea, hey, Coochie Boy, made 0.26 XRP interest on my free 100 XRP so far. Awesome. Got them smarts real good. Got them smarts real good. No, okay. All right, Coochie Boy, dang, awesome, Tim. Tim Shea says, Brian, I was watching the Wu-Tang TV series earlier. Yeah, cool stuff, man. I'm glad you guys like that stuff. Awesome. Coochie Boy, remember to set up a separate wallet for them issues. All right. Cool Cat Crypto, the brick system is just far better, and that's what everyone will go with. Yeah. Thank you, Michael Montclair. Appreciate that. Cool Cat says, if idiots in government want to keep up, they better get their ish together fast. That's a good point. Michael Con, okay, I read that one. Tim, what's the new, Wu-Tang TV? Yeah. So they did I know you're asking him, but they did a TV series a few years ago, and it focuses on the origins of how they came together. You'll get to see how like the RZAs, basically put beats together. It's pretty cool stuff, man. Highly recommend it. For those who are into old school 90s hip hop, in my opinion, the greatest late 80s to, I would say, I don't know, mid to somewhat later mid 90s. That was the best era. I would say even to the early 2000s wasn't too bad. But then after that, all this mumble rap garbage. No, thank you. All right, Triple C, they're too busy on pronouns. Yeah, they are way too busy on it. All right, Crypto High, Watermelon Crypto Sugar High. Good evening, Max, the CTN family. Thank you for being here. Brian Alley, nope, only listen to the 90s rap group all the time and still nice, man. Awesome. Very cool stuff. It will never pay the debt 32 trillion. Yeah. So what do you come up with as far as the solution? Is the solutions Ripple's XRP with on-demand liquidity through distributed ledger technology? Could very well be, right? They are taking on the debt, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it pans out. All right, let's go further down. Coochie Boy says, not sure how to grab it. I just added the ARB network and may need it to load with ETH to purchase DEBET. Okay. Elka's also on ARB. Interesting. I think I might have known that, but thank you for that. Michael Montclair Clinton greatly lowered the deficit debt. Remember that? This reminds me of Republican separatists. Yeah, and then just and let's be fair here, right? I'm not trying to make it this divisive. You know, this used to be the narrative. This used to be the argument for the longest time. So then you know we talk about the pendulums, swinging one side to the extreme other, right? And it's like George W. Bush got lots of criticism. He finishes his 8 years. And, let's face it, even Obama ran on that whole thing of, we're multi-trillion dollars in debt, and then that whole thing was, my plans is to balance the budget and stuff like that. That didn't happen. You know what I mean? And let's face it, with all these guys, whether you're for one party or the other, I consider myself more of a middle of the road type of guy, but teach is on. Any way you want to look at it, any way you want to dice it up, we have gone further and further more into multi-trillions dollars worth of debt. That's one of the key things. What is going to be the answer and what is going to be the solution to that ticking time bomb of a problem? We're literally at the front door of this whole thing blown up. You're literally seeing coverage, I'm just like a guy who shares basically other news snippets and so on, right? I give my perspective and so on. But you guys are seeing it all the time, especially on crypto Twitter, right? This whole thing of the entire system blowing up. What is going to be the answer to that? Some of you guys you feel like, some of these technologies is the answer. But in reality, right, we have to wait and see what's going to happen. And how long is it going to take to see the world implement this here soon? Some people feel like, well, real soon. They got to do it. And that, of course, is interesting, especially when you see like just a little taste of some of the upside of what's going on. We all want to make money, don't get me wrong. At the same time, we do have to pay attention to what's going on in the world. Anyway, I will read this one real quick, and I'll kick it back into our coverage. Question: if the US dollar was to fall significantly in value, how would crypto be appropriately valued and in what currency? That's a very good question. My thing is this, all right? So there's an action and a reaction, all right? And the reaction to me personally, even though a lot of people say, well, crypto will go to hell with it. It will go to hell with it if we don't have that regulatory clarity. However, once clarity happens, to me, we want to talk about action and reaction. The reaction would be, all right, the crypto market could boom tremendously, right? Why is that? Because people will be in tune that we need a new thing that simply makes sense. The whole concept of decentralized finance is supposed to be the answer in reaction to the old traditional model. So, and that's the big thing. And that's why we put a lot of focus on a lot of this stuff, is because traditional finance simply hasn't really worked out. Don't get me wrong, it's still going to be here, but I think the days of the traditional model of being a society that's completely reliant on cash, this fuels the debate of a cashless society 100%. All right, let me recognize this. Yes, hit the like button if you haven't done so already. let me see. I'm going to highlight this. You purchase elk with ETH on ARB at Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. All right, let me go ahead and highlight that. Let's get back into our outline. So we talked about this whole thing in regards to Ukraine, and if we create the network of banks that will, create this mechanism in the event of a blackout, right? And then of course we talked about this whole thing about what's coming on April 3rd. Bitcoin making a hash rate made a new all-time high. Very interesting stuff. All right, well that was McDizzle's reporting. Let's get into Brian Dowie's reporting. So Brian Dowie had this to share, and it does come from TikTok. Oh no, TikTok! My God, can't have that. But yeah, let's go ahead and share this real quick, and let me see where we're at. Hopefully, I can blow up the screen a little bit more. I could earlier. I have issues with this. I hit the F11. It just doesn't seem to want to do it right. All right, well, that's okay. Let's share on this particular one. Here we go. XRP, we ready. Buckle up, it says. All right, well, hopefully you guys are ready. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. And if anything, it's been a great show so far. I really appreciate you guys being here with us tonight on this Wednesday night. Here we go.
To me, this says we're ready. It could be as soon as April 1st. And here's why. As you know, and we've shown the video over and over and over again from Navin Gupta, where he goes on stage and he says, once we move past the noise of retail, you and I are retail. If you hold XRP and you're not a corporation, we're retail. So he says, once we move past the noise of you and me, then they're going to get into the enterprise, the institution, the wholesale, and they're going to move towards derivatives. What's been happening right now is a liquidity crisis. What's happening with every single bank you've seen the past week? They're closing down. They're done. The crisis hit them. All right, here's where it's going to get really exciting and really important very quickly.
Okay.
XRP was meant to save the financial world. It's the liquidity savior, so to speak. It's here to solve all the liquidity crises with a liquidity pool. It can go fast. It can go cheap. It can go efficient. Now, the largest thing that they're meant to do as Ripple is getting to the derivatives. What's the biggest derivatives concern and issue right now in crisis? The Deutsche Bank. The Deutsche Bank, which is in the news yesterday and today for potential collapse, has the largest amount of derivatives on earth.
Yeah,
so if you say like instantly overnight, oh no, Deutsche Bank's going to collapse, they have all the derivatives. If XRP wants to move past retail, they did by delisting in the USA. If they want to move into derivatives and instantly move up to 4 or 5 digits overnight, all they have to do right now is Ripple can go and save Deutsche Bank. Boom. Tomorrow, XRP could be.
Now, for some of you guys who are just like, wait, what? What the heck did he just say? Did I miss that? Hopefully you didn't. This fuels the debate of what, guys? What have we been talking about for the longest time since last summer? Shout again to Crypto McDizzle and some of the other guys. Ripple's on-demand liquidity taking on what? The debt. Through what? On-demand liquidity. Think about it, right? That's the answer. This is what also fuels the debate of the whole thing of, Ripple's XRP going to crazy prices overnight. Yes, you saw, was it Mr. Bullzilla there and so on. I don't know who the other two guys are, but they bring up great information. And this whole thing about the, Deutsche Bank and some of these other ones, what's the other one as of lately, guys? Credit Suisse, right? Some people call it Credit Suisse. It might be an instance for me, like where, I used to say, Fiat was Fiat. I don't know. Tomato, tomato, potato, potato. But you get the point. The point is Ripple's on-demand liquidity. You're going to have some examples where with the financial systems of the world collapsing literally overnight, there has to be a direct answer for that. Now, here in the United States, when you have some of these yahoos, you already know who they are. Don't need to mention her name or his name. But when you have some of these yahoos state that, we need to ban crypto wallets, we need to ban this, we need to ban that. And the rest of the world says, you know what? Because we will have this moment. You're going to have this moment, just like mentioned here in this particular clip, where through Ripple's on-demand liquidity, that becomes the answer. Boom. oh my gosh, we're so happy that we're invested in Ripple. At the same time, what kind of narrative are we going to have here in the United States? Will mainstream news cover it? Or will it take a few more events for them to finally pull their heads out of you know what and recognize, wow, what the heck is going on here, right? And best of all, what's the key thing behind it all? You have to have something that's backed by something. Ripple being, for instance, backed by gold. You know, some people have mentioned that as well. Why would that be? You have to have a direct, what you call it, store of value on the particular asset. In this case, a digital asset in response to a failed monetary system where we keep printing money that is not pegged to what? Pegged to any type of precious metal whatsoever since 1971. The money printer problem needs to come to an end. And so I hope to God that here in our country, we don't just completely slap the new system that is right at our doorstep. All right, I'm going to kick it back to a few more comments. I'm going to kick it back, of course, into more of our show. Give me a second. But we have a great lineup here tonight. I do miss Sean the Crypto Smith. But nonetheless, this has been so far a pretty good show, in my opinion. Elk, did you get Elk? I was wondering about that. I haven't got any yet, but I am looking to do so. I just don't want it to be another situation like Rio, where I came in just a little bit too late. But I am planning to get that. Sobo Stump Rider, I am wondering that too. Do we cash in profits to our worthless dollar? And that's the thing. You know, you're seeing a lot of at least news on crypto Twitter, whether it is Coach JV or some of these other guys mentioning, you know what, that might be a great route to go to, because just like with crypto, right? You know how you guys are talking about some meme coin projects. You're like, you know, Max, you better get the heck out of such and such project. They're going to a V2, or this particular guy. I mean, perfect example. I hate to say it, Shinobi, right? I miss Shinobi Raj. I think he was a good guy, but it sucks what happened with Shinobi. But you know, people recognize at some point, look, man, if this thing's going to go to zero, I need to. I'm already at a loss. I don't want it to be worth a zilch. And that's a great point. I know you bring that up to Stump Rider, but that is a great point. What do you do? For a lot of us, we are not trusting the current system. And a lot of people, I feel as though, are going to the banks and they are withdrawing funds because a big financial collapse. You don't want to be stuck. Is a saying in crypto. How many times have we mentioned this, guys? Do you want to be stuck holding your bag? How about this? At the bank, do you want to be stuck holding this thing that's not that, worth that much? And what's the perfect example of this, guys? The perfect example of all this that's going on is a repeat of history. And what happened in Germany shortly after World War I ended? The Deutsche Mark was worth nothing. You saw the old videos, and maybe I could bring some of this up. Hold on. See if I can pull this up. Let me see. I don't have it. But anyway, I wish there's some old famous photos, right, of German citizens shoveling Deutschmarks by the wheelbarrows into like a furnace or whatever, right? A wood stove. Like, why the heck would you do that? If it was me personally back in those times, I don't know. Maybe I would have had attitude. Just in case we make it out of this, maybe that's not a good idea. But you know what? People get desperate in desperate situations. That's the point. Are we seeing history repeat itself, but in a different form, a different factor that's like, you know what, technically speaking, even though we're in the modern age, this is history repeating itself. That's the point. All right, let's go further down. Rivers, welcome, and Larry. Thanks for being here, Larry. Hope that you're doing a little bit better, especially with your eye. Shout out to you, Larry. Tim Shake says, Coochie Boy, it says Americans aren't allowed in the, the initial DAO offering? Ahmed, Bitcoin won't be king of crypto forever. You're right about that. It won't. No, someone knows how to live. Yep. Rippler Prepper. Oh, yeah, I remember. crypto takes the world's reliance off a Swift system, which the U.S. has been using as a bullying tool. That's a good way of putting it. Cool Cat. XLM to trip to 666 because it's evil, and XRP to 5. Was it? What do we got, guys? Is it 589? The consistent one. Quant will be king, and you got the. Was that kind of like Pinocchio style devil type thing? I don't know. 666 will. You'll be filthy. Yeah, me too. Roman helmet with the Godzilla avatar. Let me see. Ooh, cool stuff. Looks like Chinese, Japanese, Shin style, like Shin Godzilla, right? If you guys haven't seen Shin Godzilla, you're a fan of Godzilla, you watch the Americanized one, that's fine. Check out Shin Godzilla, especially for the action sequences. Good stuff. My buddy was able to promote that, he was so proud about that, and I'd be proud about it too. All right, but yeah, I'd like to welcome you. Thank you for being here tonight, everybody. I'm gonna catch up on the comments, see where we're at, but let's see here. Let's welcome Roman Hellman, everyone. Hopefully we can see more of you, and really appreciate you being here. Join us here tonight on this Wednesday night. All right, hold on just a second. All right, sorry about that. Tip Shay says CFX is coming back. That Chinese Matic. It basically is Chinese Matic. And if you want to learn more about Conflux, obviously follow Mr. Ted over at Look Capital. He did a really good job with his breakdown about that. We might do a breakdown here as well at some point. Man, I mean, I would say some millionaires were made with Conflux. Coming in at it, was it 4 cents? It's well past what, 44, 45 cents. Some people are doing really well with that. I want to welcome Edward Vincent. I don't see your comment right now. I see that Selma Fudd is saying what's up to you. So good to have Mr. Edward Vincent of Top Shelf Crypto here. Do yourself a favor, follow Mr. Edward Vincent over at Top Shelf Crypto on Rumble. You'll be glad you did. All right. KK says 16 more countries expressing interest in joining the BRICS nations. Russia supports Algeria's bid to join. Interesting. Cool Cat says, yeah, maybe it will settle at 667 and not be evil. That's good stuff, man. Man. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys got a good sense of humor tonight. I mean, might as well laugh a little bit about all this crazy stuff. All right. McDizzle says it's time to wakey people. Just like, remember Crocodile Dundee 2, right? He's got the guy off the the high-rise building. The guy that was trying to go after Mick Dundee because his wife Sue Charlton. And then he wakes the guy up. He's like, wakey. I'm sure you guys remember that, especially if you're a fan of that movie. It's time to wakey people. Trade will be interrupted. I hope you all are prepared. I have prepared. Class 87, yo. Lol, nice. Yeah, 87, man. Great year for who? Shout out to my all-time favorite 80s rock band, Guns N' Roses. Flat out, I'm telling you straight up, Appetite for Destruction. You listen to that from beginning to end. Every song is great. All right. Let me double check the other screen. We're gonna get back into our outline for tonight, and let's get back into it. So, we talked about some of the hot topics, right? This thing with XRP. That was cool. I'm glad Brian already shared that. Shout out to Bullzilla. Give Bullzilla a follow. He deserves it. Great live streamer, content creator, recorded, you name it, right? He brings the fire. On top of that, I'm going to give a shout out to Crypto Hulk, who probably makes fun of me or people like me quite often, but it's all right. I give him the benefit of the doubt. Why do I give him the benefit of the doubt? Because overall, I think he's a good guy and he does a really good job on his delivery. Do you know of anybody else out there? Maybe there's a few, don't get me wrong, who could literally look at an article and it just says what it says. And this guy could basically pull something off of it that nobody else pulled off of it by taking more of a deeper dive. He does it better than anybody I know of. Maybe there's somebody else better out there. Let me know. But if anything, I think he's a great content creator. And he's very passionate about what he talks about and so on. And man, he kills it with the Ripple coverage. This is 2 minutes. It says brand new stablecoin using XRP, XLM, and XRP. I'm gonna smash that like for it. Let's listen to Mr. Crypto Hulk from his perspective of brand new stablecoin using XRP, XLM, and XRP. Here we go.
These are stablecoins, and this is MUFG, 5th largest bank in the world, working with Soramitsu. Soramitsu is working with R3, which is the crypto XDC. So here we go. They're putting these 3 to 4 banks, money systems are putting together a crypto. It's going to be 24/7 digital ledger technology. Gee, I wonder who it could be. Interoperability. And it's talking about R3. That's the XDC crypto. Yes. Yes, it is. You got the Bank of Cambodia mixed in there. Basically, you're going to have Laos, Thailand, Japan, all these are going to be involved in this project. Here we go again. Corda based. That's the XDC crypto right there. Next, Japan's biggest bank. So who is that? That is the MUFG. It partners with Ripple. Next, Soramitsu. You got Hyperledger Foundation, which is an IBM project. You got the Cambodia, like we talked about. They got Soramitsu in there, which is using Hyperledger. Let's look at the next one I got to show you because there's a lot I got to squeeze in here in like 1 minute. Is R3 working with Swift? Well, the answer is yes. They tested them out. The long answer is watch my show to get what really happened. Ripple and R3, that's XDC. They were partners back in 2016. They both still kind of work together at this point. My last 2 articles, one is not showing up. We got here, we talked about Hyperledger. You got Stellar, which is IBM, working with IBM, and they have 3 Stellar projects. If you look down below here, there's the Hyperledger fabric. And what does it say? The Stellar, that's XLM crypto. The Stellar Development Foundation joined the Hyperledger. So they're all working together. IBM, Stellar, and that. This is Crypto Hulk. Check out my YouTube channel for awesome deep dives.
Totally agree. Awesome deep dives. Check out Crypto Hulk, especially if you're a fan of Ripple and XRP, XLM, XDC. He brings the fire on literally almost every day. So glad to share that. We're gonna get a little bit more into what we have on this outline. Shout out to Mr. McDizzle a little bit more. I thought that was it that we had. I guess we have a ton from him. So I'm gonna play this and just look at this. I mean, guys, here's the thing. Some people say, I should say some people, like literally just a couple people, have said, you know what, you can use the same example for, I don't know, some garbage crypto, right? And you can see this going on as well, and it's no big deal. I couldn't believe it. I was just like, you're not realizing the bigger picture here. This gives you just the tip of the iceberg, dust, if you will. You think this is impressive? Wait until we have full implementation and that utility literally running like a dang cash register, no pun intended, here by, November 2025. This is what fuels the debate of, it will have bull runs, but like during those particular times, like all-time highs. Do you feel as though that this is just the tip of the iceberg? Let us know in the comments. Smash that like, especially for Ripple's XRP. Look at this. This is pretty impressive. Yeah, pretty awesome stuff. And remember all those people who were saying that, basically speaking, that like, oh yeah, you guys in paying too much attention to your ISOs, paying too much attention to that, nothing's going to happen. Remember what I said? I did say, not to try and like I'm trying to pull a Crypto Hulk moment here, but it's true. I did say, look, it's probably going to take at least a couple days. And you could go back to the videos if you don't believe it. It's going to take at least a couple days for this to be initiated. And I use that example of, for instance, yes, El Pollo Loco, right? It could be anything. you have, or how about this, the computer. You got a brand new computer, you just got it from the store. Or I wouldn't do that route. I would build my own computer. But anyway, just say you go typical. You buy it from the store, it looks beautiful. You're all excited. You worked a long day at work. You got that sucker all plugged in, but you're like, oh man, I got to run all these software updates. Right. So you run all these software updates. Is that using the utility? Not really, right? What I'm talking about is, are you doing any purchases? No. So you say to yourself, man, I'm tired. I got to be up early in the morning for work. All the online shopping, right? I wasn't able to do it. So I'll wait until tomorrow. The next day comes. Oh, God, I'm still exhausted. I guess I'll just wait until maybe another day, and then I'll catch up on Friday. Perfect example is you eventually did it. You had all your upgrades of your software. You have this brand new computer, right? Quantum financial system. You get what I'm saying. And then, if anything, you are now online. You're all ready to go, and you're making those purchases. Perfect example. Just because there's a date when it comes to stuff doesn't mean it's going to happen on that specific date. But we did point out, watch out within the next couple of days after the 20th. You should see movement. It simply makes sense to say that all these banks, for instance, are not going to be using the new technology is absolutely absurd. Why go through all the trouble of, for one, upgrading to this new system if you're not going to use it? For one, it's going to save these banks money. Now we get it. There's other particular, banks, especially central banks of the world and so on, that are lagging behind, right? Not as on par as the rest of the European central banks, if you will. And that's going to happen. But the point is, if we're having a little taste of this, like I mentioned, the dust off the tip of the iceberg, the mist, this is basically what you're seeing right now. The mist. Remember, I mentioned this. It's literally the mist from the top of that iceberg, right? And oh my gosh, remember what Bullzilla mentioned? He mentioned specifically, like, or that might not have been him, but his panel, this whole thing with the Deutsche Bank, Ripple's on-demand liquidity, and that is just one. How many central banks are there? Well, you guys know. That's the key thing, because now we're talking about big institutional money. You have an answer with your utility, no pun intended as far as what the show's called, the answer of this utility to get it done. My God, shout to everybody who invested into these particular things. If you missed out on Bitcoin back in, 2009, 2010, and so on, and then that big jump in 2013 and 2017, you name it, right? This is why there's so much emphasis on these altcoins, especially the ones with utility. Anyway, I'm gonna get back in the comments just for a brief bit. We got quite a bit left for the outline. We're about an hour and 23 minutes into the show. Well over 60 people here. Thank you again for joining us here. We hope that our platform could be one of the go-to platforms for your crypto content, and news and updates, entertainment, you name it, educational side of things. But let's read this. Stargazer, majority of countries are going to join BRICS, is going to get screwed and no one to blame but the SEC. Mr. Dowie says something big will happen Friday. Always happens right before the weekend. All right. Cool cat. Sell some BSV. That water bill going to cost you. Oh, geez. All right. Gene Walter Latour. Hopefully I didn't pronounce that right. Bad news for FedNow partnership with Cypherium. I heard it's a scam. They don't, in the offices, no real location like Ripple. I don't know. My thing is this. We cover this twice on Utility Talk Now. Last week, we finished up our part 2 coverage in regards to some of the things that CypherX was covering and so on. So we definitely did address it and so on. My thing is, I'm going to wait and see in regards to that. I'm not quite ready to do like any, DSA into it more. I mean, if we had a monumental crash, maybe that'll be the last time. Now, some people say, why would you do that? It's more like the hopium side of things and the FOMO side of things. But yeah, thank you for reporting that. And Gene, I'd like to welcome you. Consider change your avatar to something that speaks more about who you are and what you're about. And guys, let's please welcome Gene. And let's see here. If Cypherium is a scam with Which crypto blockchain the Fed now is going to use? I need to get that information ASAP before it goes live, guys, please. Well, you can't go wrong with Ripple's XRP, and I think you've seen an example of that, XLM as well, XDC. There's something to be said, especially about XDC, right? When it comes to the trade sector. And here's a perfect example. Some people are like, yeah, that triple X, boom, boom. You can even throw an HBAR in that mix, right? All right, so let me get a little bit more into our outline. Again, I appreciate everybody who's here. Maybe we could tick up to 70. That'd be pretty cool. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Let's get back into our outline for the night. So nice coverage from Crypto Hulk. We shared a little bit of the XRP. Share a little bit more from Mr. McDizzle. Man, he's got a lot tonight. So let's get into that. And here you go. And as you can see right here, it says, would you believe this is the calm before the storm? This was posted about an hour ago, apparently. Earlier today. Well, yeah, I guess about an hour ago. Mike replies to this guy. Mike bringing it. Service interruption dates, right? We talked about a little bit of this stuff, right? It's a reiteration about some of the upgrades, right? The ability to link accounts to other financial institutions, view your link accounts all in one place, credit score monitoring, all this stuff, right? But it says specifically on April 1st, RAFE, as the entire banking system, is switching to the international standards ISO 222 for UAH transactions. Let me blow that up a little bit more. I know it's kind of hard to see. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. All right. So here we go. Yeah. So, you know, you have this whole thing of switching to the international standards of ISO 222 for UAH transactions. It says that, you know, these guys, right, from the Raiffeisen, Vinschießen, Eckenschutze, 9. Anyway, I got to stop doing that. It says during the night of March 31st to April 1st, 2023, Raiffeisen Bank, together with the entire banking system in Ukraine, will switch the new generation electronic payment system of the NBU-SEP 4.0 and implement the international standards ISO 222 for domestic currency transactions. I know this is really hard to read. Again, you got to keep in mind it's taken, you know, screenshot through somebody's cell phone. And anyway, this will take place according to the NBU board resolution number 93 of 16.09/2021. The NBU is implementing ISO 222 standard only for IBAN-IBAN. IBAN-IBAN needs to happen to all men to be banned in modern warfare 2 who hack. People who hack an online video game to give themselves an unfair advantage over other players have an incredibly small penis. All right, sorry. All right, so anyway, the NBU is implementing ISO 222 standard only for IBAN payments, so the changes will not extend to the transactions with banking cards and securities or trading card and commercial transactions. In this connection, we advise that our customers should perform all the important payments and transactions in UAH until the March 31st, 5 p.m. deadline. As the entire banking system in Ukraine switches to SEP 4.0, a certain period of stabilization is expected, several weeks. How will race remote channels and certain services operate during the period of switching to ISO 222? It's a good question. They have some particular answers, but the point is this going to the new system. All right, let me jump back for a second. So there's a little bit more. And of course, we talked about some of that stuff. So let's jump into the next page. All right. So that was it, I think, for the most part, for Ripple. We might have a little bit more, but that was, guys, let's face it, Ripple as XRP is going to make headlines. And we're going to continue to cover this quite a bit, especially ISO 222, right? All right, shout out to Manila Will, great content creator for Jasmine. So if you're waiting for some Jasmine coverage, here is the Jasmine news you're looking for. Lionel Richie, top 500 update. Don't believe the FUD. In less than 4 days, Jasmine manages to distribute, listen to this, 70 million tokens out of the T500 collective while adding 344 plus wallets on Etherscan. He's been keeping a really good track of what's going on with this. He says that's an average of 200,000 tokens sent per new Jasmine coin wallet. Wow. Yeah, let's flex on that. And so, some of these guys are like saying English. He's already explained some of this stuff, right? And some of you guys don't get it. And you know what? You may not get it either. But the point is, you could track all this stuff on Etherscan. And he's been very, very consistent with this. I'm sure he can do this. I just don't want to do it currently speaking on the show. We already have a big lineup. I'm telling you flat out, Manila Will has been keeping really good track of all this stuff. So I want to give him a shout out. One more we're going to get into. Regards to our Jasmine update, we have actually a little bit more. There's an announcement. What big news coming? Jasmine and Care will hold double AMA. Now, if you're wondering about this whole thing with the Care project, I did a small, I guess you could say, a reasonably big deep dive in regards to the Care project. Brought you to the site, gave you more info about why that project is significant, why it matters, and so on. It says, please check it out on Jasmine Management's Twitter page, right? You can follow him like you see right here. Hara, who's very, very active, right? He's the Jasmine CEO or CFO and CEO, if I'm not mistaken. And Care Project staff will talk about collaboration. And there you go. For instance, you can get more info in regards to this. It will be on March 31st, which I believe is 2 more days from now, right? Friday. Yep. And that's going to be referred to as Jasmine MGT Twitter space. So if you can attend it, cool. If you can't, there will always be guys who will do a chop up on the recorded. Was it KRI FI? Shout out to him. He's in the hospital, so thoughts and prayers are definitely with him. He gets better. I guess he had a mild stroke. I wished him well. Said, hey man, get well soon. The Jasmine community needs you. All right, we have more Jasmine news coming up here soon, but let's jump back into the comments. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Gene Walter Latour, sorry. XRP is going to be used the FedWire Fedline with. Are you asking which crypto? With crypto? Okay. The CryptoSmith Cypherium is not a scam. They are listed on the FedNow site as one of the 103 different service providers. Doesn't mean they will be used. Yeah. Thank you for pointing out, Mr. CryptoSmith. I wonder if you're still driving. Anyway. All right. Let's see here. Gotta fix this chair real quick. All right. Stargazer says XRP. All right. I'm sorry. Brian. GS, sorry, left for a minute. Wasn't listening, but seeing your comment. Oh, that's too bad, Brian. That whole entire time. Oh, man. Brian. That whole entire time that you were gone, I read every single comment of yours, and you weren't even here paying attention because you're doing your Major League Baseball league. Gosh, Brian. All right. That's all right, my friend. That's all right. I will continue to read each and every comment even while you're gone. And you can go back and basically listen from beginning to end to see if I did. Mad love and respect to you, Brian. Mad love and respect to my fellow brother in Toronto, Canada, our great allies that we have. Shout out to the Canadian Third Army of World War II. All right, let's go further down. Stargazer, XRP, XLM, XDC, HBAR, Algorand, Quant, all are good to have and hold. Yes, I have all of those as well. Some people are like, you don't have algo? You never talk about it. I don't know why we don't talk about algo enough here. You know what? We probably should throw in some coverage for algo. I have to put a memo down for that. Bull run already started. Yes. I just ordered the Coinbase Visa wallet. See how that goes. Very good point. Let us know. Wayne say, dude, serious up, man. XRP going up, bro. Shout out to Southern California, bro. Oceanside, San Diego, Mission Bay, freaking SeaWorld, bro. Animal Kingdom, filmed in Oceanside. Cha. Well, shout out to Wayneside, bro. Good to have you here, man. Surfs up, gnarly, tubular. Cha. All right, let's go further down. But yes, welcome to Wayneside. Miguel's here. Welcome, Miguel. Good to see you, man. Props to you, Miguel. All right. You never commented on the Affinity video that took time to chop up on in the comments, but that's okay. I forgive you. All right. Wayne's side. Russia and China are going to eliminate the US dollar in oil trading. Yeah. We talked about that earlier. And let's go further down. We got GF Burke. Welcome back. I think having an offline hardware wallet like pure peer-to-peer with no interest needed crypto transfers, I need to test this. All right. Wayne's side. Russia and China are going to switch from the US dollar, dudes, when trading oil. Serious up. All right, Brian Dowie. 36 chambers in doggy style, still on my playlist. Yes, absolutely. Lottie Dottie, we likes to party. Return to the 36 chambers. It's the ghost face killer. You know where I'm going with it. All right. Tim Shea says, cool cat, good stuff. All right, that triple X from Tim Shea. Cool cat's happy with this triple X. Brian Dowie. I wonder if there's a crypto that can be a bridge for CBDCs. I thought we had an answer for that particular one. Stargazer, both parties suck. They both are ruining the American dream. Yeah, I would agree with that. And that's not why I'm not a registered Democrat or Republican. I'm a registered independent, and I always have been. Well, what about the primaries? I get that. Well, what about the caucus? I get that too. Theta Frog. Man, that's an interesting avatar. Let's take a look at that. What's that? Elvis Presley? Sorta. Okay. Day of the Dead. Cool stuff, man. Welcome. Let me get to your particular comment again because I just did a whole wave of comments and I had to go all the way to the top again. That's all right. Let me see where we're at. Let me see. You guys are saying all this stuff about Crypto Hulk. All right. Wayne side. That's not always bad. You need that to buy a house or a car. Serious up. All right. Cool Cat Crypto, a British crypto, Equilibrium. Max, did you share the comment from Saudi Central Bank saying saying that Ripple are prepper and Ripple? Okay. Saying Ripple and Stellar for interbank payment. I don't know if maybe I did the other day, or maybe I did earlier. I can't remember on that particular one. That sounds familiar. Thank you for being here, Equilibrium. If we didn't, we could definitely have somebody tag me and I could reshare it. Gene Walter Latour. Can this YouTuber hold on? Try to get a interview with the CEO, say Sky Gao. Good luck with that. I would like to get more information from that CEO, see if everything is legit. Just like yeah, you know what? I mean, we could try. Some people are gonna say most likely he's gonna say no, but we could try. You never know. I mean, he's so active on Twitter. Maybe he'll be ecstatic about it. You never know. He does kind of promote Cypherium. I hate to say it, and me and Crypto Smith agree. He does promote Cypherium kind of like it's a meme token. All right, I'm gonna read one more. American Dream turning into a nightmare. Time to leave. Yeah, and what's sad is, what about those who are supposed to be already retired? You know, I mean, they're gonna have their dreams squashed completely. That's not cool. Actually, I'll read this one because it's Wayne's side. I like doing his voice. It's not really his voice, but you know what I mean. Debt is not always bad. Do you need debt to buy a house or a car, a business? Serious up, dude. Yeah. All right. Good point. All right. Let's get back into our outline. And let's go ahead and share this. So we talked about this whole thing of Jasmine. We have a little bit more in regards to Jasmine. This is good stuff. So if you're waiting for the Jasmine news, check this out. All right. So this comes from Hara. He says, in a speech by the Bank of Japan Governor Kuroda, he defines Web3 as a decentralized and fair internet where users can control their own data, identity, and destiny. Your data is your own assets that you should control. This has always been the starting point of Jasmine's development. And when you go further down into it, I know some people don't like me do that anyway. There's this link to the Bank of Japan. We'll jump into that for just a brief bit. Let me pull that up. And as this loads up, let me translate to from Japanese to English. Payment evolution, payment system for thin individuals. Well, God knows I'm not, right? But when we get further into this, this was posted yesterday from the Bank of Japan Governor Haruhiko Kuroda. Here's the introduction. He says, I am Kuroda from the Bank of Japan. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this particular summit today. The theme of this year's FinSum is FinTech, the age of thin individuals. Shin seems to have various meanings, but here I would like to take it as progress or evolution, talk about it. With the spread of the internet and smartphones, a variety of information is overflowing, and consumers who are thin individuals are taking various actions based on a lot of information. As a result, the needs of financial services are rapidly diversifying. Very true. And it is no longer possible to meet the needs of users providing average services as before. Listen to this for a second, guys. Under such circumstances, financial services will continue to evolve and innovate, incorporating new technologies and business ideas. The field of payments, one of the financial services, is no exception. Since my first opportunity to speak at FinSum in September 2019, the private sector's efforts towards new payments have been remarkable. Now he has the unbundling of service and features. I'm not going to get into all this specifically, but I do want to mention this part. He says overseas there are many stable coins. Think about this. Why we want to pay attention to this? Because we understand that by roughly June, I don't think later than July, you're going to see the entire nation of Japan do what? The unbanning of foreign stablecoins. He is addressing this, and he's a big wig. So, as the saying goes, pay attention. Overseas, there are many stablecoins that are distributed on permissionless blockchains, can be regarded as unbundling that separates. Regarding the word programmability, which is often heard these days, the function of making payments based on certain conditions is not provided by the entity responsible for the payment function as in the past, but by various entities, including its users. It's noteworthy that it can be programmed. On top of that, simplifying settlement mechanisms through liability conversion. He mentions, second, there are attempts to simplify settlement mechanisms through liability conversion. You may not be aware of this, but if anything, listen to this and especially connect the dots when it comes to, let's face it, with Jasmine. It may not say Jasmine here, but the key thing that you should follow is this. It doesn't matter if it's Jasmine. It doesn't matter if it's, XYZ project or ABC project. The key thing is there's only a few projects currently speaking in Japan that are cryptocurrency related. With that also said, if you want volume, because we follow volume, especially when it comes to like Ripple's XRP, right? We should also follow what's happening here soon with the country Japan. If you have access now for an entire country to have pairings to purchase the digital asset, example, Jasmine, we do need to mention some of these specific things. So it says, for example, many of the fast payment systems that have been introduced overseas in recent years use real-time gross settlement for interbank payments. Technological advances made it possible to eliminate the process of replacing relationships, simplifying the mechanism for transforming debt. If you think about it carefully, many of the current mechanisms were created within the technological constraints of the past. Yeah, great example of that. The MT messaging standard of SWIFT. Attempts to utilize privately issued stablecoins and wholesale central bank digital currencies for interbank settlement of cross-border remittances are also being received from payers while converting liabilities between multiple cross-border parties. Though it is thought that this is rooted in the awareness of the problem that efficiency can be greatly improved by simplifying the conventional corresponding banking mechanism that allows funds to reach people. Now, of course, he has a little bit more in regards to this. I'm going to read this part real quick. Recently, we often hear the terms Web3 and Web 3.0. Who doesn't, right? The term has different meanings for different people, but the Web3 Foundation, founded by Gavin Wood, who is considered to be the proponent of the concept, described it as a decentralized and fair system where users can control their what? Their data, identity, and destiny defined as the internet. What does Jasmine stand out as? Data democratization, right? What is the main thing of their utility? Data democratization. Anyway, how these ideas will develop in reality is what the economic activities will look like based on them are matters for the future yet to be seen. Of course, there's a whole role of central bank money But I'm gonna show you guys this conclusion real quick. All right. So from the perspective of firmly preparing for the future, the Bank of Japan started a technical verification 2 years ago. Did you know this? On a general purpose CBDC that assumes use by a wide range of entities, including individuals and companies, decided to move to, listen to this, pilot experiment from this April, my God, under the newly established CBDC forum. They, as in Japan, intend to make full use of the useful technologies and knowledge of private business operators involved in retail payments and related technologies. I'll reiterate that just in case you missed it. Under the newly established CBDC forum, we intend to make full use of the useful technologies and knowledge of private business operators involved in the retail payments and related technologies. Why mention this? Well, for one, this is from the Bank of Japan. Number two, the biggest whopper of them all was mentioned earlier in regards to data. And how many times did they mention data on this article? Well, they mentioned it once, but the key thing was where users can control their data. Now, combine that with going back to the previous page of connecting the dots. Who is tagging this? It's Hara, CFO of Jasmine. Now, why would the CFO of Jasmine tag a post from this particular individual who is Governor Kuroda of the Bank of Japan? It'd be different if this was just some guy off of crypto Twitter, like a regular Joe Schmo like me, you, and so on. That's not the case. Is this basically like sharing something that you're not supposed to from an NDA, but without officially sharing it from the NDA? Draw your own conclusion. Now, last but not least, people are saying, of course, there's some of these fudders. Jasmine's not a functional crypto project because it doesn't even have a mainnet. So how can it support blockchain? There are no decentralized apps or smart contracts, other features, no adoption, no use cases for IoT, and no value. Sadly, it's a dead project. I mean, a constant FUD, like crazy. Some people say it's awesome, blah, blah, blah. But the key thing is this. This guy clearly didn't do his own research. No use cases for IoT. Are you kidding me? How about the CARE project? How about the other one that we basically reported yesterday? What am I talking about? Let's get into that. So I'm going to show you guys this real quick. And that is, you can go to our particular page, which is Crypto Talk Now. Maybe some of you guys have already seen this. And we cover consistently these IoT, Internet of Things. Perfect example, Jasmine, the Applix partnership, 20-minute deep dive. Jasmine, the CARE project, 16-minute, somewhat of a deep dive. I go further down, data loggers, the bigger picture when it comes to Jasmine, their official utility layer. When you go further down into it, how about this? The Tokyo token. This guy was complaining about smart contracts and so on. Look more into the Tokyo token. But the key thing is, while these guys just try to scratch or pull something off the top of the surface when it comes to Jasmine FUD, none of them have what? None of them have consistent deep dives with the research whatsoever when it comes to Jasmine. And that is 100% true. All right, let's jump back into the comments. Brian Dowie says Bank of Canada considers XRP and XLM as stable coins. Cool stuff. KK, that's why they need to get rid of the Queen of Canada. Cool Cat Crypto, get those choppers clean out at the dentist. Might be running out of time to do that for a long time. Theta Frog, any news on Alliance Block? Yeah, we do have some news on that. We just haven't got to that particular section. We do have an update for Alliance Block, aka Nexera. Wayne said, we are already a cashless society with the US dollar not being backed by gold since 1971. Yeah, good point. All right. Is he using his mind to speak? I'm getting the choppers clean next week. Oh, nice. That's cool. Get down if you want to get down, if you want to live. All right. Makes a lot of sense to me, says Brian. Theta and Xera is up 3.32%. They constantly give updates on Twitter. Max may have more, though. He dives deep. Well, thanks for that, man. Always appreciate it, Tim. Means a lot. Really, it does. And not just for us, other communities as well. I hope they give you enough credit because you deserve it, man. You really, really do. You are literally like, you think about like an elected official trying to be a representative of your district and stuff like that. Like you literally represent all communities. You're awesome. I mean that 100%, man. Don't ever think that I don't recognize you enough. I just hope to God some of these other communities do because you freaking rock. You are so active. You guys know for the most part, most of you guys know, Brian Dowie, Coochie Boy, some of you guys, I see you on other particular shows, right? These guys that you see, whether it's Tim Shea, some of you other guys, but let's be honest, Tim Shea is literally like, I think from morning time to nighttime, you're killing it, man. I just want you to know, like, I give credit where credit's due. You deserve a lot of praise. You deserve a lot of credit and praise for what you do. And then just the little things, man, like, whether it's Sean here or somebody else, you'll quickly be right on. Nobody needs to tell you. You already have the links to their YouTubes ready, primed, and ready to go. As you guys know, I teach. I'm sure, I don't even know if Tim, you're old. I'm probably older than me. I heard you on Discord a few times. But my point is this. I always loved having students like you in my classroom for what it's worth. So, man, I love and respect you, man. Riplar Prepper, regarding the valuation of crypto, I think the BRICS and all the nations aligned will value approved crypto based on their combined national assets. That's a great point. Very well said. Riplar says this might include all the other world's regions as well. Coolcat says, oh, yes, BRICS is going to use crypto big time. Oh, yeah, you better believe it. Swiss cheese. That's funny. BRICS will use XRP, XLM, XDC, HBAR, BSV, and many others, in my opinion. And how about this, right? How about this? What about some of these other particular blockchains, right? Like, so for instance, we saw some recent news about, Conflux, CFX. I mean, you got to keep in mind, I mean, when the narrative a couple years ago was to ban it all and not give access to anybody. And now you're seeing the different narrative where it's like, nah, it turns out they are using some of these technologies. They may ban the access to the retail side of things, but at the same time, you see the narrative switch to no, they're adopting more of this, and it keeps getting popped up in the news quite often. I'm sure there's probably some other live shows going on. I know we took quite a dip from where we're at in the 60s. We lost about 20 people. That's all right. Smash a like if you haven't done so already. Brian Dowie says all those banks and countries buying gold, yeah, for a reason. Absolutely. They've been stacking their gold. So you know how we're stacking our crypto, right? With ISOs, and ones are part of the QFS, which most of those are part of the QFS. At the same time, these nations are stacking their gold for a reason at record paces. Now, why would that be? All right. Stargazer. Hold on a second. Let me read this, and then I'm going to need to take a sip off this. All right. Stargazer says, guess where that will leave us? We are screwed. Thanks, Sleepy Joe. Yeah, no kidding. Sean M. Jasmine did a nice little push today. It did. Yeah, it did a nice push today with no IoT connection, no smart contracts. It's a complete scam. All those things. Well, Max, Jasmine reminds me of Saitama. I couldn't believe that guy said it in the comments. He thinks Jasmine reminds him of Saitama. Okay, man. All right. Stargazer, new law, new president, older than you know what. All right, let's go further down. This is why he stacks silver, lead, copper. Yeah. Oh, yeah, and ammo too. Yeah. We still got a lot of old ammo. I mean, my dad's got, God, he's got a lot of ammo. I have to admit. Anybody do reloading? My dad used to be obsessed with reloading back in the day, long before I was even born. And I will state this, all right? So shout out to anybody who does dove and quail hunting. The number 8 shot, right? That load is the best pattern for dove and quail hunting. Don't believe me? Try it out for yourself. It's just a perfect pattern. That's just my opinion. And I do own a 12 gauge Mossberg 500. I do have a ported barrel. Want to trade it in for an extended barrel, because with the ported barrel, it just, unless you wear earplugs, I don't like to do that out in the wilderness. It will absolutely cause you to have your ears ring something fierce, because for one, this is a 24-inch barrel. And then on top of that, with the ported barrel, right? Yes, it helps with recoil, but man, oh my God, it just, your eardrums are burst. And as a result, I lost, I think the doctor said, or the audiologist, excuse me, 60% of my high pitch hearing from my left ear, which sucks. But anyway, but yeah, it's a 12 gauge Mossberg 500 pump action. I'm telling you, find out, number 8 shot. All right, it's the best spread. All right, let's go further down. Top Shelf Crypto, you see the little green spike just now. Good point. Hold on a second. Here's a comment from Sobo. I always like reading Sobo's comments. Max, if I hold, say, a lot of Jasmine and it skyrockets and I want to cash it in, I would be cashing it for $1. But if it's worthless, what happens? I lose. That's, yeah. So here's the thing. Maybe consider, I would say, a different denomination, but in reality, we live in the United States. Yeah, doesn't that suck? You don't want to see that happening. I don't want to see that happen. And at some point, we do want to cash out, but there are some particular assets. Hold on a second. Somebody keeps messaging me. It might be super important in regards to my dad. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. Let me see where we're at. No, hold on a second. I'm going to answer the question. There's a notification that came in, guys. Maybe you got it through your phone too if you have KuCoin. Here's some breaking news. Bitcoin broke through 29,000 resistance and was at 29,007.9, which is a 5.89% increase in 24 hours. Pretty interesting. We'll have to pull up the Bitcoin chart in a bit. That's a harsh reality. We're not rooting for that to happen. We're not saying it's going to happen. A lot of people feel as though it's going to happen, but you have to be prepared for the specific moments and so on. And so with that said, if you feel as though that this is going to happen to you, my answer would be this: to do a different form of a stable coin. Maybe not necessarily like USDT, maybe not USDC, because obviously that's US based, right? If we feel as though that those are going to depay and crash, but there's other particular stable coins. And of course, this fuels the debate of, well, if we have regulatory clarity, then you have other particular stable coins, whether it's Ripple's XRP, Stellar's XLM, and so on. So traditionally speaking, Sobo, just to answer this question, that would be the route. People are going to, let's face it, they're going to cash out. They're going to get hit with a harsh reality if this happens, where, your dream of all this going to the moon, right, and beyond, you cash it out, and then now this dream that you had gets smashed. We do that. You brought up a good question. How do we prepare for some of these specific things? So in the past, what I would do is, like, for instance, I didn't like how volatile the market would be. So if I was like, you know what, I'm going to take profits on some specific thing, I would cash it out, and then, but not cash it out necessarily physically speaking, right? Like I would cash it into like Tether or some of these other particular stable coins. Now, obviously that recently is not been too popular of a thing, and we get that. But again, in regards to Jasmine, I just want to state this: I don't think Jasmine goes to the moon within the next couple months. I think we'll see some significant gains. You know what I mean? Where maybe by June or July, particularly in that particular range, we'll hit some big milestones. Don't get me wrong; it's very well possible that it could go to like a penny or some of these particular things. But the Jasmine outlook, I think the biggest things will be probably by the end of the year, maybe going into the next year, where we get the big milestones of $1 and so on. So is that going to, long answer, not short, obviously. Do we get regulatory clarity in that time frame? And my answer is I don't know. I hope we do, because if we do, this will help with some of these things that she brings up, right? Because that is a reality. Now, that's for the example of Jasmine, and I'm not saying for any of us to cash out all our crypto, but this reality. Some people are going to be taking profits and so on. If you're the type of guy, and I hate to use this expression because it's overused, and that is diamond handing, I'll just throw out this example, XRP and XLM and so on, right? Well, for a lot of you guys, right, and I'm one of them, my answer is that is one that I might not ever sell. And if so, we're looking to earn interest off of it. So there's all these types of scenarios, and these are very, very valid questions, and they do get brought up, and they do need an answer. But the thing is, I think this solidifies that much more the need for regulatory clarity, because just like she said, cashing it out for $1, but if it's worthless, what happens? What happens is you saw the most amazing thing, and then what happens? Your government literally rug pulled you, literally. And that's what sucks 100%. So we hope to God, we pray that that doesn't happen, but we need that clarity so it doesn't happen. So on one side, it's like we all want to see all this stuff go to the moon, but on the other side, we need the clarity. So if we need it from a retail side, can you imagine, Sobo, what the financial sector needs from for just that, the financial sector side of regulatory clarity? They need it just as much as we do. So I hope that's a good example of the importance of getting this regulatory clarity that we need. But very excellent question, and here we do tackle on the tough questions. All right. Excuse me. KK, Germans after war used money for toilet paper because it was cheaper. Yeah, that's a good point. I know. I mean, I get that, and we saw some of the old picture. I think there might be some vintage, like, was it silver nitrate film, right? That shows some of this stuff, right? Like in the silent era. But my thing is, and I know I didn't live during that time, but if we're investing into crypto, right, we're literally saying, hey, you know what? Back then, could somebody have gotten a memo that, maybe to hang on to some of that stuff just in case, like, things get better, instead of just using it as toilet paper or burning it for, to keep the fire going. But again, what's the key thing is this: when people are put into desperate situations, they're going to take desperate measures, hence burning the money. All right, let's go further now. Yeah, smash that like. Tim Shea says, cool cat for XRP, decent wallet. Do you use Stellar Trust Line? All right, let's go further now. Top Shelf Crypto says smashed. Juan Flores, welcome. Consider changing your avatar. Something speaks more about who you are and what you're about. Where you see Quant in 2025. I would say, and I know I'm in the minority about this. I'll go with minimum, because a lot of times people want me to go with the minimum. I'm gonna go 15K to 20K minimum. That's just my opinion. People think, oh, dude, you're nuts. That's not gonna happen. I don't care. I do have freedom of thought, and that's the way I personally believe about it, because I believe by that time it should explode. And here's one of the key things. So for people to say that's never going to happen, Max, my thing is this: if we were having a lot of this talks about Bitcoin going to new all-time highs, some of you guys have it at 100,000, 250,000, seen that consistently as well. So something with no utility, right? That has more of a supply than Quant, right? Quant is roughly 14 some odd million. Bitcoin is 21 million. By the way, there's also the halving, which is not necessarily the I don't want people to think that the halving means that I'm saying that it's the halving of the supply has nothing to do with that, right? It's just basically like if you're a miner, you're earning half of what you got originally for producing a hash rate or whatever, your mining rewards, right? That's the key thing. So my thing is, when it comes to Quant, yeah, you know, if we're going to see Bitcoin get to new all-time highs, and let's say it did go to 200,000, you're trying to tell me that if that happens with Bitcoin, that Quant can't at least go to a minimum of 15 to 20K with utility of 100 plus blockchains being interoperable, support for, 15 plus SDKs, all the things they got going with those APIs and you name it. How about this? Here's something that nobody really mentions quite often. I am mentioning it. I did a deep dive on it. The QRC 721 standard, if you will, when it comes to standard, but you know what I mean? The NFT smart contract functionality. When I mentioned before in the past that this will help in the future for Quant to go absolutely parabolic, it will, because there's still a big supply and demand for NFTs. And as we saw in the past, we saw quite a few smart contracts fail on their security measures for these NFTs. Quant has a solution for that with QRC 721. And you got to keep in mind, it's just like, it's not just that. I mean, there's so many. This is why I'm so impressed with Quant, because they have multiple layers of utility, not just one. And it's all done through what? Overledger. So that's just the way I look at it. And I think that's more than being conservative. Some people obviously know that I feel as though Quant will go well over 100,000. That's just my own personal belief. I do believe by 2030, it could very well be the first ever $1 million coin. Some people are like, man, you're dreaming. I don't really care. I will not apologize for having freedom of thought. This whole concept with cancel culture, that if you're a content creator like myself, that you are not allowed to have freedom of thought because that might diminish your ratings. Like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen. How about this? That lady, Mike Cornwell told me about it, and I saw it before then. That lady who was a news reporter. I forgot what place it is. I don't know if it's like in Tennessee or wherever it was, right? She was asked, do you like Snoop Dogg? And she was just like, oh, yeah, I love Snoop Dogg. Fo shizzle my nizzle. She's just being herself. I don't think she's a racist person. But because they want her to fit the narrative of their ratings and not use common sense, she gets fired after she devoted 20 years to that company or that news broadcast. It's freaking ridiculous. We've become a society that hasn't used common sense, but wants to fit the narrative of what is popular instead of standing up for what is right. And my God, what the hell happened to the world? Diamonds and Rubies, Space Chick told me about your channel. Oh, very cool. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Really appreciate that. Well, maybe because, we do point out and put a lot of focus on the utility, cryptos and stuff like that, the ISOs and whatnot. Very cool stuff. We will share her content here in a little bit in regards to the excellent job she did with HBAR. And as a matter of fact, let's just go ahead and jump into that. We still have over 40 people. Let's give her some credit where credit's due. She did a really, really good job on her outline for HBAR. So I'm going to show you guys this particular tweet real quick from the lovely Space Chick. I had no idea she's a registered. I think she's a registered nurse. She's a nurse. She's at least in medical. She took a picture of that. So it's nice, guys, to see somebody who obviously, is pro Volt, right? And of course, with Volt, those guys, they're all gung ho Volt, and there's nothing wrong with that. You should be passionate about anything that you believe in. But at the same time, a lot of us, right? We came from, the meme tokens and so on, and we have obviously tried to educate ourselves more about utility-driven crypto. So I was so impressed to see somebody like her. When she comes here, she attends. She's in the comments. I went over to her show and watched it and so on. It was a pretty coll show. Anyway, what I want to say is this. So I put out a retweet. I feel as though that she did an excellent job in under 5 minutes. She shows you with visuals. Listen to this, with visuals. She has a great B-roll, right? If you know what that is. But yes, with visuals, I felt like I was watching like PBS to a sense, right? And she speaks very well in regards to her perspective of what Hedera is. And what's the bottom line? if you're a person that didn't want a deep dive, you wanted a quick gist. I'm gonna show this here in a second. You wanted a quick gist of difference between blockchain technology and Hedera's hash graph, because there is a difference, right? Hash graph is different from traditional blockchain technology. She has it. So we're gonna jump right into that here in a second. Let me jump back to that. Let me see where we're at. So yeah, here we are. I'm gonna blow up her YouTube page real quick. Let's share that. And this intro is pretty sweet. And I always respect people that have good intros. I know I try to bring you guys some good intros. Anyway, but yeah, let's go ahead and play this. And if you're impressed with this, by all means, give SpaceChick_crypto, that's how it is on YouTube, a follow. And if anything, you could say that, Max of CTN sent you. This video's got 235 views. Let's get up to like 1,000. It'd be pretty cool stuff. And smash that like for, and click on subscribe if you're impressed with it. It's only 5 minutes. This is the HBAR content you're looking for. Lionel Richie. Yes, here we go.
Hey, what is up, everybody, and welcome back to Space Chick Crypto. My name is Elizabeth Howard, and today I'm going to talk to y'all about Hedera. Take a look at this chart before we get going. Look at these big tech giant names. Look at all the sectors that they're covering with this governing council. Now, look at all the marketing that can go on with that. Look at all the experience that this governing council has. Well, this totally caught my attention, and I had to find out what was going on with Hedera. Well, Hedera is patented. Keep that in mind, so nobody else can use it. So that's really good, right? And then not just that, it uses a different type of technology. It's not a blockchain. It uses hash graph. So I needed to know more about what Hedera was, but I couldn't go any further without knowing what hash graph is. So let's check out what hash graph is, what Hedera is right now. But first, you know what to do. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe, share this video, and follow me on Spacey Crypto 1 on Twitter. All right, everybody, let's talk about Hedera right now. Hash graph technology is DLT 3rd generation. People are saying that blockchain is DLT 2nd generation. So this is apparently going to really make it big in the next coming years. Now check this out. Blockchain, it delivers information block by block by block. Well, hash graph, it delivers information all over the place like a graph all at the same time with less power and less fees, actually a fixed fee, and you don't really hear about that in the space very much at all, actually, like whatsoever. And what do they call this protocol that helps deliver all this information to all the nodes all at the same time? It's called Gossip Protocol, or Gossip on Gossip. Yep, you heard me. Gossip Protocol, it's just like what you're thinking right now. It's just like gossip, like middle school gossip. One node tells another node what the other node said. It's all over the place. Here's an example of hash graph and blockchain right here. You can see block by block. There's the blockchain compared to hash graph, where here's all the information out all at the same time. Yep, fixed fee, and also a lot faster. Now, there's something in blockchain that we call trilemma. Blockchain can only solve 2 out of these 3 dilemmas. Hedera says that they can solve all 3 with hash graph. Hedera is a company that has helped developers build their applications on their hash graph mainnet. So that means people and companies from all over the world have this technology. There are hundreds of applications already running on Hedera. You have DeFi apps, you have decentralized exchanges, you have NFT marketplaces, and you also have some games that are being built on Hedera. Like the governing council members that they have, you can imagine that the enterprises are going to love the services that they have to offer. So Hedera offers 3 services. These are what they are. Number 1, consensus. Post messages on the hash graph for time stamping and ordering. Number 2, smart contract service, which helps devs make programs with a Solidity code. And number 3, a token service, which allows applications to perform transactions. So anyone can access these services. You don't need to host a node to use these services. Anyone can get access to Hedera services by using the native token HBAR. HBAR does two things. It secures the network by staking the nodes, and it also is the gas or the fuel for the transactions. In overview, take a look at this chart again and see all the sectors that Hedera has covered with all these enterprises, all these tech giants, all these huge companies. Look at who their governing council is and look at what problems they can solve in the crypto space. Now, this was just a quick overview of Hedera. I do ask that you go do your own research. I'm not a financial advisor, but I have bought a bag of HBAR, and I do plan on continuing to accumulate more HBAR as much as I can, because I really do feel like this is the next thing, the next tech that we all are going to be seeing here very soon. If not in the near future, then sooner than later, in my opinion. All right, everybody, I'm going to continue talking about HBAR, continue to talk about Hedera. I love this project, so stay tuned for my live streams. Stay tuned for more videos. Don't forget to hit that bell and hit that subscribe button. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
All right, shout out to Space Chick Crypto. Very well put together video. I mean, come on, let's face it. If you didn't know about HBAR and you just stumbled across that, and you just wanted like the quick gist, she did a really excellent job. She's got the B-roll going. She got the educational visuals. This is all we're looking for. So very well put together. And I love seeing somebody come from, for instance, DGen and covering something like that. I thought that was super cool. Shout out to her. Give her a follow. Give her a like. She definitely deserved it. And I'm looking forward to seeing more content from her in regards to whether it's HBAR or some of these other particular ones. So, yeah, mad love and respect to Miss Space Chick Crypto. All right, let's go further down in the comments. But yes, diamonds and rubies. You can tell her I said thank you so much for the referral, and we hope to see more of you. Consider change your avatar to maybe a diamond and a ruby if you want, right? Rayan, welcome. I remember when Nokia company was the biggest. Nothing can stay where he is. Okay. KK says restaurants had signs not to throw money in the toilet because it was clogging up. Can you imagine that? You know, maybe that's where the expression goes. You're just flushing your money down the toilet. Everything has an origin. I don't know if that's the case. Makes you wonder, right? You know, how about this for size, right? So, you know, we're talking about everything has an origin. I watched a video earlier from Coach JV, and he was talking about, you know, the origins of sound money. I guess originally, right, when it was more in the token form, the physical form. Was it like, I don't know, 400 years ago or something like that? They would take the actual coins or tokens, and if it was real, it would actually have like a real sound to it, like if it wasn't counterfeit. And that's where the expression, apparently, I don't know if it's true, of sound money comes from. Anyway, interesting stuff. All right, let's go further down into the comments. Let's see here. Brews and Burgers says Crypto Hulk rules. Yes, he does. Thanks for being here, Brews and Burgers. Man, some Brews and Burgers actually sounds pretty good right now. All right. Yes. Somewhere in the bleacher, someone said, literally yelled out, "Yeah, Max, you look like a brew and burger. Your mom goes to college." What movie is that from? You guys know that. All right. Brian Dowie, Hulk wrecked his car yesterday. Oh, so this wasn't a joke. This is real. Surprised when I seen all the snow in California. Oh, that sucks. Crypto Hulk. Oh, hold on. Cool Cat Crypto. The Hulk slid down an ice hill in his ride. Hulk slid into a ditch. My ride got effed. Oh, jeez. Top Shelf Crypto, Green Alert, Woot. You know, I forgot to pull it up. Let me pull it up for a second. So let's take a look at Bitcoin for just a brief moment. We talked about it earlier. So, you know, the overall crypto market is up to 1.18 trillion. Maybe they need to update this, or maybe it pull down just slightly. I don't know. But, you know, that announcement from KuCoin says that we are at 28 or 29. Let's just do that. Let's pull up KuCoin. We haven't done this in a long time, right? We used to pull up KuCoin back in the day. Let me see about doing it real quick. Let me go to spot trading, get the chart there going on. All right, let's just share this tab instead. Hopefully my graph ain't all messed up like it was earlier. And of course it is. So, gosh dang it. There we go. All right. Yeah, so I mean, this is on the 1 hour. Let me get a full screen. I just gotta hit escape. Okay, hold on a second. On the day, let me fix that. Okay. Some cool stuff there. Let me see what kind of price they have listed here. Hold on a second. Let me hit escape. Been a while since I've been on the chart for KuCoin. Okay, so it did go a little bit down. So, you know, it broke up above 29,000 briefly at the time I was sharing that with you guys. And since that gone down, you know, let's face it. I mean, you know, some of these swing traders and stuff like that, they're going to take a little bit of profits. I was considered, let's face it. I mean, you know, that's about $500 worth. So, I mean, people will take it. But here's the thing. We'll monitor this, see where it goes from here. And if anything, I don't know, let me know in the comments. Where do you see this thing going? Do you think we'll get new support here soon? You got to keep in mind, I mean, you know, just because it briefly hit 29 doesn't mean that we got new support at 29, right? But anyway, I just wanted to point some of that out. I guess I'll keep it on, I don't know, let's keep it at like maybe the 2 hour. 2 hour, blow that up. I always keep it there for a brief moment. All right, let's go further down. Hard to drive on ice. Yeah, my dad used to do it with me. When I was a kid, it was actually kind of fun the way he went about it. We would go to like places, I don't know, like a parking lot, like where there's like at a mall or something like that, you know, just for the hell of it. And then like there's nobody there, and then he would just like, you know, do like, I would say 360, like 900s and stuff like that, right? Just crazy stuff. It was fun. I mean, but at the same time, I mean, he's more than an experienced driver. My dad was a hell of a driver back in the day. Even at his old age, I'm sure he probably could still outdrive most people. But anyway, all right, let's go further down. Sanal crypto, remember you? Casper, so bullish. Yep, I'm glad that we covered that. I'm glad that we did an intro. Let's pull that up as well. So let's pull up CMC in regards to Casper, or as Cool Cat would say. You know, he might not even be into this. Casper. He's always saying something. Here we go. So let's check this out on 24 hour real quick. Casper up 20%. On 7 day up 85%. Earlier this morning, it was like well over like 112%. So basically like 3x since we did an intro about it. So I'm glad that we did that. I have to double check how we're doing in regards to that video. I'm gonna actually see real quick. Oh, it's, you know, it's spiked up a little bit. I mean, 229 views, not much. I imagine if it went parabolic, right, it'd probably start getting a lot of views. And that's how it works sometimes. Like that Rio video we did originally, like 50 views on the first day, and then I don't know, I double checked it. I think I'm looking at right now. Let me see where we're at on that one. Rio, there it is. 1,400 views. It's not too shabby. Let me check the analytics on that one before it tells me that it wants me to log in or something. 22 subs. We have a little community with Rio. Thought that was kind of cool. All right. Yeah, it's gonna do that prompt anyway. We'll get to that we'll get into that as well. Yeah. Anyway. All right, let me stop the share on that. Kick it back to the comments for a brief bit. Burke says, I'm glad KAS retraced back today down to golden, healthy. Cool stuff. You know, people that know all about consolidation, you know, I can respect you for saying that, because you don't want to see a case where something just goes parabolic and then instantly dumps. Does not strengthen the assets. So I'm glad you recognize that. Yep, Bitcoin broke 29K, way behind the comps apparently. All right, let's see here. Holy crap, check Fiat leak. Look at that Bitcoin stream. Fiat leak. Oh, on YouTube. Well, maybe he still has it up. If that's what you're referring to, YouTube, let me know and we'll get back into that. All right, let's see here. Calvin says, "Wow, good to see you." Oh, it's got a cup and handle going. Hold on, let me see. Yes, my FTM big cup and handle measured move is 90%. Let's go. Well, maybe I could reshare what we have on here. Hold on a second. I mean, we don't have his stream, but let's see. All right. I mean, right here. So draw your attention to what he's talking about right here. All right. I mean, hold on. Maybe you could go to a different one. Hold on. We'll do a little bit less. Hold on. Let me blow this up again. I don't know why it's so smudged today. Man, I'm pressing the wrong button. Hold on a second, guys. I'm sorry. There we go. There you go. My mouse wheel is getting all weird. But yeah, do you see a cup and handle on the far right side that you see right here, right? Draw your attention to the right side of this. Not too shabby. That's very encouraging. So I know I don't have that particular stream, but we're looking at the same info for the most part. So I'll keep that up there for you guys. All right. All right, sorry about that. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. Maybe we can tick up back to the 40s. Who knows? I know it's kind of a long stream. But yeah, welcome Calvin with the T6 glider. Always good to see you here, Calvin. Edward says, I'll be danged if we get to 32K, but who knows? 32K XRPL. Yeah, that'd be sweet. Yo, FUD. We about at that 30, yo. Edward Vincent. I wouldn't be surprised on that, Sir Brian Dowie. All right, hold on a second. Bitcoin's going to blow. Burke says BTC double bottom. Cup and handle for me. Yep, cool stuff, man. I did. It basically speaking, if you download and use online multiplayer hacks to give yourself an unfair advantage at a first-person shooter, you do have a small wing. Absolutely 100% will say that with no apology. And in fact, it will shrink whatever you have to the point that they'll need a micrometer to measure it. All right. Yes, I'm just catching up on that. I was like wondering, eventually, when somebody was saying, HBAR. All right. Max tag. All right. Hold on a second. Let me pull that up. When McDizzle tags, I have to be it. And it's just the way it goes. And if you don't know, now you know. All right. So there's one of your tags. Let me know if you got more tags. All right. Share this tab instead. Sorry, guys. There goes the cup of handle. You didn't see it. All right. So McDizzle says, well, this was posted earlier today, like literally an hour ago. Excuse me. China and Brazil have reached a deal to trade in their own currencies, ditching the US dollar. So here's a little bit more reiteration about this. Here's the full story. We'll just blow up this part. So, yeah, they struck a deal to ditch the US dollar in favor of their own currencies in trade transactions. Now, of course, for some of you guys, was it Sobo and so on? This is where some of that doom and gloom comes in. I hate to say it. No one's rooting for this stuff to happen, but I mean, in reality, it could very well happen. It may happen soon. Me personally, I did take out a lot from the banks and so on because my attitude is this, at a moment's notice could happen, right? So it says the deal announced Wednesday will enable China and Brazil to carry out trade and financial transactions directly exchanging yuan for reais, and I don't even know how to pronounce that, or vice versa, rather than first converting their currencies to the US dollar via Fox Business. All right, there's more about this. Well, we can follow the full story, but I mean, that gives us the quick gist. Hold on a second. It says it's all fun and games until this brother pulls up. I'm not gonna say that. And if you're wondering about this, I have seen this. Let's go ahead and play this. It kind of instills some confidence if you're wondering, like, what's the U.S. response. Let's play this.
Iran, Russia, China, North Korea, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. They may be watching this right now. Our military should not be mistaken for a cable news gabfest show. We don't care what you look like. We don't care who you voted for, who you worship, what you worship, who you love. It doesn't matter if your dad left you millions when he died or if you knew who your father was. We have been honed into a machine of lethal moving parts that you would be wise to avoid if you know what's good for you. We will not be intimidated. We will not back down. We've seen war. We don't want war. But if you want war with the United States of America, there's one thing I can promise you, so help me God. Someone else will raise your sons and daughters.
Yeah, drinking dope, turn me to a superhero. Yeah, hit that pill, turn me to a super.
And there went our monetization right out the window with that track, probably, but that's all right. All right. And just like that, it just like lost where I was at. Ugh. All right, let me see where we're at. Sean is legit. If he says it's not a scam, I tend to agree. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it. I mean, at the end of the day, if you follow somebody long enough that you feel as though it has valid arguments that hold weight, at the end of the day, you do kind of have to hold people at their word, and that's a great compliment. So thank you for that. GG says Cypherium wasn't part of the FedNow pilot program. Red flag from what I see. Showcase is real, but nothing certain. And that's a good way of looking at it from that perspective. I mean, you know, and we point that out in regards to the whole thing with the showcase. I've even been corrected about that, mainly because I have the wrong date. You got to keep in mind, like I mentioned before, if you read, and I'm not saying that, you know, nobody here reads more than me. If you do, then shout out to you. I don't see how you do it. But I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I do read a lot. I read like a ton of material every single day. Whether it's from a teacher standpoint with like literally lesson plans at school or, you know, what we do here. Any way you want to dice it, I do read a ton of material. Probably more than the average person. I'm not going to say more than some of you guys because I'm sure you read a ton of material. But that was what was pointed out. So I put out a video a while back about the whole thing with Cypherium and that showcase. And I thought it was recent news, but it said literally a date that was similar to, you know, today's date, if you will. But the year was 2022. So I said that to Sean. I was like, oh, crap. Oh, my God, I goofed that up. And he was like, yeah, no, man, that could happen to anybody. And it's true. You read too much. Sometimes, man, you just skim over stuff. Not that you're trying to intentionally skim over things, but it's just, I don't know if you guys just open up like a novel from beginning to end. And then you just read a ton of that and you read other things, right? Just keep up with the news. Eventually, it's just like, oh my God, it's just so many words. And it's just like, sometimes you will have a goof up, right? Part of being human. So anyway, I am not AI. All right. The thing about Cypherium, Cool Cat Crypto, is that it still makes it maybe legit is the fact that the old DM Zuck created. Interesting. GS says, Tim, Cypherium to me is like a barking chihuahua saying that they are wolf killer. XRP is the big bad wolf. That's a good perspective. Edward Vincent, he's gonna go down to the pier. Gonna go down to the pier, bro. Totally gnarly ways out there are like totally glass, bro. All right. If you have Cypherium, I would keep it. If you have none, maybe think about it more. That's a great way to look at it. I mean, that's literally honestly what I'm doing. I have it. I'm keeping it. I'm also looking at it from the perspective, if it tanked a whole bunch, I know it sounds like maybe an unpopular thing to do. Maybe I pick up another bag. And then after that, I probably will be good. I probably won't get into it more. We will still cover news updates on it and so on. It's worth keeping up with it. But as far as like doing like a maybe an update like every other day and stuff like that on the little stuff. I don't know. Anyway. All right. Good to see Salamander still here. Well, maybe he's not. I don't know. I do appreciate it. Cool Cat Crypto says that's what I did too. I was like, buy Cypherium or just more of that triple X. More of that triple X. Heck yeah. Yeah, you got to go with the triple X. And more BS. Okay, I expected that. That's right. I might get a little bit more BSV. If I could have even 5, that'd be kind of cool. I don't have a lot, but at least I have some. I bought, in my opinion, bottom. I'm not complaining. I'm still in the profits on it. If you're in the profits on anything, I don't care what project it is, you should be happy. Max, awesome voiceover. Which one was it? Arnold, the Japanese guy. You know, some people say it to me. I think maybe it's KK. I don't think KK likes it when he's a Japanese guy, but I still respect KK. Maximus Jackman. I can make it a lot better if I really, really want to. It's just, you got to keep in mind, my voice has changed over the years, but many years ago, I was a lot better about my accents and studying those. And you may be thinking, well, really? Yeah, on our improv team, our director, and especially back in theater years ago, they would send us down to the library, and then they have like old audio books, and we would listen to accents, and then we would try to get it down on correct pronunciations and stuff like that. So, anyway, it was fun stuff back in the day, and it was a paid gig. You know, some people say don't quit your day job. You know, can a lot of you guys say you get paid to do what you love? My thing was this, like some people say, well, why don't you still stick it out? Had some disagreements with the director, and no longer became a fun thing. And my thing was, this is becoming more of just a regular day job, to the point where it just wasn't fun anymore. And so my whole thing was, what's the point of me doing this? I might as well just keep my regular, day job, right? Loan officer type thing. And I was just like, politely saying to hell with the director. So yeah, sorry, it is what it is. It's all in the past. Anyway, let's see. Let's go further down. Tam Cool Cat is undercover ETH maxi. Oh no. Cool Cat says, "Oh my god, I want to see John Wick 4. I think it's out now. Leave now before the admin bans you. Extract anywhere but the Steam folder." I'm kidding. You probably wonder, what am I talking about? All right, she has my new Mandalorian episode today. Ooh, nice. You know what I need to finish up on is The Godfather of Harlem. Finished up season 3 last Sunday. So maybe tonight catch up on the last 2 episodes, because man, I gotta have, as you guys would say, my Bumpy Johnson. All right. Tim Shea, is it Cool Cat? I might go while my wife shops, but I might catch up on Mandalorian too. I'll probably just wait until it's all done for the season and binge watch it. I love doing that. That's just my style. But Mandalorian is awesome. Awesome. I also like the Boba Fett one. That one was bad, but you compare the Mandalorian takes the cake. Definitely. Yes, that's next after my new Wu-Tang episode. You know what? That's so freaking cool that you guys love Wu-Tang Clan, man. Like, you guys rock. You know that? I really mean that. You know what? If we ever have when we have a CTN convention, we should have some Wu-Tang blasting. You know what I mean? And why not, right? If we made it all in crypto and this whole thing doesn't like just crash something fierce, right? Then it's crypto, but still, like at some point, hopefully the dollar still has some value. Maybe that will be the thing. So, cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Dollar bill, y'all. Yes. All right. John Wick is awesome, but looking forward to watching that Wu-Tang later tonight with your Philly blunt or something like that. Okay. That Wu-Tang. All right. I want to welcome Kirk Angel. Good evening, Mad Max. Thank you for being here, Kirk Angel. Welcome back. Let's welcome back Kirk Angel. Good to have you here, my friend. I watched Old Henry the other night. Pretty good Western. Cool stuff, man. So little known fact, a Western that I actually prefer the remake over the original, even though I'm a huge fan of Glenn Ford, is, believe it or not, the 310 to Yuma. I thought the remake with Christian Bale and Russell Crowe was better than the original. One of the few instances where the remake was better than the original. In regards to True Grit, I have both the original and the new one kind of like almost the same. All right, as far as likability. All right, Eric Carr, thanks for everything, guys. You're very welcome. Let's jump back into our coverage, because if we don't, this is going to turn into an 8-hour long stream. And nobody wants an 8-hour long stream unless their name is Mr. Michael Cornwell or Mr. Stardog. Right? All right. So we covered this thing with Jasmine earlier. This whole thing about the Bank of Japan. I thought that was big. All right, so shout out to Greg Lunt, and check this out. You're going to like this. Quant releases a new explainer video. Now, this one's only a minute 45 cents. 45 cents. I guess I got so much money on my mind, calling it 45 cents. A minute 45 seconds. I'm going to go ahead and play this. And again, thank you to Greg Lunt for providing this. Let's go ahead and watch this. This is brand new stuff from Quant. Like literally officially from Quant. Here we go.
Blockchain is spurring a revolution in the way we create, record, and trade value. Its benefits, security, transparency, efficiency, can be applied to areas as diverse as payments, capital markets, and supply chains. That's why assets of all kinds are being tokenized on blockchains, making their ownership immutable, their provenance traceable, and their use manageable. The potential is enormous, but every blockchain is complex and creates a different walled garden of connections and functionality. Today, the decentralized world of blockchain is made up of closed environments, limiting liquidity and leading to increased risk and lost opportunity. Every digital asset must be created specifically for each chain, demanding dedicated developer skills, which are hard to find, time-consuming to master, and expensive to develop. Overledger Platform from Quant establishes a new benchmark for blockchain interoperability and ease of use. As a low-code enterprise-grade platform, Overledger empowers you to deploy, connect, and develop on any blockchain quickly and simply. With Overledger, you can generate an interoperable digital asset with just a few clicks, create secure smart contracts that can execute on any blockchain without having to hire a team of experts. And you can use its advanced APIs to integrate with your systems and manage your assets on multiple chains. We believe that the blockchain economy should be simple, trusted, and future-proof. These are our principles and the genesis of Overledger Platform, the enterprise standard for building on blockchain.
I don't know about you, that gave me goosebumps. I thought that was super cool. Glad to have some new from Quant, right? So glad to be able to share it with you guys. That was just a quick gist. Not gonna make it too long. Thank you to Greg Lunt, Quant Papa, for sharing that. Pretty cool stuff, right? All right, let's go further down into the comments. Cool Cat Crypto says, haha, no, it's a guy. The film was a very good twist. All right. Max said Whopper, and I got hungry. You know what? I used to love the Whoppers, but lately, at least here, maybe I go to a different particular restaurant. They're just not as good as they used to be, you know? And I actually prefer my Whopper with no cheese. I used to, when I was a kid, I liked burger with cheese. I mean, your taste bud does change every 10 years. You don't believe me? Look more into it. It's a thing. But yeah, I actually prefer a Whopper with no cheese. I just like it that way. I do get it with a heavy onion, no pickles. I'm not a pickle fan. The only place I could tolerate pickles is McDonald's for some reason. I don't know why that is, but Burger King pickles to me are disgusting. Ugh. All right. Sorry if you're into pickles, but whatever. Why are all the ISOs running? You think about it. I think you have the answer to that. Damn ISOs don't woke up. All right. My dentist appointment. If you got to go, Cool Cat, you got to go, my friends. All right. Max, yes, I know you're referring to what I was saying earlier. Metopical and oh god, okay. don't know if I read that one. Tim is running 2Bit's channel. 2Bit might take a week off and let Tim run it. That would be interesting. Forgot how Tim Shea sounds, but that would be kind of interesting. I do like Tim Shea's, I don't mean this in a bad way, but kind of like, your semi-New England accent to a sense-esque, right? I feel like you're going to, investigate a crime in the movie, what the hell's that movie? It's escaping me. Now I gotta look this up. Dang it. What is the name of that movie? My gosh. Why am I drawing a blank? I'm gonna look this up for a second. You know where I'm going with this. Where the heck is this? I'm gonna pull this up for a second. Oh my gosh. Filmography. All right, let's pull this up real quick. The Departed. Yes. Like, you're one of the detectives or something. Anyway. Brian Dowie, sorry Tim and Caroline going to run his show. That's horrible, man. I always talk about Caroline. Forget Caroline. Sweet Caroline. Bomb, bomb, bomb. The only bomb, bomb, bomb thing she was bomb, bomb, bomb is, you know what? Never mind. I'm not going to go that route. You're very welcome. Laughing my gas for my pain. Edward Vincent says we are looking like maybe we turn into a red alert. Oh, jeez. Anybody used to play Command and Conquer Red Alert back in the day? Weren't those games so fun? Some of the best RTS games ever. All right. Let's see here. Mossberg 500, baby. The barrels are swapped in 2 minutes. They are made to. You have an 18-inch for home. Cool. 28 for hunting. $100 for a different barrel. Yeah, that's probably the way I'm gonna go. I'm probably gonna go to, for 28. It's just the 24 is just. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I like the feel of it and so on. It's just, it's too dang loud in the ported barrel. Anyway. Crypto Medizzle, but the dollar will lose value, so you will just the current trade value. Okay. ISO Jetpack. It's called taking a risk, and leaders don't follow. Good point. Welcome back, ISO Jetpack. Appreciate you being here. Peace to all the community. Yes. All right. Stump Writer. Max, how you answer Soba's question was based on my original question. This is a global concern. Okay, cool. So I basically hit 2 birds with 1 stone is what you're saying? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Sorry if I didn't. Jasmine to Neptune, Max. Come on. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that one guy. All right. I'm not going to even mention his name because he doesn't deserve it. A futter basically said Jasmine to Jupiter. He was laughing because you know what of. It's like, whatever, man. I will never mention. Here's the thing. If I block them, I give them what they want. If I mute them, I give them what they want. If I mention their names, the flutters on a live stream, I give them what they want. But you know what? One thing I'll never give them ever is a proper say about anything. And maybe that's bad. Maybe more. I should do more of the Christian side of myself and pray for these guys and so on. But I'm still a human being too. And yeah, there you go. Anyway. All right, so Jasmine will be great. Not looking for quick gains. I'm planning to hold 2021. That's a good way of looking at it. But ISO, let's face it. If Jasmine went to the moon and beyond in 2024 or by the end of this year, by all means, I mean, this is just me. Take your profits. You could always DCA or, do a few different bags, like a moon bag and all that type of stuff. But it's up to you. You got to do what you got to do. Anyone catch Gary Gensler and his BS? I didn't. Let me know. McDizzle says the U.S. is done. We'll get back into the news here in a bit. The U.S. is done, it says Crypto McDizzle. The courts don't matter anymore. What are they going to do? Sanction other countries? They don't have control anymore. It's sad. It is sad. We completely, it seems like we lost control. Jasmine definitely a launcher and play. Yep. Jetpack, I hear that. I'd like to see it run here and there. Jasmine is a switch flipper waiting for utilization. Yeah, I'm glad you look at it. But apparently, listen to this. Apparently, and I'm not going to mention the guy's name, there's a few of them. And if anything, I honestly think there might be maybe 2 or 3 of them, but there's one specific guy who has, and this is the most, and I hate to use this expression again, a small penis moment. So this guy uses different accounts. Now you may say, how do you know that? How you know that is how he words what he types. You could totally tell it's the same guy because literally you can recognize stuff. I don't know if you guys have been able to see this type of stuff. So I remember back in the day with hosting game servers, a guy would come in with a banned account. You just go and buy another CD key or whatever, come in, types the same crap, tries to claim that he's a different person. And I could spot that crap a mile away. A mile away. All right, I want to read one more, and we'll kick it back into the news. ISO Jetpack J0229 regulations have to come before it. Now ask yourself if you're waiting for regulations from XRP or for regulations in general. Well, how about both? All right, let's go ahead and highlight that. And let me see where we're at. Remove from studio. Let me present this. I don't want to present Martin Scorsese. Hold on a second. So we did cover the whole thing from Quant. Great stuff from Mr. What's his name? Right? Greg Lunt. Let's get kicking into Quant Papa. Wow, we got quite a bit in regards to what we have from him. Let's go ahead and jump into that. So here it is. Quant code in any language, right? With Overledger, right? Network. On top of that, excuse me, I'll say it again. Code in any language. Your ideas to the power of Overledger. Excuse me. Use smarter contracts. Use amazing apps. Create amazing apps. I should say. Get to the market faster. Code in any language. And look what it says there. Build your MDApps with 12 different coding languages. So it's not saying you're going to be limited to 1 or 2. 12 different coding languages. They already recognize that, you have to reach a broader base of devs, and it has to be something that they're going to be attracted to. Ease of access by not having people jump through a bunch of hoops to build on your platform through code that they may not have learned yet or ever will. Build for the future. Develop with our industry-leading API standards. There's a lot more to this, obviously. We're going to jump into that. Look at this. A little bit more from QuantPop. This is all recent. This was all posted today, so that's why I'm sharing it with you guys. LOL, they added more. Look at this. Use smarter contracts. Deploy and test their pre-built chain-agnostic smart contracts with Overledger's token flow. This is a direct response to that particular video that you just saw. So Quant put out some updates. Create amazing apps, like it says. Generate better applications to keep your projects at the forefront of distributed ledger technology innovation. Get to market faster. You know how many times we covered the whole thing of Gilbert Verdian talking about you have XYZ project. Hey, here's the problem we have. It's going to take us on our outlook maybe 2 or 3 years to build what we need. All right, no problem. With Quant's Overledger, we can get this done. And I believe Gilbert on that last example mentioned 8 months. And he had proof in regards to that. Was really cool. And then on top of that, when he talks about to build that scale, because at the end of the day, why is it so important to build that scale? If I have a great user experience, right, from the particular product, right, in this example, Overledger, well, just because it works well for me, will it work well for others? That's the key to building at scale. So if you have a product or service or both, right, in which you can't scale, you're literally stuck in the mud, right? You have to build at scale. So it has to be something in which your user experience is just as significant as mine, and that's why you're able to build at scale. So get to market faster, spend less time in configuration, and concentrate on innovating. You know, there was a lady, I don't know what particular event it was, maybe it was at Cybos, I can't remember, but they had an interview where Gilbert Verdian was talking about this whole thing. You have this lady in which they were able to provide, you know, an example of, look, you don't have to, like the typical ones that claim to be interoperable, you don't have to have an extra layer of blockchain to get the job done. Through Overledger, you take that out of the equation. How? Well, of course, he has multiple examples, but the key thing was, one example she mentioned was like, hey, you know, our monthly cost is, I think it was like something like, you know, $10,000 a month, and then that got slashed in half by what? Going with Quant, with what they provide with Overledger. So I thought that was super cool because, I mean, you know, as the saying goes, just like some of the other things we talk about, time is money. But what about having the innovative technologies at your fingertips to literally save you money, right? On overhead, you name it, right? Cool stuff with Quant. And I just want to show you some of this stuff because, you know what? It's worth pointing out. And this was fresh from the Quant site. You can look more into it. You go right to the was it Quant Network site and pull this up yourself. So it says, what is the purpose of the QNT token? This gets brought up quite a bit, right? So let's blow this up. And again, shout out to Quant Papa. QNT is a utility token. It is used for a form of payment for Quant services, most notably as a way for Overledger users to do what? Pay their fees, as explained here. And of course, you can get more into that if you want. Every developer and customer has to purchase a license. This gets brought up a lot, right? And can also pay for transactions in QNT. Would you like to list the QNT token on crypto exchange? And oh, by the way, for those, of course, you know, this gets brought up all the time, you know. It's ERC20. It gets converted into a QRC20 token. So it's not the end of the world. Would you like to list the QNT token on my crypto exchange? It says, thank you for your interest, but we have no interest in promoting the token as a cryptocurrency. It is, listen, guys, again, a little bit more fuel towards the debate. You get where I'm going with this. Yeah, let me read that. Thank you for your interest, but we have no interest in promoting the token as a cryptocurrency. It is a utility token for the Quant ecosystem. It is used as a form of payment for Quant services, most notably as a way for Overledger users to pay their fees, as explained here. And of course, I mean, maybe I do a deep dive more into some of these specific things if people want that. But I'm just kind of giving you some of the key highlights. I'm glad Quant Papa chopped this up. Why don't you provide more information about the Quant token? I mean, people do ask that. It's a fair enough question. It says, we, as in Quant, are building enterprise-grade products and solutions aimed at financial institutions. What's the common key element here? Kind of like Ripple. Aimed at financial institutions, not so much a retail. You know, I would like to list my QNT token on crypto exchanges. We have no interest in promoting the token as a cryptocurrency. It is a utility token. So, I mean, that is the general consensus. That is the common, no pun intended, denominated factor, right? But yeah, aimed at financial institutions, governments, corporates, and the partners and developers who support them. The QNT token is an integral part of our platform, used and most notably to pay for software licenses and sending transactions. But it's not the focus of our efforts. They're making it clear as day because you know what? They realize that this gets brought up quite a bit. Of course, it says if you would like to make the best use of the token and contribute to the ecosystem, we encourage you to develop on Overledger, Quant's operating system, and use any of our APIs to do so. And by the way, we pointed this out in another particular deep dive not that long ago, I believe. So eventually, even with HBAR and some of these other things, other content creators pointed this out. I forgot who specifically. I don't know if it was Mason versus Luis, but somebody pointed this out in regards to, you know, HBAR. Maybe it was also, it was another particular network that they eventually will have to address the API issue. They could get that done through Quant. All right, so I showed you guys that. There's a little bit more on our outline for this. This is good stuff because it's new, right? Sometimes people say, "Oh, you just recycle old news and chop it up." I can't believe that guy said that. Was crazy. You know, why do that? You gotta keep in mind. Sometimes people are new; they don't get all the news that we've gotten. You guys have gotten over I don't know, since however long we've been covering this. So the enterprise standard from the team that spearheaded the blockchain ISO standard and created the world's first blockchain agnostic API gateway. Yeah, API gateway, the first blockchain agnostic API gateway. Why would other projects want to use Quant for APIs? Because they are the first blockchain agnostic API gateway. That's why Overledger puts technology previously only available to major financial institutions in your hands, empowering you to build for the new economy. Who officially recognizes them as a co-chair? The IETF. Why them? Well, we did, of course, a deep dive in regards to that. They literally been around since, I believe, 1986. We're talking like the infant stages of getting the internet going. Yeah, people are saying, no, Max, it's ARPANET with the Russia ARPANET and so on. My thing is this, understanding that there's a big leap from where we were at back in the 1980s to going from there to like news groups, IRC, all that type of stuff to where we're at now. We're talking about pre-Web 1 to Web 1, then obviously Web 2, we're in Web 3. But the IETF are literally the pioneers of the internet. Why would the pioneers of the internet want to get involved with Quant? And of course, we did a deep dive in regards to that. You can look more into it. It's in a recorded video section. I'm not going to jump too much into deep diving in regards to that. But the IETF are big on recognizing the innovators of this ever, what do you call it, the evolution of Web 3. All right, let's go a little bit more into this outline because there is a little bit more. How about the foundation of the blockchain economy? There was an update on their front page text, the foundation of the blockchain economy, right? This person asks, are these new on their website? Yes, there is much more. Yeah, they totally did a whole new revamping of everything on the Quant site. So super cool stuff to see this. Here's a little bit more, create a payment system, QNT. What is this? Let's get into that. So payment systems, here's a brief intro in regards to that. Blockchain payment systems provide the framework to settle financial transactions through the transfer of monetary value. No kidding. We understand most of this stuff. But look what it says here on the second paragraph. Whichever payment and settlements models you're developing, Quant Flex tokens have the features needed to represent value in your system, as they are created and destroyed on demand to reflect events such as collateralization, settlement, funding, and defunding as needed. Combine this with Overledger's APIs to monitor and report all transactions for powerful payments network. Now, when you get further down into it, kind of gives some information in regards to MetaMask, about Quant Smart tokens. Let's talk about that for just a brief moment. Not all tokens are created equal. It's kind of funny how they mention it like that. Our smart tokens carry Quant DNA and are as follows. Easy to use, where you can configure and deploy your smart token in less than 3 minutes without a single line of code. Wow. Interoperable. I mean, come on, let's face this. Quant. They're going to mention interoperability at some point. Secure. Trust the smart contracts that accompany your tokens, as they're expertly coded by a team of PhDs and externally validated. So they don't just like pull some geek off the street, like from the Phantom Project with a P. No, they don't do that. Oh, did you work in the, you worked as a longshoreman. Well, and there's nothing wrong with longshoremen, but they don't just take anybody and everybody, right? Quality over quantity. Programmable. Maintain complete control over your token by using our function-rich smart contracts. Now, in regards to the Flex token, using Quant Flex tokens, create and deploy your smart token with no coding in under 3 minutes. Choose between an infinite supply or a maximum supply limit. Assign a wallet that would be able to create or mint additional tokens after launch. Now I get it. This whole thing in regards to Quant Flex tokens sounds new and bizarre. If anything, I might take a deep dive more into that and give you a breakdown for that. So be on the lookout for that. I think we might have a little bit more, and again, shout out to Quant Papa for chopping some of this up. This is live, so what exactly are we talking about? Let's break into some of this. So it says specifically, all right, and he chops off his name, and that's okay. It says do more with Overledger. Payments. Yeah, payments. Nobody really talks about when it comes to payments, when it comes to quant, but we understand that they're the backbone for getting the job done in regards to a lot of this. But payments, typically when you think of payments, you're thinking of Ripple's XRP, XLM, stuff like that, right? But you're not really necessarily thinking of quant, right? Quant gets job done for APIs, and so on, and there's that connection making things interoperable. But for payment specifically, well, look at what it says. The next generation of payment systems demand enterprise-grade smart digital currencies that can handle collateralization, settlement, and funding with ease. Our chain agnostic tokens have the flexibility and programmability to do just that while transacting value securely, and Overledger enables you to monitor and report on it all. And of course, this is show me how. And again, that may be part of a deep dive that I do. I'm just trying to give you guys the gist of it. And this is why I always go with Quant Papa, because he gives you the key highlights. And of course, if you want to take more of your own deep dives without waiting for me, more than welcome to do so. How about this real quick? I know we're getting into a lot of this, but we did a decent job of getting into the comments. At least I should say I did. But, we're all here. So here's the token flow, right? It says, you can create tokens on their mainnet version 2.0 only after you have completed the ID verification. Payments. It says create powerful payment networks that support a range of transactions or issue digital assets such as digital currencies and asset-backed loans. Asset-backed loans. Interesting. How about sustainability? Create carbon tokens for businesses that want to manage their environmental and impact while being more transparent and accountable. What would be a perfect example of that? Would be pretty much like HBAR or your algo, right? When we get more into this, you're going to see more things get mentioned when it comes to carbon credits. You don't believe it's a real thing? You better believe it's a real thing. Quant is mentioning it. So carbon credits, tokenized carbon credits that can be sold and traded to open new doors to climate financing. Flex token, credits needed. This whole concept about carbon credits, you're literally seeing it come into full fruition. You're seeing it through Overledger. Literally. They're not joking about it. And here it is. Carbon offset certificates. Create a unique certificate of carbon offsets to meet regulatory requirements. What am I talking about? You're not caught up with this? We're going to be living into a society where carbon credits is a real thing, or carbon offsets is a real thing. My dreams of owning a 1964 Chevy Impala convertible, hitting the switches and all that stuff. I don't know if I go with the switches. I'm more of a traditional type of guy. But the point is, I want some of those old cars. I want some of those old vintage Impalas. I want a 59 Impala. I want a 60 Impala. I want a, I believe it's a 61 or the 62 with the bubble top. I also want a 64. I don't want a 63. I understand the 64 has transmission problems, but I'm okay with that. I have friends that are mechanics. But my key is I want to own at least 3 or 4 Impalas. That's the thing. That's been one of my dreams, my crypto journey. When it's all said and done, right? Creating that generational wealth. But the key thing is, in the future society, I may very well need what? Carbon credits to make it happen. And that's one of the things I want to point out. If I'm going to be driving some of those old vintage classics, right? I need to have something that, let's face it, because I'm driving a car that has a combustion engine, right? I need carbon credits. So this whole thing of people saying that, this is just, loony stuff and cuckoo bird stuff 20, 30 years ago, it's a reality. Are you kidding me? Quants with Overledger, they're literally mentioning some of this stuff. A little bit more. I know this is kind of a deep dive, but look at this. Payments, stablecoin or CBDC trials. You can create a stablecoin or central bank digital currency to use as a trial and test the potential benefits and limitations before implementation. The point is the ease of access to this. Now, you may be thinking, why would they have this available to be seen by, I don't know, the average Joe Schmo? Well, if anything, maybe for testing purposes, you never know. Here's the thing, right? This whole narrative that it's only, I don't know, Harvard, Yale, some of these other particular schools, Princeton, you name it, right? Where they only have access to the educational side of things. This is the internet, for crying out loud, Web3. What do we know from that? We know that one of the key things is to have access to information. Here's some of that information. It's readily available. We live in an information age where people are not necessarily suppressed by their education as far as having a degree to have some kind of form of knowledge. It's all readily available to the public. So I wanted to break that down to you. There's of course more, like even Greg Lunt, like carbon credits. Yeah, I mean, I get it, but it's a thing. I mean, whether we want, they're kind of having a nice back and forth conversation. And I'm glad to see Quant Papa and Greg Lunt and the Quant All-Stars having a conversation right there. It's cool. It's very cool stuff. I believe that's it in regards to Quant. Glad to share that with you guys. I mean, hopefully you enjoy that. I mean, maybe a few people, but this show's 3 hours and 10 minutes for crying out loud. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. This is the crypto content maybe that you're looking for. No, I'm not going to say Lionel Richie. Let's jump into the next comment. McDiz, they are trying, says Tim Shea. All right, here's an update in regards to Gary Gensler. Oop, dang it, that went right up my head. Gary tried to claim we already have crypto regulations. I nearly threw up. Yeah, and he's the biggest hypocrite of them all. I mean, that guy knows so much about blockchain technology and so much about crypto and its use cases. And to see him on record literally praising Ripple years ago, then he joins the system, if you will. And how about this for a title? Can I go with this? How about this? He is the Benedict Arnold of crypto. Can we go with that? Because somebody chop up some memes and let's get this out, because he is a freaking turncoat any way you want to dice it. Little known fact, a few months ago, I went and got breakfast, and the lady says, would you like to know some of our specials? I said, yeah. And she says, well, we have a special on Eggs Benedict. I said, okay, that sounds good. And for the price, I think it was like $4, which, let's face it, $4 for breakfast, you're not getting that anywhere. So I went with it. And then my buddy also got it too, right? And I said to myself, oh my God, what are you doing? And he's just like, what? I said, you were putting ketchup on your Eggs Benedict. You don't like the hollandaise sauce? No, he goes, no, I like to put a little ketchup on it. And so I came up with this little joke. Maybe you'll run with it too. I said, oh man, you turncoat. He goes, what? Oh, I get what you're saying. I go, yeah. I said, let's call your breakfast a new thing. Eggs Benedict Arnold. Because literally you just put some freaking ketchup on your hollandaise sauce, you darn turncoat. Anyway. But yeah, Gary Gensler, the Benedict Arnold of crypto. All right. ISO Jetpack J0229. Which comes first, XRP regulations or regulations for all cryptos? I think I already read that, didn't I? I think I did, yeah. Burke, way too many big players in crypto. No way they can just shut it down or whatever. Cool Cat, whatever Gary decides, that specific, yeah, whatever he's in the mood for. He's like he's on his crypto period. No disrespect to the females. Brian Dowie, Gensler does what he's told. He knows he's full of BS, but he rolls with it. Yep, he does, because he has aligned himself with the new system, and that system is basically the one that supposedly wants to hang on to the old way of, I guess you could say, trying to be domineering. We're supposed to be the land of the free, the home of the brave, and all that stuff. But yet we have literally these small dictatorships in the form of finance and clinching onto the old system because of this ties to what? Wall Street. To this ties to what? JP Morgan and stuff like that. And it's just ridiculous, because at the same time, like we mentioned, it's like, hello, JP Morgan, quorum? No, I'm not talking about quorum. And so, like, some of these guys just don't get the memos of what they're technically invested in. And how about this? As the saying goes, you can't play both sides of the fence, but apparently JP Morgan wants to play both sides of the fence. And we talked about this the other day. Somebody mentioned, well, maybe they're trying to make it look that way to create fear for them, and their buddies can go out and buy it all up. And that's true. That's a very good point as well. Cool Cat God, Gary is one creepy. Yeah, he is. I agree with you on that. He looks like somebody that would be featured on, was it Nightline with what's his name? I forgot the guy's name. Drawing some blanks. That's what happens when you go after 3 hours. KK says Gary Gensler is a snake in snake's clothing. Very good point. Sobo, thank you, Max. Probably, I don't know if you're still around. You probably got to get up early because on the time difference. So I imagine you're 2 hours ahead of me. So it's probably about 11:28. You're probably gone by now. But anyway, Silva says, thank you, Max. It's just most of our crypto at some point gets cashed in. If our dollar is worth us, I hope we have something to convert it to. Yeah, absolutely. We got to be able to, as the saying goes, I mean, you got to be able to, take some kind of profit. And where do you put the profits if it's not worth anything? But I think we'll be all right in the long run because of the timing of what, guys? Regulatory clarity. It's all alignment. If we're so concerned, like her particular statement, then you better believe that the big financial institutions are that much more concerned than we are about regulatory clarity. So, this one hand wash the other may very well be the case, right? McDizzle for shizzle, manizzle for show. Oh no, I'm gonna get canceled for saying that. Cash App has Bitcoin. You can get current value at the time. And for the record, I'm not a racist person. I mean, shoot, I have two cousin-in-laws. They're like Damien and Olu. They're black, technically half black, half white. And their grandfather, great man, great man, Sir, he was a Tuskegee Airman. How cool is that? You know how cool it was to meet that guy a couple Thanksgivings way back in the day when I was I think I was between 12 and 14 years old. It's pretty freaking cool. You know what I mean? Some really interesting stories. Oh, I said manizzle. So that makes me a racist? Please, use common sense. All right, so if you want to get your crypto turned into money after the country collapses, just go shout to Iraq and get online there. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good point. All right, ISO Jetpack J0229, because the first 228 were taken. Are books becoming digital too? No more hard copies. Well, here's the thing, all right? I can understand the argument with that because it's like, you think about, well, at least I do. I think about like, Hitler's stance, Nazi Germany, the book burnings and stuff like that, right? I don't want to see any hard, copies get burned, right? If how should I say it? Some people worry about like the new form of wars will be fought with cyber attacks and stuff like that. We need to have some kind of physical books and so I don't think that's going to go away. I mean, but for me personally, as a teacher and also, I did subbing for college instruction, right, as an instructor, and I did some modules. My thing was, I always told our students, you want to save a lot of time, you got to go with the PDF, or ebook. The reason for that is because of Control F. I always start off with this. Control F is your best friend because it goes through the entire ebook and highlights key areas. You don't have time to read all the material, do this. You know what I mean? And so many people thank me for that. And I got a lot of people to convert to the ebook for that specific reason. And you will save a ton of time. The traditional format of just digging through your text and trying to find the material, you save so much time. I save so much time. And in college, I doubled up all my classes. So I was already on what they call a fast track system, right? And I agreed to, if I was willing to obviously pay more student loans to get all done. I didn't want to stay in college for 8 years or whatever, right? I wanted to get this done as soon as I can. I still managed to get straight A's and all that great stuff, 4.0 GPA, valedictorian, all that stuff. But my key thing was I have an opportunity where I can get my associates, my bachelor's, and my master's in under 3.5 years. How can I make that happen? It's called I had to double up on my classes, and I did. But if I didn't have the option for an ebook for the material, there is no way. I don't think I could have got done in time. You know what I mean? Because there was so much material to cover. All right, let's go further down. Yeah, Q&T will be 1,200, 1,500, pretty easy by then. Yeah, I'm glad you guys see it that way. All right, that Iraqi diner. Let's see here. ISO Jetpack Quant will be 10,000 a coin you watch. Yeah, I agree. Michael Montclair, if Bitcoin has 1 million, everyone in this room will be wealthy. Every one. That's a great point. Why is that a great point? How many times do we show you guys consistent things to show whether, even with some meme coins, I hate to say it, but it's true. We'll see now, I don't want to call it trickle down economics because that's so politically driven, but we'll see some of the crumbs come the way even of like meme coins, not necessarily to the point where you become a millionaire, but who knows, maybe even see some profits from some garbage tokens as possible, unless of course those projects, have shady devs who, will just rug the community by draining the liquidity. That's obviously always going to be an issue. But for these ones where they're not doing that, where they're still hanging on to what little community they have and so on, still want to build, you may see some things like that. But my point is, again, like what Michael Montclair was mentioning, if we did see like Bitcoin at $1 million, if Bitcoin and Ethereum are still top players, maybe at that point of the utility run, you don't see them being 81% of the overall market cap. Maybe that drops down to 70%. I don't know, because let's face it, I mean, Ripple is going to play a big factor. Some of these other ones, right? Quant. But they'll still be, I imagine, up there. If they're still going to be up there, then it would make sense to pay attention to some of the charts, pay attention to some of the graphs. Another example we showed you guys the other day with Mike Cornwell, he shows you that chart that shows Bitcoin, and then it shows the Jasmine chart, and they're literally almost identical, both on what? I should say both on multiple things. 90-day chart, 30-day chart, 7-day chart, 1-day chart, 1 hour chart, right? For both Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Jasmine on that particular correlation. So the thing is this, if we did see, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, like $1 million Bitcoin or something like that, then oh my gosh, you can imagine what Jasmine would be worth. Some people said the whole thing about, we could realistically get to $17. That's a consistent thing, kind of like, Ripple's XRP at 559. Oh man, I mean, Jasmine, even at 100,000 Bitcoin, how much would it be worth? But the key thing is the entry points of where we're at now. If we're at 0.004, I believe, you're not thinking that's close to bottom. We know that it is close to bottom. We saw bottom, I believe, right around the time of FTX. We saw Jasmine at 0.0029, and now it's at the fours. So that's what becomes so attractive when it comes to risk to reward ratios. And I think that's why a lot of the XRP community is recognizing Jasmine, because think about it, that risk to reward ratio is appealing. And if they feel as though that there's something there in our community or other communities, there's more than just us, obviously, is providing people consistent news and updates about, Jasmine doesn't appear to be a scam. On a chart, it appears to be a blatant rug pull. I will agree with that. But if you take more of your deep dive, which these fudders won't, because that would require work on their lazy behalf, they will notice that there is something there and that they constantly have updates. Oh, these are just fake offices and so on. You know what? I can't wait till either it's myself or some other members of the community get more solid video evidence and pictures. And even then, let's face it, even then with a lot of evidence, people still FUD it just to do it. Whether they're trolls, wherever the heck they are, they're going to do it. And that's just reality. And it doesn't matter if it's Jasmine, doesn't matter if it's some of these other projects. A FUDder is going to stay stuck in the mud with FUD. And that's the bottom line. All right. Edward Vincent. Ooh, Gilbert Verdian as es cuanto. Oh, muy bien. Why did I say it like that? I have no idea. But Edward Vincent, he likes that idea. All right. GS Triple C Cool Cat Crypto. That's the ace the US has, and those in the know. Oh, okay. GG. QNT easily will be 5 digits. People will help holding, and they will be locked up in the subscriptions. That is a great point. And if anything, maybe earn interest in the future. GF Burke. QNT is so fast and cheap to move around. Also, I've noticed ETH will be the Netscape navigator. Yeah, God, Netscape. I was never a fan of Netscape back when we had to be forced to use that crap. And I'm glad that we moved along, way away from that as time went on. Here's the thing. You know how Gilbert Verdian mentions the whole thing about walled gardens? With Web 2.0 at that point, think about how, if you want to use Netscape, are you going to really be able to talk to, guys on AOL or let's say using CompuServe or some of those other ones. Those were the walled gardens that he's referring to. Tim Shea, pretty soon we will be using those 3 seashells. Jeez. That is from I know that movie. Sylvester Stallone, Sandra Bullock in this movie looked amazing. She was so dang cute. And Demolition Man, the 3 seashells. I think that's what you're referencing. Michael Montclair, we've become the political correctness world, and it's so sad. And it's a generational shift to force us to accept the new ways. And what if we don't want to accept it? So we're canceled out because we don't want to conform to the new ways. No. There used to be a saying back in the day, it was well, as long as they don't bother me, I don't care what they do. That aged pretty well, didn't it? That aged really, really well, didn't it? Because that is no longer the case. All right, Cool Cat Crypto, a certain dust up. All right, let me go further down. Cool Cat Crypto, I knew I sensed that pack. Chocolate Crypto says your intro is awesome. Well, thank you for that. Appreciate that. Well behind on the comments. Hendrix, when XLM to $10, I wish I had an answer to that. I mean, I wouldn't mind it at $10 right now. All right. XLM over $10 after the suit. Yeah, that's a good point because it does kind of follow with it. Your flexion of muscles. Thanks for being here, Hendrix. All right, let's go further down. We're going to get more news coverage here in a second. Brian Dowie says, Hendrix, grab what you can afford, XXX, HBAR, and Quant. All right, let me go ahead and highlight this from Brian Dowie. I'm going to get back into our news coverage. Let's jump into that right now. So we covered quite a bit in regards to Quant, and glad to be able to do so. I thought that was pretty cool, and especially that video, right? All right, so let's get into Stellar. Yeah, I'm trying to keep up with the Stellar news. How cool is that, right? Who else? Like Richard Common Sense Crypto, he stated a while back, and this encouraged me, by the way. He was just like, have you ever seen a Stellar influencer or content creator? You don't really see them. Well, I'll tell you this much. We're trying to be. Why not? So let's see here. Share the window. All right, so this is an update in regards to Stellar. You could call it update, call it educational, whatever the case be. This was posted just 2 days ago. This comes from alp.lsp, right? Let me give him a follow. He's doing a good job with his coverage. So it says thread, 3 important XLM news for 2023. Number 1, Stellar Lumens XLM is one of the most promising cryptocurrencies in 2023. I couldn't agree more. Here are some reasons why you should pay attention to this project and its native token. So we can get further into this. It says, Stellar is also developing, did you know this, Sorobon. It's a smart contract platform that will allow developers to create decentralized applications on the Stellar network. Sorobon will leverage Stellar's partnership with MoneyGram, one of the largest money transfer companies in the entire world. On top of that, after the Sorobon launches, LumenSwap, a lot of you guys love LumenSwap, right? They plan to create XLM-backed stablecoin, and this way Stellar is going to have fully transparent, and on-chain stablecoin. Stellar is the linking to the Polkadot ecosystem, and we did do a small deep dive in regards to that. It's in the video section as we speak. It is I believe, the second to last Stellar video if you're interested about the whole thing with linking to Polkadot's layer 0. So anyway, Stellar is linking to the Polkadot ecosystem through the Spacewalk bridge. This will enable cross-chain interoperability and access to the growing DeFi market on Polkadot and Kusama. Spacewalk, if you didn't know, is already live on Kusama and will be launched on Polkadot soon. With that said, you may start seeing a little bit more on the upside for Stellar. Let's face it, it's now up to over 10 cents. I was so glad that I came in at the time I did. I came in at 8 cents on my second bag. My original bag was at 26 cents. But the key thing is to do what? To understand the power of the DCA. A little bit more in regards to this. Stellar Lumen's price has been on a bullish trend since the start of 2023, reaching a high of what you see there is higher than that. We saw it go over 10 cents as of the last day or so. Says which is 38% above the low in December 2020. Analysts predict that XLM could reach 50 cents by the end of 2023 and 65 cents by 2024. They're lowballing. Let's be real about it. Those analysts are basing it off of what? A chart that represents the current chart. And the current chart also follows, 81% of the overall crypto market from Bitcoin and Ethereum. It never equates a utility run because a utility run has not happened yet. As Mike Cornwell has mentioned, the utility run could give a crap about the stats from those particular charts of what all these guys collect. And I'm not dismissing any of it, but I am with Mike on that. A utility run will not give two about some of that particular data. And that excites me because I already have done 6 videos, and I'm going to do more about the bull run thesis. I give you guys data when it comes to understanding things like CPI, especially what's going on with food, lodging, all that stuff, inflation, all these particular metrics and so on. Combine that with what we can have here soon with the utility run, and things just look that much more bullish. These figures are being conservatively speaking of 65 cents for Stellar by 2024. I think we absolutely smoke that completely, blow it out of the water. All right. Stellar Lumens is a cryptocurrency that aims to connect people, payments, systems, and banks around the world. It offers fast, cheap, and secure transactions for any type of asset. If you're looking for a long-term investment with high potential, XLM might be a good choice. Very good write-up, very well said, took the time to put together. I love researchers like this guy. He deserves a follow. And apparently he's doing pretty well with that. He's got 6,048 followers and growing. Shout out to alp.lsp for his research. Cool stuff. Let's jump back in the comments for a brief bit. Glad to give you guys some stellar news. Next on the lineup is just a brief announcement in regards to XDC. So if that's what you're looking to tune in for, stay tuned. We'll get into that in a bit. Let's go down to GG's comment. She's incorrect about no blockchain solving the trilemma. Burke says IBM sold out to Lenovo. Now they kind of do Red Hat stuff. Not really that big anymore, but yeah. Good point. ISO Jetpack J0229, Decent Wall and Nano Ledger, Decent for HBAR and XDC, the rest on Nano. All right. Thank you for that. Hendrix, Brian Nowie, I try my best to load up some bags. And if anything, how about this, guys? Loading up on bags on ones that you see are at the low of lows. And then also maybe making a decision that maybe it's not the best time to get into the projects that you don't own yet, because it's more lucrative to go with some of the prices that you see they're at the new lows, because you recognize that, man, that's going to help my DCA that much more. All right. Max, thanks for that. I got that from Larry. Sorry about that. All right. All right. Brian Alley, nice. Hendrix. Algo is a good one as well. Yeah, you know what? Let me know, guys. You guys want us to have more of Algo part of our lineup? It kind of makes the show even that much longer. But maybe, we'll do a better job, at least to maybe bring you guys a few updates a week. How about that? Because, I'm personally invested in Algo. I think almost all of us are personally invested in Algo. Why aren't we talking more about Algo? I do not know. All right, hold on. Space Chick just started doing content on ISO token. Yeah, and I saw her in attendance, and she was just like, "Hey, I'm here to learn." And I'm just like, "Oh my god, this is so cool." You know how happy that makes me be, not just because it's Space Chick, but in reality, that makes me happy to see that when it comes to anybody from the DGen crowd, right? Like the meme token crowd. And there's nothing against Volt, I hold Volt. But my key thing is, you understand that she's just like us to a sense. She wants to learn more about these specific ones. Why? Because she understands there's, she could probably make some really good money with Volt. I honestly think so. I think, in a real all-time high for bull run, you could see that project burn 2 zeros. And I'm not just, you may say, oh, you're hopping on the bandwagon. I think that could be the case. I do get to the debate of, all that stuff could be going away. I get that. But I also think that, it's awesome to recognize somebody like her who wants to educate herself more on the whole concept of, these utility driven ones for, like we mentioned, that generational wealth. I mean, even myself, right? I'm glad I didn't settle for just like, 10K into 120K in 2021 and just been like, oh, I'm good. Going like the teenager / early 20s route. Maybe the old me would have done that. But the new me over the years, no. If anything, I reinvest it because I understand that I'm probably not going to see these prices ever again. Let's be honest about this. Once we get regulatory clarity, there's no way that we're going to get this for these prices. But what's going to happen? You're going to see, and like the saying goes, all these people FOMO into some of these particular projects when, was it Stellar at $100, but they're not in line right now at 10 cents. That's the point, and that's a consistent meme. Hate to use that expression, but it is a meme, and that could be applied to anything and everything currently speaking in crypto. All right, we're about 3.5 hours into the show. We're going to read a few more comments and kick it back into the coverage. Cool Cat says, my space chick loving them ISOs. Yes, indeed. But yeah, I agree, Tim. Bullish on that as well. You're showing her channel. Cool stuff. Thank you for doing that. We are... See, that's what I'm talking about, Tim. You're always on top of things. Nobody needs to tell you what to do. ISO Jetpack says, we aren't buying IOTA because it's too hard to get for some. Yeah, it's true. And it's a little bit too expensive, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Actually, I'm thinking energy web token. IOTA is not as bad on the price. Let me just pull up IOTA real quick. Let's pull that up. IOTA is not that bad. It's right around the price of Algo. Let's present that for a second. Let's leave this up here for just brief moment as we get into comments. All right, so we aren't buying IOTA because it's too hard to get for some. Why is it too hard to get for some? What is Mr. ISO Jetpack talking about, right? Well, let's jump into that for just a brief moment. So with IOTA, and by the way, the volume is up 37%. If you're wondering about with all-time highs for it, where was it at one point? You got to keep in mind this project's been around since 2017. Did they have an ICO at one point? Ooh, Gary Gensler wouldn't like hearing that, right? Would not like hearing that at all. So I don't see anything in regards to that. But yeah, the all-time highs, it's been around since at least 2017 that I know of, maybe before that. But yeah, all-time highs were in 2017. Went up to as high as $5.07. My God. And then recent all-time highs, if you want to go that route, roughly 2 years ago, $2.37. And then let me see. Around September, you saw roughly around, what does it say, $2? Well, that line is $2. You don't got to go where the dot is. You got to go where the line is. It's just not highlighting it for some reason. Yeah, it's roughly $2. But all right, so what's he talking about? Is it because of the markets? Well, let's look into that. So you can get off of Binance, KuCoin, right? OKX, which that's anti. Like you got to have a VPN or something like that if you want to use that. You didn't hear from me though. See what I'm saying? So there's no Coinbase, there's no crypto.com. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, me personally, which I may very well finally get into IOTA because I like IOTA. I don't know if it's on my short list, but I don't know. I should have probably picked it up when it was well below 20 cents. But my key thing is, KuCoin. I use KuCoin all the time, so that's not bad. And then with that pairing USDT, makes it kind of easy. But anyway, just thought I'd share that. Let's go jump back further down into the comments. Cool Cat Crypto, that coach. It's on many platforms. Okay. All right. Coochie Boy had to go. We'll see you later, Coochie Boy. All right. All right, Cool Cat says, personally, I think XRP, XLM, and XTC are the most important ISOs. I don't think you're too far off on that. I think that's been pretty consistent. Even Richard Common Sense Crypto says, stick. I don't know if he says stick with the triple X. Somebody says stick with the triple X, but also stick with pretty much all of it. Like he covers a lot, obviously. You know, one that he's never covered though is Cypherium. I just kind of thought about that. I know that he doesn't cover what he's not invested into. So I think you, Tim Shea, had mentioned that, you know, if you could do like a Corium video. I think you asked him that. Anyway. All right, Burke, Napoleon. I live close to his house and Pedro's, and that's awesome. So yeah, that's right. You live in Idaho. That's right. You had a conversation with Mr. Iceberg Smith, Crypto Smith. That's super cool. I always felt as though, here's the thing. I know this is never going to happen. It's too late because they're a lot older. I wouldn't mind like a sequel, but my thing is when it comes to Napoleon Dynamite, I would have killed for a TV series. I think that would have been awesome if they would have had a TV series, but it never happened. Now, of course, they had the cartoon, and I didn't mind the cartoon. I thought it was kind of funny, but it got canceled pretty quick. So, all right. Napoleon Dynamite. Yep. Lucky. All right. Edward Vincent, major action happened. Uncle Rico. Heck yeah. That character was funny. You know what? It still makes me crack up. You know, it's messed up because I would never encourage like bullying or anything like that. Because I used to get bullied when I was a kid. And, oh my God, I got my butt kicked so many times, but I finally stood up to those sons of, never mind. Long story short, but my thing is with Uncle Rico, that scene where he just reaches over, he takes his fork and he goes to Kip's plate and he just straight up takes the freaking, you know, I don't know if he takes his fork. He just grabs the steak off his plate, and you know Kip wants to eat it. He don't give a crap. He just takes it and just chucks it at Napoleon, and he just hits him right in the freaking face on his bike. It's messed up, but it was kind of a hysterical scene. All right, Tina, eat the food. Eat it. Come here, Tina, you fat lard. Yeah, those are some funny things. All right. Cool. Okay. I don't know any XDC, but I think it will be a huge part of this. You don't know any XDC? Huh. I'll be darned. That's all right. I mean, there's some things we don't have. Like maybe like here's the thing. You may be saying, Brian, yeah, Max. How about you, Mr. I don't own any IOTA? Yeah, you got me on that. You could also be like, you know, Max doesn't own Corium. Max doesn't own Energy Web Token. Maybe Sologenic. I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever get Sologenic. Kind of heard some negative things, mainly from Mr. Crypto Smith. Anyway, it is what it is. All right, let's go further down. Bricks will use GBEX. Hold on. Brian, GBEX is an XTC too. Very bullish. Macat. Brian Dowie. I like almost everything. Hold on. I like almost everything run on XRP and XLM. Think they all run when the lawsuit ends. That's a good point. Casper, the friendly ghost. XLM has a lot of projects built on it. All right. Velo, yeah, shout out to your Velo. What's he talking about, guys? Well, let me show you that. So Velo had a nice little run earlier today. And check this out for yourself. Look at this. Let's go further down. Look at all that garbage, though. Casper did pretty good. Still doing good. Velo, right? Well, it was up a lot more than it was. So I think it was up as high as like 25 or 30% earlier today. Obviously, I kind of petered out, but still, you know. And we did an introduction in regards to that for Mr. Brian Dowie with the dabs, you know. All right. All right. So I'm going to jump back into our coverage. Let's see. Am I even close to the bottom? Let me see. Not even close. Jeez. All right, that's all right. So let me go ahead and highlight that. Let's jump back into our coverage. So let's see. We're at the next one. Let's go jump into XDC. You know me. All right. So I came out with that video earlier today in regards to on XDC, right? And you got to understand, this is a standout project, and they have this conference coming up in Austin, Texas. That's going to be in August of this year. I think it's like a 2-day event, if I'm not mistaken. But there's information in regards to that. But look what it says. This comes from this guy. I'm sure you're familiar with him already. Andre Casterman, right? Digital assets, trade finance, payments, no financial advice. A lot of you guys know who he is and so on, but some of you don't. It's okay. It says he's excited to speak at the first conference for the Zenfin official XTC network taking place in Austin, Texas in August and hosted by at on XTC network. Now you can get your tickets, of course, has all the information on xtc.network/events. But look at who he is. Founder and managing director at Casper and Advisory, non-executive director at Trade Tech. That's where I, remember it from. Enigio and Stability. If I pronounce that right. International Trade and Forfeiting Association, focused on Web3 and transaction banking. So it's just a brief update in regards to the video we put out earlier today, which is, the whole thing with on XTC. That's cool stuff in itself. On top of that, let's take a moment to recognize what's going on with the news with Alliance Block. So it says, don't sleep on Nexera. You know how many times I say, don't sleep on your XTC? Well, at the same time, don't sleep on your Nexera. This is a capo pick. So look what it says. The Alliance Block has secured a partnership with Crunchbase. They help over 75 million deal makers. Now, if you're wondering, is this recent news? Yeah, this was released yesterday. All right. So they help over 75 million deal makers integrating Crunchbase's proprietary data. Let me blow it up a little more. Into the data tunnels data marketplace is anticipated to be a game changer for decentralized data industry. Remember how I mentioned before, the key thing when it comes to our coverage is not just, on-demand liquidity, what's going on with the financial sectors and so on. Why do we cover Jasmine? Well, it's a great risk-to-reward asset. Why do we cover Alliance Block? Well, like Tim Shea mentions, that it's kind of like Quant's younger cousin, right? Smaller market cap, but key partnerships, has multiple layers of utility. But another key thing, just like Jasmine, is data. So that is cool to see that they have this proprietary data into the data tunnels, data marketplace. And like I mentioned earlier, it's a game changer for decentralized data industry. Now, you see the information that's posted here with Crunchbase. So the community is pretty, excited about and so on. But, here's one of the key things I want to point out to you guys. I'm going to take you here for a brief moment. I saw Nexera pumping earlier. I said to myself, we're not quite to the point where this is the whole thing that happened with ALBT and Nexera is quite in our rear view yet, but man, there's so many indicators that it is. You got to keep in mind, right? I shout to anybody who picked it up like when it was technically distressed, right? But I saw this, I believe, in the 7-cent range earlier today, right? Well, how's that so? I think it's right here. There it was. So 3:55 a.m. today, it did go into about roughly close to 7.5 cent range. That is not too shabby considering, if you compare this to other projects that go from a V1 to V2, you don't see this type of a comeback. So, the saying goes, did they make us whole? I 100% believe that they made us whole. And on top of that, they are still working. They are still building. They are still getting the partnerships that they need to get. And it's nice to see this because it's like, man, even right here, you have an unconfirmed market cap of 49,331,000. You see the volume growing. You're seeing more holders. And for all the people that complain about the whole thing with, ALBT, you got to keep in mind, this used to be at what? $1 billion on the max in total supply. That's not the case anymore. We only have 850 million of these things. So at least they slashed it. And again, that creates that much more, I guess you could say, scarcity. I don't know. I thought it was cool stuff. Self-reported circulating supply. You already have 86% of the supply is already being in circulation. That's cool stuff. All right. Let me get into a little bit more of our news lineup. Talked about next XTC and Nexera. Let's jump into some of our other particular news. Let's talk about this update in regards to Citadel. So we covered it the other day. Smash that like if you haven't done so already. So I believe it was a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday. I can't remember. Either 1 or 2 days ago. We talked and brought you guys the demo and the news that was breaking in regards to the Citadel wallet. Now, some of you guys call it the coaster wallet because it looks like a coaster, but it does really, really stand out for specifically what you see with HBAR. Now, the Citadel wallet pre-order launch plus giveaway. Here's the info. Wallet pre-order WL round through GOTC nights is now live, and it's at headstarter.org, who are accelerating innovation in the Hedera ecosystem. You can go to app.headstarter.org/projects/ like this long thing, right? Guardians-of-the-Citadel, if you want the exact URL. We'll pull that up in a second. But they're celebrating giving away 5,000 HBAR. Right. So the other night, you guys participated in the whole thing with XRP for the 100 XRP. Cool stuff. Why not participate? Try to get yourself 5,000 HBAR. That's pretty big. Now, to participate, here's how you enter. You can retweet, follow at Citadel Wallet, and tag 3 friends. So for me personally, I'm going to go ahead and do this. So I'm going to retweet it. And I am going to tag 3 friends. And if you don't get your name listed, don't hold it against me. I'll do at Mike. There we go. Mike Cornwell. I'll do at Tim Shea. And then I'll do at Cheese. Boom. All right. So there's the 3 friends. And I am already following Citadel Wallet, I believe. And that's pretty much it. Let me see. All right. And if anything, we'll play the video for you in a second. Am I following Citadel Wallet? There we go. I'm following them. So I did everything I was required to do. Let's go ahead and play the video. I mean, pretty simple stuff. They're not making you jump through a bunch of hoops, right? So let's play this. We did cover this the other day. Let's check out this particular update in regards to the Citadel Wallet. Here we go. That was pretty cool. WL pre-orders March 29th, 8 a.m. Pacific. There's some examples. Nature Night, Airdrop of the Golden Knight. And there you have it. So pretty cool stuff in regards to the Citadel wallet. And if anything, look more into it. I mean, come on, guys. Who wouldn't want an extra 5,000 HBAR? Are you kidding me? All right. Got to kick it back in the comments for a brief bit. Before I do so, I believe next on our lineup is... hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, next on our lineup will be Casper. So let's get back into the comments. And let's see. We have Tim Shea says, for sure, Brian, I use XLM to move liquidity almost every day. All right. Hold on. It's nearly free to move. Tim, what do XLM and Caroline have in common? ISO Jetpack says the coins we try to save, ironically, is the best ones to get. The other cryptos is a catch-22. Yeah. Hendricks, HBAR will go to 3 cents soon, right? That's what I saw somewhere. Didn't hear about that, but it could be possible. And if anything, buying opportunities. ISO Jetpack says he's got 10,000 XRP and not moving no more or less. Okay, cool. That's not a bad bag at all. Shaka says LOL facts. All right, Cool Cat Crypto. When I was a noob, I used to use Litecoin. Takes 20 minutes to send. Yeah, you don't want to know something. So back in the early, I think it was 2010, maybe 2011 at the most. I remember when I was first knew about cryptocurrency. I wish I obviously would have got into Bitcoin and all those back then. I mean, who wouldn't? But I remember the key three ones that stood out at the time. I could be mistaken. Maybe there were some other ones, but this is just, again, it kind of gets a little foggy because you got to keep in mind you get fully into, crypto at that time. But it was Bitcoin, Ethereum, which is now obviously Ethereum Classic, and Litecoin. Those are the three that I remember that really stood out. But did you end up making any profits off of that, Cool Cat? Like, did you hold it for a while, a few years down the road? Or are you like, man, this is such garbage, I'm just gonna stop? All right, Andre Fernandez, sounds like Ice Max. Oh, okay. Andre, thank you for being here, and nice custom avatar. Thank you for being here, man. All right. You have a question, of course. ISO has a question. I have a question. Where did we all get the ISO list from? Is it packed by proof? We've gotten that from multiple sources, actually. I'll pull that up real quick. You know what? I think I'm gonna get it for crypto Twitter. Would probably be the best way to get it not on Google. Hold on. So, ISO 222. Here you go. So take a look at this. Here's the list. And maybe I'll just go ahead and retweet this. I got ahead and retweeted this. But yeah, here you go. So, you have this. It mentions what is ISO 222 compliant and what's on the list to become compliant with an asterisk, like Hedera, LCX, Casper, right? But the ones that are officially is Corium, IOTA, Ripple's XRP, Algorand, Quant, ISO 222, ISO TC307. It's a different ISO standard written by Gilbert Verdian back in 2016. I saw in an interview, he said 2016. I used to think it was 2015, but he did say in an interview 2016. XTC, you have this officially ISO 222. DEG isn't, and it's not going to be, but I don't think that's the point. I mean, that's, you have to keep in mind, some of these ones don't need to be, right? If you understand ISO. So you have a Alliance block listed there. I mean, that needs to be updated. It needs to say like Xterra, Energy Web Token. But if you think about it, the consistent thing that you see from here, so Energy Web Token, we talk about, like, for instance, data, Constellation data, Alliance blocks, Xterra data. Those specific ones, right, with what they bring with their utility, the consistent factor is all three of these are not on the list to become ISO 222 compliant, and rightfully so. They don't need to. Obviously, Stellar Lumens is ISO 222 compliant. But anyway, hopefully that answers your question. ISO Jetpack, these are the ones that's part of that particular list. This is where we're pulling that from. And if you want to validate this, you can actually go take more of your own deep dive research, and you can verify all this yourself. All right. Let me actually just kick it back into the news for a bit. So let's see where we're at. Let's get into Casper for a brief bit. So this was posted yesterday, and shout out to this guy, Direct Casper Staking. I think I'll have to give him a follow because he says, we are a Casper Network mainnet community validator working with our delegators to secure and decentralize the Casper network. Give him a follow. He says, this is a great roundup from the at the front, the X Frontier. This guy does a really good job just with his Casper coverage. He's very, very consistent. I am following him on YouTube, and I'm also following him on Twitter. So, I mean, if you're a big into, Casper, give this guy a follow. He does a really good job with his breakdowns. So, as you can see right here, it says, so much coming together on the Casper Labs network. We, Direct Staking, like it says, right? Really appreciate the shout out, as we have been working hard to build our Casper validator. We have a big announcement coming tomorrow, so watch this space. And if you're wondering, well, what is this? Well, I got it for you. So I'm going to share this tab instead. And here it is, Casper network updates. Casper, and yeah, you saw right, XRP synergy, CEP 78, IP we covered that, of course, recently, right? MetaMask integration. All right, so what is this? And what is it all about? And most importantly, why should it matter to you? Well, what I've gone ahead and done is I have gone ahead and fast forwarded to the juicy stuff. So this was posted yesterday. Casper network updates, Casper, like I said, an XRP synergy, CP78, IP we MetaMask integration. For what? Casper 1.5. Let's go ahead and play this, and then we'll jump back into the comments afterwards. This is roughly, I don't know, about 5 or 6 minutes, maybe slightly under. I think the last part is just him, let you know about the channel. But give the X Frontier a follow. I think I'm following him on my other account. Let me follow, my DPG Maximus or Maximus Crypto. I'm going to subscribe to him here. I'm telling you flat out, if you a whole Casper like myself, you should follow the X Frontier. He's killing it with the Casper coverage, and he's really getting recognition for it. So, I mean, anytime we can give praise for credit where credit's due, we're gonna, we love to embrace other communities and so on, especially if they're great content creators, and he does a good job. So, give him a follow. Let's go ahead and play this, and then we'll be right back.
90% of the S&P's 500's market value is stored in intangible assets. Let's take Apple, for instance. Currently, it's the world's most valuable company with a market cap of about 2.45 trillion. Now, I believe this is a typo here, but only 20%, it should be 20%, are from tangible assets, meaning that around 80% are undisclosed intangible assets. Casper Labs, alongside IBM and IPWE, are helping to manage, secure, monetize intellectual property. Now, according to the Boston Consultancy Group, this could be a 3 trillion market opportunity by 2030. Here is Anthony Basili. He's the head of asset allocators of Coinbase Institutional, explaining the emergence of new markets or the possibility. Take a listen.
So if I want to invest in a company because I think the IP is valuable, but I have to hold all the other stuff that comes with it, I may not choose to buy that company from an investment perspective. If you can extract those and separate them, now you create an opportunity for investors to have much more targeted exposure views on a particular asset or a company. I think that's incredibly interesting. And I think this is where this trend goes in terms of when liquidity comes into the space and you have a robust process for it. I think you're going to see financial markets created around IP itself.
So IPWE was set to deploy 25 million NFT patents on the Casper public blockchain. Where are we with that? Well, here, have a listen to Meta Parlikar, the CTO of Casper Labs, fill you in.
And IPWE is going to the patents, and then he's going to start the minting process. So we should.
I apologize. They were working on my internet earlier today. Let me rewind that for a bit. I think I know where we're at. Hold on a second. Let me just play that real quick. So apologize. Here we go again. This is good stuff. I mean, we need to hear this. Seriously.
It's built for interoperability. This is what the blockchain wants to do, and it was meant to do. Now, pivoting back to the Paris Blockchain Week, it ended with IPWE being named the #1 enterprise blockchain project of the year by the Paris Blockchain Week, which recognized the best overall project in terms of both technology and value creation. 90% of the S&P's 500's market value is stored in intangible assets. Let's take Apple, for instance. Currently, it's the world's most valuable company with a market cap of about 2.45 trillion. I believe this is a typo here, but only 20%, it should be 20%, are from tangible assets, meaning that around 80% are undisclosed intangible assets. Casper Labs, alongside IBM and IPW, are helping to manage, secure, monetize intellectual property. Now, according to the Boston Consultancy Group, this could be a 3 trillion market opportunity by 2030. Here is Anthony Basili. He's the head of asset allocators of Coinbase Institutional, explaining the emergence of new markets or the possibility. Take a listen.
So if I want to invest in a company because I think the IP is valuable, but I have to hold all the other stuff that comes with it, I may not choose to buy that company from an investment perspective. If you can extract those and separate them, now you create an opportunity for investors to have much more targeted exposure views on a particular asset or a company. I think that's incredibly interesting, and I think this is where this trend goes in terms of when liquidity comes into the space and you have a robust process for it. I think you're going to see financial markets created around IP itself.
So IPW was set to deploy 25 million NFT patents on the Casper public blockchain. Where are we with that? Well, here, have a listen to Meta Parlikar, the CTO of Casper Labs, fill you in.
And IPW is going to be using this version of the CEP 78 standard. They are all primed up and ready to mint. I know we've been really anxiously awaiting for their team to start minting the patents on Casper. It's supposed to happen any day now. I connected with the CTO of IPW, and he said that it's imminent. He's just setting up his data stream, basically the data on IPFS and AWS that is associated to the patents, and then he's going to start the minting process. So we should start seeing the effects of that work any day now.
Now, these patents are going to be minted using the CEP 78 version 1.2 smart contract, which provides developers an easier approach to building. It's more cost efficient, and it adds event tracking, which provides greater flexibility and control to the authors of these NFTs. During the call, Meta was asked what kind of an impact this would have on the storage needs, on validators, or any other impact, and the length of time. She replied with, obviously, this is going to take some time to mint all these NFTs. And then it's also going to depend on the metadata per contract. What's good to see is that even if 1.5 does not roll out in time, this is not going to bog down the network. We are not going to experience a Solana moment. She says, nah, IPW is using the new CEP 78. So that is efficient. It's been tested. We're good to go. Let's jump over to an update then on 1.5. Have a listen.
Like around the June, July timeframe, we started doing some testing. And we discovered that there was a fundamental problem with the architecture of what was implemented. And it took us longer than we would have liked to have known that. But we immediately stepped in as soon as we discovered that there's really an architectural problem. And here you see this flat line here. This is when Ed got involved directly and did a re-architecture. And we actually pulled in some of the 2.0 architecture work that was planned to basically streamline and simplify the reactor model into a single reactor. So once that initial work was completed here in September and October, basically November, that quarter, those 3 months, then the team proceeded to then start incrementally improving that architecture. And so here you can see this work really is a lot of story points around testing and working with the mainnet data set. Those of you that run validating nodes, you're probably aware that you can take a snapshot of mainnet. And if you have to spin up a new node and use that snapshot to synchronize to mainnet. But we've been using it internally for testing. And so there's been significant work around testing the node to make sure that it's really ready for prime time. And we've uncovered non-trivial issues in mainnet that could have hurt us in the future. And so it's led to discovery of existing issues, which we have either fixed in 1.5, and this is the scope creep you're seeing, or we've released it in 1.4 patches to fix in place and ahead of the node release. Right?
One of the Casper network goals is to provide better documentation for developers and users, anyone interested in learning more about Casper. This is going to be done through the developer portal that is almost in completion.
Today, I would like to focus on the developer portal. So this is the
All right. So, I mean, we can obviously go another 3 minutes on that, but I just don't want to drag it out too long. But the key thing is, I mean, look at what he pointed out in regards to some of these things with Casper. You know, the whole thing was 25 million NFTs are going to be, deployed. You know, maybe it is a case of quantity over quality, but you better believe out of 25 million, you're going to have some standout ones that are really going to take the cake. I honestly think they're a very underrated project, and a lot of people are going to be paying attention to it soon. I just personally believe that. I mean, I just think that, like this other thing, was it the Paris Blockchain Week? They got, what was it? We did a video on it. And I'll show you guys. I'm not going to show you the video, but I'll show you the thumbnail. Here's what we're talking about real quick. So when you go to, for instance, Crypto Talk Now, you scroll down just a little bit. You didn't get a lot of views yet. That's okay. It says Casper. So it's the red card, the red thumbnail. Casper, best enterprise blockchain project of the year for 2023 so far for the Paris Blockchain Week. It's like, why is that? There's so many other projects. Why would that be? Maybe because they can not only build, but they can get it out there, like massive quantities of like NFTs being deployed all at once, but at what scale? If you have scalability issues, you are sunk flat out. So I don't know. Just thought I'd give you guys that update. You should follow him. He does a really good job in regards to his specific coverage. He is, we'll show that again. Give him a follow. His name is the X Frontier. Literally, he spaced it out. He could use more followers. He only has 1.7K. I mean, he might be, new, a newly made channel. I don't know, but whatever the case be, it doesn't matter. The key thing is on his channel, he has consistent, really good coverage in regards to Casper. I mean, look at this. I mean, I think all he covers pretty much is Casper. Look at this. You want a guy who covers Casper, this is the Casper channel you're looking for. Lionel Richie. I mean, look at this. He talks about, the beta trial. I mean, some of these stuff, we cover as well. We just share the news. But, once in a while, I'll take a deep dive into some of this stuff. I might not do as much as him. But if you want a guy who is literally 100% sold on Casper, I'm telling you flat out, this is probably the channel to go to for your Casper news, updates, deep dives, you name it. Mad respect for this guy. Much love and respect to people like this. I mean, like, does he even cover anything else? Not really. Doesn't seem like it. He covered one other one, Apex Foundation. But for the most, only covers a little bit of stuff. But the key thing is what? He is so consistent when it comes to his Casper coverage, right? Even 5 months ago, look at this. Casper wallets for newcomers. How I store my Casper on my ledger. Almost 4,000 views about that. The Ethereum merge is upon us. Will Casper network become obsolete? Obviously, the answer is no. So, shout out to him. We kick it back in the comments for a brief bit. All right. Coolcat says, when I was a noob, I used to use Litecoin. It takes 20 minutes to send. I think I already mentioned that one. My bad. And I did. My bad. I'm further down. My bad. Coolcat says, I switched to ETH to save money. Yeah, that's a troll comment. Shocker Crypto, that song was banger. Max, honestly, you put out some great content. I really appreciate it, brother. Well, thanks so much, man. I did see that he really left, but I always appreciate that from Shocker Crypto. It was nice being there on his stream earlier for the reminiscing, taking a walk down memory lane, as Nas would say off his first album, Illmatic, one of my favorite albums of all time. But yeah, he did this live stream about 80s like toys and Nintendo, Sega Genesis, all that stuff, right? Like, well, not Sega Genesis, that wasn't Sega Master, but we talked about all that stuff. It was great. Arcade, movies, shows, the style, all that stuff. Being a little kid in the 80s, and then obviously 90s, like a teenager and stuff like that. I won't trade those times for anything. All right. ISO Jetpack J0229. Max is GOAT status. The whole crew is amazing. Well, thanks, man. That's quite the compliment. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. Lumpia all day. God. I have some frozen lumpia. I need to like heat up and just deep fry. It's pretty good. But fresh lumpia is better. Putong Menino. All right. Oh, don't say that. That's bad. Yeah. I know what you're trying to say. That's a bad word, man. I didn't even pronounce it right. I know how to pronounce it the right way. Don't say that, man. Bad stuff. All right. If you felt missed out on Casper, it's in a falling wedge, the golden. Okay. That would be your entry. All right. I might have to do that then. Will HBAR come back down to 3 cents? I did read that. I already read that. Don't buy to sell, buy and hold if you sell it for the things you hold. I'm way behind on the comments, man. I didn't realize I'm like almost 2 hours behind. My God, what's going on? Oh, man. Wu-Tang Clan. Man, how can I be this far behind the comments? You guys must have just done a really good job of just keeping the algorithm going. That's really cool. All right. 24-hour stream. Let's effing go. No, it's not going to be that. Dang, HBAR is a massive cup and handle. I guess I did see some of these. So where am I at? Elk is a 10,000X, aka what is that, Mike? 100,000% at a $3 billion market cap. Oh, yeah. Wow. Shaka, anything under $1 is a bargain. Of course, the lower the better. Burger King tacos are the ish. Yeah, you talked about it on your live stream. All right, hold on. Edward Vincent, that British lady made QNT sound like a device being showed to 007 James Bond. Yeah, I like that. I'm gonna have to do a video on that and highlight that for sure. I think the community would appreciate that. ISO's no joke, Shaka. Welcome aboard. Yes, Shaka's awesome, man. I was telling Shaka on his channel, like in a way, it's kind of like bonding in a way, I guess you could say. So he had that live stream, and like it was like an hour and a half or more. But it just like it went by so fast and it was enjoyable. Like, man, I don't really spend a lot of time with some of my closest friends like I used to, and I probably should. But even some like my best friends that live here locally, like we're really good friends, but they didn't grow up during the same era as me, if you will, and they don't have the same interests in a lot of these things as I do. And what made it nice about hanging out with Chaka on this stream was, like I told him, I was just like, man, I really picture myself like back then, like you and I, like we would have been homies, you know what I mean? Like for real. Very similar interests. We like a lot of we grew up the same games, we did sport, we went outside a lot, you know what I mean? We're part of that whole, I guess you say that generation, but I don't know. He had like a lot of things that he was playing. He had like a whole, how I do an outline? He had a whole outline for like 80s memory lane. You know how you see, for instance, the template for StreamYard here or Crypto Talk Now? But he had like all 80s theme stuff, like the cassette tapes, all that stuff. He really went all out. And I hope that he can end up getting more people to join these types of streams. It was really cool. I wouldn't mind joining, whether we have like 5 people, 10 or whatever. That's not the point. The point is it's something that he enjoys. You could tell, and he was passionate about it. And it was really cool attending that. So if that's you want to do something kind of outside of just crypto, by all means, join him over there at Shaka Crypto for these Wednesday streams or whatever. It'd be really, really cool. All right, let's go further down into the comments. Burke says he doesn't own any HBAR. That dude was asking. Oh, okay. No, in 2 years it won't matter. Gigi says, did I skip Coochie Boy? Well, Coochie Boy, welcome. Gigi said the Asian delegation selects. Yeah, that's from the Chappelle Show. The Asian delegation selects Wu-Tang Clan. Yeah. Max, yes. I don't even know what I said at this point. Burke HBAR, not financial advice. But the main point is you put in orders and probably won't fill, which is good either way. Coochie Boy says, yes. But yes, buying support levels are key if you are swinging. They are. They are very much true. Red Alert Remastered Edition. Yeah, those are good games. All right, hold on. Let me go further down. No school for this. I grab it and move on to the next victim. That's a good way of going about it. Anyway. All right. Shaka Crypto. This is a response to the U.S. is done comment. I agree, but that is a bad thing. U.S. is stingy. It might be, hold on. I think it's a typo. It might be good for us future crypto millionaires. Okay. Cushy Boy, other countries need U.S. more than we need other countries. That is very true. I think the dollar will be okay. Well, I'm rooting for it, Cushy Boy. You make a good point. Idaho doesn't need any other country. We must succeed from the union. No, I'm kidding. Charlie Murphy, show the rest of the country your darknesses. All right, Coochie Boy. If we don't import anything, then everything changes. Yes, I just said that. QNT is the freaking GOAT. We all saw it. We were like, $20, and we left it alone. And now, boom, trust your instinct and knowledge and show Charlie Murphy. No, I'm kidding. I'd rather be mad at myself than mad at someone else for making a choice of investments. Yes. You love Quant, says Kirk Angel. Wish I could have found it sooner. Blah, blah. Yeah, no kidding. Like, when it was $1? Oh, my gosh. You have 12 Quants. You got me beat. I don't have quite 12 Quant yet. I'm getting there. FOMO is what gets you. If I wasn't so diversified, I'd probably have, oh, my God, maybe 100 Quant at least, something like that. I don't know. I don't have enough. We all don't have enough. I don't, shout out to, what's his name? Me, Myself, and I, who's now, new name is like, was it Quantify or something like that? He has like over 200 Quant. It's like, oh man, you must have came in real early. I think Rayan has a bunch of Quant too. McDizzle, I think, is up to 35. ISO Jetpack. So to stop the FOMO, get a little of whatever you feel like you're missing out, so you don't move by fear. What is this, Yoda? So to stop the FOMO, get all a little. You fill in like you miss. I can't do Yoda. You're missing out, so you don't move by. I can't do Yoda. I wish I could do Yoda. You can never have enough. I can't do Yoda. I should be able to study Yoda. All right, night. Yeah. Everybody's going to bed. I mean, it's pretty late. ISO Jetpack. Think of it like this: you're using crypto to save a code of the amount of money you have, because the dollar is flunked. Instead, you're just saving in crypto. You see all gains, not like a bank. Coochie Boy, yeah, you're right about longshoremen. My friend has been for 30 years. He just bought an RR. I have nothing against longshoremen. My thing though is just a solid project like Quant. You know what I mean? They're not gonna just take some. I hate to use this expression, like Warren G, Nate Dogg, and the regulators. They're not gonna just take any geek off the street. They got to know their handle to keep, to know the keep where the regulators mount up. Well, quant regulators or crypto regulators mount up. I mean, in reality, now they're hiring guys with PhDs and so on. Not to say that there's guys who don't have PhDs who can't get the job done, but I don't know. I do kind of like the idea that they're trying to pick some, quality or quantity, right? Imagine a code that saves the value. All right. Do you really get it? Data is the new money. Whomever has the most data is in control, says Jetpack. It's the mining of humans to create value for the system. It can't exist without us. Yes, absolutely, 100%. I truly believe that every human being, or at least males, should own their very own 2003 version of Jessica Alba from the movie Honey and Sin City. And that's the only time I would ever be in favor of human cloning, right? We all should, have all our crypto go to the moon and beyond, but we should all have 2003 version of Jessica Alba. Absolutely, 100%. Boil it, mash it, stick it in a stew. All right. Kirk Angel, good stuff. Thanks, Max. You're welcome. Is the dollar bill useless? What are we looking for? Slaves? Jeez. Yeah, that's a good point. This Quant Mafia soldier appreciates it. Yes, you're very welcome. 1964 caddy convertible from Miami Vice for me. Oh, yeah. Like, what's his name? Crockett and Tubbs, right? Yeah. All right. So, but Crockett had the Corvette. That's right. The Jasmine, Max, thank you for your amazing insight on Jasmine, Quant, XRP, XLM, XTC, and many more. I try to get on here when I can, but life gets in the way sometimes. Stay amazing, brother. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate the love from the Jasmine movement and the Jasmine community, and we'll keep smashing FUD 100%. But just never acknowledge by name some of these guys, because that's exactly what they want. They want the attention, and they don't deserve it. Turncoat's wearing a red coat of ketchup. Yes. Eggs Benedict Arnold. All you got to do is pour a little ketchup on it, and you become a turncoat. All right. Gary Gensler, in my opinion, needs to be looked at heavily for insider trading, or at least hush money. That's a good point. All right. Chocolate Crypto. I would love to have you on, Max, for one of the way back Wednesday streams. We are realized stuff. Yeah, let's make that happen, man. I mean, I doubt you're still here. You probably already left. But my thing is, yeah, man, that'd be cool. And, I mean, I don't care if people think I can't do this, but you know what? We'll tag all the communities. You know what I mean? So why not? Like, just let people know, hey, man, if you were, why not take some of the communities? Because you know what? Some of those guys that hold XRP, Quant, some of these other ones, they might have grown up in our era, and maybe they want to come hang out. So I don't think there's nothing wrong with that. Cordell Lewis, welcome. What does Nizzle mean? Just curious. That's a troll comment. Nizzle means the N-word. Yeah, I guess it does. Thanks to Snoop. Cordellos, if it means the N-word, then why say it? Well, okay. What partnerships and use cases does Jasmine have? Mafud, politically correct. Should we go back to the 50s? Were those better times? No. No, not at all. But I mean, if you really want to go that route, we can really go their route with the debate. I don't want to get in that conversation, though. I mean, we could talk about the hypocrisy of people who use the word, and it's okay for them to use the word, but it's not okay for anybody else to use the word. I don't see Chinese people running around calling themselves, hey, what's up, my, or Vietnamese people going around saying, what's up, my G word, or you don't see a Jewish person running around saying, hey, what's up, Mike? I'm not going to say that either, but you get my point. You know what I mean? There's a lot of slang. I'm not trying to justify it all, but, it is a conversation. You do have valid points. Shaka Crypto, good night, everyone. Have a good night and stay vigilante out there. We are in some crazy times. Very good point. Crypto McDizzle for Shizzle. The utility run will give a flying F about charts. That's a good point. IBM is in the software game for the quantum financial system, quite in the background. Every solid ISO has ties to IBM. That's a good point as well. Will there be a partnership between Casper and XRP? I think so. I think that's definitely a little bit of what you see right here. April Cornwell, hey, everyone about to hit the hay. Wanted to say hey. It looks like you guys already went and did that a long time ago. What is the best opportunity to get enough tokens to run a node? Oh, to run a node? I'm going to go on with the minority on this one. I'm going to go with, believe it or not, I'm going to go with, wait a second. Well, there's a difference between node. If you're going to do, then you know what? I might go with helium on that particular one. Yeah. The Jasmine movement, CFL Hara, low cost VAIO to attract a wide range of users selling PCs through a hardware sales alone is a war of attrition. Excuse me. Jasmine is developing high value added PCs through its unique securities services. Good point. All right. My Ultra Journey says, what's up? Bruno, Castaneda. Thanks for the updates on crypto. I do have a question. Why does everyone seem to have a Ledger cold wallet? Do you recommend a Ledger? I was thinking of buying a Trezor. Hey, hold on, let me read that again. I do have a question. Why does not everyone seem to have a Ledger cold wallet? Do you recommend Ledger? I was thinking about I would recommend a Ledger. I don't have a Nano, some of these other particular ones, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just because they like the ease of access of it. It's not too hard to use. My only gripe is on certain ones was XDC. I had to make a manual folder, stuff like that. But do I recommend a Ledger? Yes. You're thinking about buying Trezor. I'm not familiar with some of these other ones though. My Ultra Journey, welcome. Hey, I have not really checked out Quant, just looked it up. Huge market cap to low liquidity, a little concerned, but interested in the project. Check out our recorded video sections. We do multiple deep dives in regards to Quant. If you want to know a little bit more in regards to that, I can share that right now. Here, let me show you here. The reason why you want to check out Quant, and here's our video section here. You know, for instance, it allows I'll give you the quick gist, 100 plus blockchains to be interoperable. It has support for 15 SDKs. It has a lower supply than Bitcoin. It's basically like everything that you wanted Bitcoin to be, but more with utility. What exactly I'm talking about? I'll bring this up just real quick. So, again, I'm not trying to sell anybody on anything. It's not financial advice, but man, I'm getting like crypto Hulk after talking a while. So here it is. You know, like you saw, you know, ranked 39th and so on. But look at that circulating supply. All right, 81%. Max supply and total supply are equal, significantly under what you see for Bitcoin. Bitcoin's at 21 million. This is at 14,881,000. But the point is, if Bitcoin was able to go to, for instance, 69K with no utility, what about Quant with, like I mentioned, 100 plus blockchains fully interoperable? This is not technically, you know, like they said, it's not focused on the cryptocurrency asset side of things. It's focused on being an operating system, right? And what they, you know, deliver as far as being blockchain agnostic. Those are the key things, right? It's a platform. I mean, you know, when people say, imagine investing into like Microsoft back in like the early 80s and stuff like that, you know, or having a second chance at Bitcoin at $100, literally Quant all the way. In my opinion, and it's not financial advice, you owe it to yourself to look more into Quant. And if you want, you know, again, you could go to our particular platform. We've done more than enough videos on Quant. You know, you can go through, like, for instance, like this one, the global infrastructure. If you just want the quick gist of Quant, you can play that video. It's only 4 minutes. Gives you the quick gist of the global infrastructure. There's other videos that we clearly have done, right? How about this? QNT and Atom compatibility. Why is that significant? Did a 2-part series on that. Why blockchains will need Quant for API interoperability. Think about that. So it's like, you know, if you want a visual of, you know, understanding, like, are they the plumbing of connecting it all? Yeah, could very well be. Does it matter what the names of all the parts from the plumbing places, right? You know, does that matter? The tools that were used and the brands? No. What matters is that the plumbing works, right? It's all connected. Quant is an example of that. Just to give you another just of a few more things that we covered here, right? How about this? Quant, the Nestle connection. Yeah, who doesn't like Nestle Quick, you know, strawberry Nestle Quick? They were featured roughly 2 weeks ago on Crypto World on CNBC. You have Gilbert Verdian's take on not just Quant, but, you know, unregulated stable coins. Some other things that we talked about in the past in regards to Quant, Project Icebreaker, the Quant connection. We basically made that connection, right? You know, on top of that, how about this? Vodafone, Quant's Overledger integrated SIM cards. Now you may be wondering, if you're not from Europe, what the heck is Vodafone? Keep in mind, remember back in the mid 2000s to like early 2010s, right? Verizon really stood out, right? They were at the time the nation's largest 4G carrier. So look at Vodafone from that particular perspective. And what allows Vodafone to get done at scale? Well, like you see here, Vodafone is Quant's Overledger integrated SIM cards. And that's a big thing itself. There's another thing called QRC 721. It's a secure smart contract functionality that Quant brings to make sure that these NFTs don't have like unsecure loopholes or areas of concern that can cause problems. Like we've seen this before with OpenSea, with some of the security flaws. Quant has an answer to that, but they do it at scale that nobody else does. And on top of that, they have more layers of utility than any other crypto project, in my opinion, out there. I'm blown away with HBAR and some of these other ones too, and I'm investing into it. But we covered Quant quite a bit, and we have done it. We first started talking about this project when it was about $40. Shout out to Crypto Mike, who introduced it to us originally. But we covered this project since it was roughly about $40, a little bit before last summer, 2022. But it's just they're killing it. They're killing it flat out. In my opinion, Quant is your second chance at Bitcoin at $100. I do see this, and and I'm not the only one who believes this. Eventually, we see like 100,000 of Quant. It could very well be the first $1 million coin. I know that sounds nuts, right? You're like, you're crazy. You're a dreamer. I'm leaving. I hear you, but I feel as though that this very well could be the first $1 million coin by 2030. It just all the connections they have. I mean, with real big partners, Hedera, Ripple, Stellar, all the big ones, right? IBM, you name it. It's very, very impressive stuff. Just a little bit more in regards to Quant. We make connections with what they got going on with the CBDCs, whether you're a fan of that or not. Gilbert Vernier, who's the CEO of Quant, has connections to he's a member of the Digital Pound Foundation. A few months ago, we drew the connections of how he, for instance, him and his team, Martin Hargreaves, met up with like MIT to get things going. Also with the New York Federal Reserve to work on some of the stuff for CBDCs. They were also one of the first in 2022 to actually do a CBDC project with LAC Chain in Latin America. They did that testnet spring of 2022. On top of that, they have a patent update in Japan that we reported on that a month ago. I'm just telling you flat out, like we consistently report on what's going on with Quant. Quant Overledger's APIs now support AVAX, C Chain mainnet. How this Quant MasterCard tokenization? Are you kidding me? Who doesn't know about MasterCard, right? How about this? All right, let's go further down. This is about smart contracts. We talked about that a little bit. I won't read all this, but you can jump into it yourself. But let's see here. The Bank of England to explore UK CBDC, the Quant connection. We established that. Secure asset transfer protocol, the Gilbert Verdian outline. A little bit more reiteration of that QRC 721 standard for Quant. SATP is a huge step forward for APIs. We do multiple videos on that. We give you full breakdown. We don't just give you news. We give you I do deep dives for Quant. I used to do them a lot. I still consistently do them. But if you want to learn more about Quant, we don't just do news updates. We do deep dives as well, and we have it all here in our videos section. Or if you want, you can go to if you want to send a DM to myself, you're not the social media type of guy. Here's our site, and you can go to ctnnetwork.net, and over here, basically speaking, it's free, doesn't cost you anything. And after you make your account with your email, Gmail, Facebook, wherever you want to do, you click on creators, and then our page, along with a bunch of other people that are part of our community. Our channels are listed there. So you just click on, for instance, channel, share this tab instead, and then boom, you're there. So anyway, just thought I'd show you that. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with wanting to learn more about quant. And, you know, we're new to some of this stuff at some point. You know, not everybody, like I myself, you know, I didn't know about quant like 5 years ago. I wish I did, but it's all part of the journey. Every group of people has a derogatory word that they use among their own race that other races are not allowed to use. Yeah, but I don't do it. I don't participate in that personally. I might joke around with the whole thing, and you know, like when we say, you know, was it like Snoop Dogg, you know, for shizzle manizzle and stuff like that. My thing is this: I wish more people use common sense in that regard. You know what I mean? It's not a matter of, oh, that's racist. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, what's really racist? If I hate somebody, that's what's racist. And I just think that it sucks to see like a particular news network, they completely, and you could totally tell this lady's not racist. So, you know, she has a crew of people who are part of the other race. Maybe they consider it racist. I don't know what the case be. I just think that people lost their minds when it comes to the whole race thing. And for the record, for anybody who wants to say I never dealt with racism, the hell I haven't. Ever since I was a little kid, my parents used to, you know, have my haircut comb straight down, so I literally looked like I was Bruce Lee's little boy or something. I used to have my hair cut straight down, straight across, like 80s style, but I look like a little Bruce Lee kid. I don't know. I have to show you guys a picture sometime. But when I was a kid, kindergarten, I went to a private Christian school. First grade, I went to a private Christian school. But second grade, I got transferred to public school. So I was never exposed to the public school system. And when I was there, just like anybody, I had to be exposed to how cruel kids can be. And that's when I got first exposed to bullying and racism. So as a result, go to school and get picked on, get bullied. I got in a fight literally within the first week of school. I'll never forget the kid's name. His name is Brian Lovett. And boy, later on, he had what was coming to him later on, like maybe 2 or 3 years after that. I think it was like third or fourth grade when that happened. But what was the key thing? First day of school, he doesn't refer to me as by my name. He refers to me as a little chink, is what he calls me. So this whole thing about racism being, you know, I'm not saying that you're stating this, but you know, some people, they're naive. They think it's just only like a, you know, black and white issue. The hell it is, you know? And that is one of the things that, you know, when I was a kid, that got brought up quite a bit. And then that is, yeah, you're right. Technically speaking, you know, every group has a derogatory word, right? I didn't ever want to participate in that. You know, you may hear me saying manizzle here. Maybe I shouldn't say that. You know, I'm just quoting something just as a joke. But in reality, I think it's absolute nonsense that news anchor who worked at that company for 20 years, they could clearly see that she's not racist, but to keep up with the narrative of we need to appease an audience to show this could affect our ratings. So we're going to do what's right as far as, you know, the ratings of that particular you know, their station, I guess you could say, instead of just using common sense and realizing the lady's not racist and she just gets canned over saying that. Again, two things are at threat here. The freedom of thought, which basically nobody is allowed to say anything unless it's politically correct anymore. That's the society that we allow to be interjected into the world. And then on top of that, it sends the wrong message because, I mean, again, personally, I don't think that lady's racist at all. That's just my opinion. But on top of that, I mean, you know, yeah, again, I was labeled into a group. Yes, I am part Chinese, but I'm not 100% Chinese. I'm technically, like, I guess you could say, a mutt. If a person wants to know what I technically am, I'm half British American, 1/4 Spanish, 1/8 Filipino, 1/8 Chinese. You know, my mother's grandparents were murdered by Imperial Japanese forces in World War II. You know what I mean? You want to talk about racism at the highest degree? Yeah, that racism, if you want to technically call that, the genocide of, you know, the northern Philippines. You know, little known fact, and this is an accurate report. You can look into yourself. I did hear the stories of Imperial Japanese forces basically taking little babies, yes, little babies during World War II with the invasion of the Philippines, and taking a little newborn baby or little toddlers and stuff like that, and throwing them up like they're toys and catching them on the end of the top of their bayonets with the skull of the infant. And you may think that's exaggerated. And there's always going to be, I'm not saying you specifically, but there's always going to be a group of people who are going to deny the Holocaust, deny some of these things that happened. They flat out did happen. We have multiple sources that verify this thing. Do I have that attitude that I'm going to hate the Japanese people and start calling them, like as the saying goes, a bunch of Japs? No. I understand that was the era that we lived in, and they call people that as well. Those things exist. I am going to hop on a Morgan Freeman bandwagon, and that is this. Like he says, I want you to stop, like he says to the guy interviewing him, I want to stop calling you a white man, and I want you to stop calling me a black man. I'm not obviously black, but I'm talking about from their perspective. I think that's where it all starts to end. How many people want to fully implement that? I don't know if we ever see that. But he makes a very valid point. He wants to stop being called a black man. He wants to stop calling people white people. We're all people. When is that ever going to stop? I don't know if it ever does. And that's the sad truth. All right. Enough about that. Great show again. Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate you. My Ultra journey, that was quick. Really interested in quant. Yeah, you're very welcome. Thanks, bro. I do see the potential. Still a legit project. What do you think? Saucer swap. So, my thing is, I think overall Sologenic is a legit project. My key thing is, though, and this gets brought up not just by fellow co-host Sean the Crypto Smith from Mondays and Wednesdays, but he did bring up the thing about, it's kind of wonky. You want to see something that, if that's a standout project, why is it currently kind of wonky? Now, maybe they fixed that, and I get that. And that was enough to deter me away from it. And on top of that, I already have a diverse portfolio of over 50 projects. So for me, and this is not me bragging, I don't want anybody to think that. We all have our reasons, don't get me wrong. I would love to be like some of you people. I doubt that Salamander's still here because it's pretty late. We're almost 5 hours in this show. But the key thing is, I wouldn't have been the type of person where, let's say you have 10, a top 10, and you just put all your focus into that and you stack on all that. There's nothing wrong with that. So for me, I'm not saying that Sologenic is a bad project, but I had to have a really, really short list. And so Sologenic, it was on that list, but now it's no longer part of even, it's more like just on my watch list and not on my list to get. But that's not me flooding it at all. What do you think about Saucer Swap on the HBAR network? So it sounds cool, but I would have to take more of a deeper dive into that. Any thoughts on A0 and Morpheus Network or Moonbeam? So Moonbeam, I think, is very underrated. As one I was considering getting into a while back. I have taken more of a dive into that, but not the deepest. A0 gets brought up quite a bit as well. Morpheus, I think Morpheus is more an expensive version than VET. But on the surface, I want to state this. I think Morpheus is a little bit more impressive with what they supply or solve with supply chain than VET. Now, some people aren't going to like hearing that. For the record, I used to be a very, very big VET proponent. When I used to try to educate people about long before I did the whole content creation thing, right? I would try to tell people about use cases for crypto. And I would always use VET as one of the examples. And one of the main key things I would mention is, hey, look into VET, because eventually they're going to, have this main utility of, you want to see if you got a real Rolex, you want to see if you got some real Air Jordans. They're going to solve a problem of a $400 billion industry of what? Of the counterfeiting or the black market, basically, selling goods, in this case clothing, et cetera, et cetera. Are you really getting a real Tommy Hilfiger shirt? Are you really getting real Air Jordan, stuff like that? The black market is a $400 billion industry, right? That would benefit tremendously China and the United States if it was solved. And I used to tell people like, a vet will eventually do it. Here's my gripe. They haven't done it yet. Now I get it. Maybe I need to update myself on vet, and that, you know what, Max, you don't understand. That's almost done. That patent that they have is almost done. Okay, cool. Maybe I'll be on board for it. And maybe if anything, if I saw something like that, I would pick up a bag of vet. But that was the same thing I was preaching a few years ago. And to me, if that main utility layer, and maybe this is a little bit of FUD, if that main utility layer isn't there, but it's there for Morpheus network, then my answer is I see more opportunity with Morpheus. If you want, people want to call that FUD, I don't know. To me, that's just looking at it from an outside perspective of comparing, contrasting, and being real about it. You know what I mean? You know, personally speaking, though, I think there's more opportunity with VThor, the VThor token, compared to vet. And I've seen that in the past. People can agree to disagree on that one. That's okay. Do you know? Oh my God. So originally we were the first to bring coverage on MMAI. We were the first to break that out. But there were some disagreements, I guess, with the dev originally. And it is what it is. One of the main guys, Mr. Andrew Shaw. And I think he's an absolute, not going to say it on air, but it's a shame because you know what? We could have continued to cover that. And that's all I'm going to say about it. I'm not going to turn that into a Saitama moment or anything like that because a lot of people are invested. I will say MMI is a solid project. It's just a difference between one of the main guys, if you will, and us. And it's a shame. And no, I didn't sign any NDA, but Larry did, and I have to respect that. And it could be damaging to our network if he decides to retaliate. And that guy, you better believe you're sweet. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. Not going to say it anymore. I already got myself enough trouble right now mentioning it. So that's all I'm going to say. My Ultra journey. But overall, the project itself is a good, solid project. And I don't even want to compare it to Saitama because it's not. It is a good project. What they're building is pretty impressive. I would have loved to have been able to talk and cover MMAI continuously. And it's sad. I'll just leave it with this. It's sad that we were the first to introduce it and we couldn't cover it anymore. But it is what it is. At the end of the day, everybody needs to get paid for their time and their effort. And that's just all I'm going to say. My Ultra journey, interesting on your school. Crazy, sad. This yeah. I already talked about that. So glad I mentioned that. Why did the lady use common sense and not say what she said? Colin Kaepernick took a knee in the NFL and everyone lost their minds. Cancel culture was not a problem when he lost his job. So valid points. Damn, only 5 hours. We could be Cordell. Here's the thing, right? I respect your opinion. We could be here all day about this. You know, it's kind of like the debate of maybe a little bit of apples and oranges, but it's kind of like the whole thing with gun control. For the record, I'm not for gun control. To me, gun control is control. You know what I mean? It's just where you agree to disagree. That does not mean I'm going to disassociate myself with people that look at it from the other way, like my friends and stuff like that. No. If I did that, I wouldn't have no friends. Abortion, pro-life, pro-life, pro-choice. These are all divisive things, but they're all great debates. It's just as far as us coming up with the saying goes, meeting in the middle when it comes to that. No. And on our forums or on our website, like for instance, we have a policy, and there's nothing wrong with this. And I used to do this with my gaming community, and that is no politics, no religion. Why is that? Because it's a very divisive topic. So in my gaming community, I used to say people, what brought us all together is what? The games. In crypto, what brings us all together is the topic of, trying to create generational wealth and so on. But we totally get it. These are hot topics. They do get brought up. I just think for the record that, I wish more people would look at it from the perspective, is this person, where's the person's heart? People say, well, that sounds racist. Okay. Use common sense. Where is the person's heart and their intent? Were they unintentionally saying something that offended somebody? Well, that sucks. Of course it does. But at the same time, where's the person's heart? If the answer is the person's heart and intention was that they weren't trying to be racist at all, and they never been a racist their entire life, I think this is what defeats the whole message from Dr. Martin Luther King. One of the people I have the utmost respect and admiration for. and that is don't judge a person by the color of the skin, but by the content of their character. Why is that so forgotten in this modern age? We want to chop up things so bad what fits a certain narrative, but we don't want to take the whole entire narrative of the originator, Dr. King. The content of a person's character. So if we are judging it on the content of that lady's character who was fired, did that get done? No, it did not get done. Because if they would have looked more into the content of her character, they would have realized, why is that lady at this particular news station for 20 years? And by the way, apparently, and again, I don't have the whole story on this, so I apologize. But from what I've seen, she's not a racist person. And that could be also applied to a lot of other people. And the whole thing with racism goes both ways. I mean, I hate to say it, I mean, was it my two cousins, for crying out loud? I mean, technically they're my cousin-in-laws. They had to deal with racism. They appear to be black, but they got judged many times growing up for being half white. Oh, you guys are just half white. And it's just so stupid. There's reverse racism. It's just, the whole thing is stupid. It's ridiculous. People lost their minds and they don't use common sense. And that's all I'm going to say about it. But anyway, it's a long conversation. All right. Damn, only 5 hours. Yeah. Who hasn't passed out? Where did racism come from? I'm not going to keep this going. There are still Confederate statues in the United States and military bases named after racist Confederate generals fought for slavery. That's a good point. All right. What do you think of Tal Bittersore? I don't have thoughts on that one. Any thoughts on Render? Not really. I know about a little bit, but not enough to give you educated response. And perpetual no, don't have anything on that one. You ain't missing out on ish. I would never sit there and listen to any show some same BS every day. LOL. Super shield channels are a joke. That's a good point. I'm new to MMAI. Sorry, there was a disagreement. Yes, good project. Wish there was no device on it. I have nothing against the project. It's a good, solid project, and I still 100% stand by that. It's just, unfortunately, it was a case of, and it's just my opinion, you go with the guy who gets the bigger crowd, I guess you could say. I don't know. And I have nothing against that particular guy. I'm not going to mention his name. I think he's a good person overall. It's just, again, that guy I was talking about originally. I really shouldn't even talk about this much because it's in the past, so we're still beyond that. Just know this. I think MMI is a good project. It's just unfortunate that we will not be covering it here on our platform. And it is what it is. Crypto McDizzle, so many good projects out there. Yeah, right. That's yeah. I saw somebody trying to shill that on Twitter. I could not believe it. And they're approaching the 1 year mark for the last stupid update of where it shows that sumo wrestler literally squatting down like he's taking a dump on the community. All right. I agree with what you're saying. I just think it's hypocritical to have selective outrage when something offends them. Yeah. But we live in a different time, and as the saying goes, nothing ever stays the same. Things change. I just wish that we could change things not back to 1950s, obviously. Maybe as far as the cool looking cars and the style of clothing, but definitely not as far as racial segregation and stuff like that. But my key thing is, I wish we could rewind to where people had just that common sense. Use common sense. And it seems like that's the key thing. There's not enough common sense. Crypto Talk Now is the best channel out there. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. I can't go 5 hours all the time. I'll tell you that much. At times I get burned out. I'm lucky even to be here tonight. Had nothing but internet problems all day long. Called the local provider, and we had an outage in this particular area. I don't know. I don't live out in the boonies or anything like that. But there was an outage, and it was supposed to only last 11, but having intermittent problems all day long. And then you guys saw, I think a couple times, or once actually, my connection went out. But this keeps happening. It's really annoying. I don't like that. All right. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Max, for your hard work. You're very welcome. Thank you, GS. Says you want to learn research as a group. This is it. this group is educated. Thanks, Mike. That means a lot from you, especially. Cordelos, when did people ever have common sense? When was the world fair for everyone? Yeah. Well, we're gonna get super technical. I'm just saying in general, it's a sad thing, my thing is, how about this? I mean, people trying to be like, we try to teach kids to grow up to be a man and try to that definition itself, growing up to be a man. What does it mean to be a man? To me, as a kid growing up, even though he's on TV, to me, like Mr. Rogers, he was a man, and he tried to instill good, good things about, being a man. We talk about the whole racism thing. I mean, inviting people. What was that one particular black guy? It was kind of like an unpopular but bold thing to invite somebody of a different color onto your program, and and then you were sitting down at the a little waiting pool, and they're just simply trying to cool their feet off. But it shows to kids that you can talk to a person of like a different race and so on. That was groundbreaking at the time, but I don't know. Nowadays, they're labeling Mr. Rogers cancel culture, trying to cancel him out because of some of the views he had about, some of the controversial things. It's sad. All right. Too many little girls trying to grow up to be a man. Yeah. So, but yeah, I get it. It's a divisive thing. I'm not trying to go down that route completely, but, all right. If anything, I think that's almost it. Let me double check if it is. I have one or maybe two updates. Yeah, two updates, and then we're going to wrap up the show because this is a long show. So let's jump into this. It is in regards to Rio. Give me a second. So here we go. Here it is with Rio. The Rio chart looks good, plus upcoming catalysts. Mainnet launch, MEXC listing, RWA trend. Look it's just healthy looking, right? This is posted today, March 29th. We don't do TNA all that often, but anybody could basically see this. You don't have to be the smartest guy to see this, right? Pretty impressive stuff, right? Like this guy was saying, this will be $1 before you know it. Hold a bag of Rio, bought a very undervalued coin, right? A lot of people feel as though Rio is like a 1,000x. I mean, we covered it at 8 cents. It's well over 30. Shout out to Papa XMX for covering this. In the same breath, he mentions was it? Why am I Casper? Not Casper, but Casper. It's not like you're saying the new thing is Casper. Get your Casper. Anyway, check out a little bit more in regards to this. It says, love this. So obvious that the tokenized property and contracts, and if you didn't know about this, Rio is a tokenization of real estate, basically, and their ties to Wall Street. All that stuff is bullish, right? This is why I also feel as though that, the SEC wants to go after a project. I don't see them going after this one because all its ties with Wall Street. So it says, love this. So obvious that the tokenized property and contracts will be the norm in the next 5 to 10 years. Homebase sells out first tokenized home on Solana. We're excited to share that our first tokenized rental property sold out in 2 weeks. Investors will begin to receive rent directly to their crypto wallet via USDC. Learn how you can become a property owner. Relio Network alpha launches in 2 days. And of course, for me, it might be a case of probably rumor selling news, but what if it blasts off again? I don't want to be stuck in the mud. How about this? MEXC Global. We are so thrilled that Rio will list on MEXC Global as an Algorand ASA. Check out the details below to participate in the Epic Kickstarter event. And here's some more info in regards to that. Vote with MX to support the Rio listing and share 204,000 Rio airdrops. Really? I mean, you gotta keep in mind, this only has a supply of 75 million. Yeah. And it's at this particular price level. Yeah. Scarcity. Hello. Yeah. It's something that flies under the radar. Right. All right. Let's get into some of our other info. Just check out Elk real quick before we wrap things up. Shout out to this guy who's friends with Mr. Crypto McDizzle, Dr. X Broadcasting. They have a pretty good Twitter space. Check them out. Follow them. All right. Very passionate people, very educated about crypto. Looking for legit 1,000 to 5,000x. I know when you see this and you're new to our station or broadcast, you may think, oh my God, Somebody just said that these guys don't show. Why are they showing this? Hear me out. I'm not paid by ELK. This is not a meme token. Why pay attention to ELK? Well, for one, like he says, 1,000 to 5,000x. That should catch your attention. But is this a scam? Is this a bunch of BS? No. When you look more into it, you will verify that there's 20 chain integrations and 7 ecosystems, and it's early, very, very early. And by the way, if you got into Rio, this might be even that much more appealing because, like Rio, with only 75 million in the supply, this one is, I don't know, 40, 45 million, something like that. Yeah, unbelievable. And it's at roughly 15 cents. Microcap gem. 20 chain integrations, 7 ecosystems. Like I said, it's early. And when you jump to here, I'm going to show that we showed this here before. I want to show you guys this again. I reiterate it. Here's the key thing. You can go to ELK Finance, which is elk.finance. And it says, just like you see right here, where Avalanche meets Polygon, Phantom with an F, Ethereum, Optimism, Arbitrum, Kava, Hecko, Gnosis Chain, Binance Smart Chain, KuCoin, OEC, Harmony, Chronos, Telos, Elastos, Moon River. You were just talking about, somebody was talking about Moon River earlier. Fuse, IoTex, all chains. That's the key thing, all chains. And if you go to the listing on CMC, and I'm not going to do it tonight because I really do want to wrap this up, you will see some pairings like you've never seen before. You know what? I'll just do it real quick. That's all right. I said I want to do it. I'll do it real quick. So when you go here on ELK, I know it sounds like I'm personally invested in it. I'm not yet, but I will be. Give me a second to pull this up. ELK. Pull it up. And you're going to see for yourself that they're ranked 4212, right? Unconfirmed market cap of only 288,976. Every now and then, somebody mentions a low market cap gem. But that site you went to, did that look like a cheap Fiverr or a website put together in the late 1990s? No, it did not look like that, right? Here's what I'm talking about. This is a typo on the total supply, but this is where it's at. Let me see if I'm still live. I'm getting a signal that I'm not. Okay, I'm still live, so good. So this is a typo. They need to fix this, but the max supply is only 42,424,000. Are you kidding me? You got to be kidding me. So when it's, some of these guys make these statements of like, man, this thing could be like eventually 1,000 a coin. I'm thinking, I don't know about that, man. That sounds ridiculous. Hello? Could very well be the case. Now, hear me out a little bit more. Here's the key areas that you should be looking for. And again, this is not a super deep dive, but this is just, like an intro. And I think on this particular one, I finally will chop this up, right? Here's the key things you should be looking for. It's, we talk about Quant being fully interoperable. This one is interoperable with multiple chains. Uniswap, you could go there, for instance, USDC with ELK, GOC with ELK, Wrap the BNB with ELK. Look at this, USDC with ELK, USDT with ELK, Wrapmatic with ELK, DAI with ELK, so Kana with ELK, Polygon Doge with ELK, Trader Joe as in Joe with ELK. Look at all these pairings. Let's get into the real key ones. I'm not a fan of Radio Shack, to be honest. Even back before it became crypto, I was never a fan. They always charge too much. But anyway, maybe that's why they're not around anymore, right? Anyway, let's go further down. You have, where the heck is it? Where is it? Where's one of the key ones that really stood out? Did they have like XRP with ELK? Where the heck was that one? I could have sworn there was an XRP with ELK. Unless something changed. Maybe something changed. I don't know. I could have sworn that was on here, but I mean, come on, man. Bitcoin with ELK, Polygon with ELK. Let me just type in XRP. I'll just do the classic Control F. Maybe that'll pull it up. Doesn't list anymore. Maybe it wasn't XRP. Maybe I'm thinking something else. But how about this? Link, Chainlink. That's a standout project, right? With ELK, right? That's the key thing. And then, of course, some of these other exchanges. But it's basically that, fully interoperable with multiple chains, right? That's one of the key things. Look at all these pairings. How many, especially when it comes to like meme token projects, right? You know who they are. I'm not going to mention the names. I'm invested in personally in one of them. I just don't want to make it sound like I'm FUD in one of them. I'm not. but they're ERC20 tokens, so it means Ethereum. Then they make a big deal about bridging over to Binance Smart Chain. That's a big deal for that project, right? Because they're on a budget or whatever, right? All of them are technically on a budget. But the key thing is understanding that this one really, really stands out. There's a lot of potential here. The only thing is, the biggest gripe, and this is consistent and this is warranted, is that not enough people know about it. As the saying goes, once more and more people know about anything, what happens? Things blow up. One's got 38,000 of volume. I'm telling you flat out, look more into this one. I'm not shilling it to the point where I'm getting paid by them. Are you kidding? We don't get paid by any of these projects. We should have got paid from, never mind. But the key thing is this, all right? The key thing is this is a good standout project, in my opinion, that you might not want to dismiss if you're looking for that low cap gem. We gave you some info about Rio. It blew up. Literally, we gave it to you at 8 cents. Literally within, I think, 4 or 5 days after that particular video, that video only had like 50 views. It's like up to like 1,400 right now. We're like 22 subs just off of that one video. It doesn't sound like much, but for a channel our size, that's a big deal. The key thing is, though, we don't just cover the ISOs. We cover utility. Utility. That's the key thing, right? This has utility. This is impressive. And in my opinion, it's a low cap gem. Financial advice, do more of what you need to do. Read the white paper, all that due diligence stuff. But you owe it to yourself maybe to look more into this. And yes, I am personally getting into this. I am not into it as we speak, but I'm looking to be into this pretty here, soon here shortly. We all have different financial situations. I'll never be the type of guy who says you have to throw, 10 grand or $1,000 into it. You do whatever you got to do. You figure out, what's a good entry point for you and the goals of how long you're willing to hold the asset to achieve those specific goals and so on. I'm telling you flat out, if you saw Rio go from 8 cents to over 30 cents, 75 million on circulating supply. Yeah, it's a key thing. Different project, tokenization of real estate. But ELK, fully interoperable with multiple chains on pairings. So is it the tokenization of chain pairings? I don't know what you want to call it. I don't think that's the point. But the point is, I think it speaks for itself. Even right here, even off on the surface, it speaks for itself. Very, very impressed to see this. And that's where I'm at with this. As far as more info, wallet status, that doesn't list how many people are holding it. But I don't know. I mean, I imagine you could probably go on Etherscan or something like that. Well, not Etherscan. That's originally Binance Smart Chain. But you can verify more of this on your own if you choose to do so. Look at some of the tags, though. The Avalanche ecosystem, Polygon ecosystem, Phantom ecosystem, Optimism ecosystem. This is what we're talking about, right? Multiple chains. Let's do view all real quick. All right. So, yeah, self-report tags. Decentralized exchange DEX token. So I guess you could say it's the tokenization of a decentralized exchange. Yeah. DeFi, interoperability. We're always talking about quant with interoperability. This is a low market micro cap gem with full interoperability with multiple chains, smart contracts. There's even staking, and there's yield farming. I'm not the biggest fan of yield farming. I'll just point that out. But check it out for yourself, man. I'm telling you flat out, check it out for yourself. I just every now and then there's these projects like this where they just pop off. There's a lot of focus on Conflux. What was that? 4 cents? That one's up well over 45 cents. If you don't think we could cover projects to do good, I'm not saying we covered Conflux at 4. I don't want people to get that twisted. But how about SingularityNet, AGIX? We covered that at 4 cents all the way back to last summer. Look how well that did. So I'm just pointing some of this stuff out. Yes, when you hear Mike Cornwell say, we have a very educated community, we do. At the end of the day, it would be nice to have sponsorships and all this type of stuff. And, we don't have those types of things. No, we don't have those types of things. But my key thing is that stuff ain't going to matter squat to the generational wealth that we're looking for. If you're looking for generational wealth, watch this daily. If you choose to do so, you don't have to stay 5 hours or anything like that. But some of this stuff keeps me up at night, mainly because I realize that this is my second chance to finally have something awesome going on, and I'm not going to get there by sitting on the sidelines just playing video games all day like I used to. back in my 20s and so on. At the end of the day, as the saying goes, we have to wake up and die right. And my thing is, I want to have enough generational wealth to die right. No pun intended. All right, I'm going to double check just to see if there's anything left on my outline. I will not be going this distance tomorrow because tomorrow is the show with Rule. Let me see how we're doing. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. So I just want to state thank you for being here for this. Start, I would say, this WrestleMania session of Utility Talk Now. 14 hours and 15 minutes is not a record. It's 5 hours and 41 minutes. I don't care about breaking that record. It's not about that. But I was glad to be able to do the show with you guys. Know what you have, know what you hold, and why you hold it. Thank you so much for being here tonight. Smash that like on your way out. We'll be back tomorrow with special guest, who is this guy real quick. And I'll show you this just real quick for station identification. And it is Mr. Rule Black. You can follow him if you're interested. There is his channel right here. And I'll show you his channel. You go to ctnnetwork.net, or you can just go to his channel directly if you choose to do so. Here's his channel. Give him a follow. He's at 1.53K subs, and he covers a lot of utility-driven cryptos. But the one that we're probably going to be focused on tomorrow, because he wants to cover this, and that's rightfully so, right? He's a brand new guest, is LCX. So if you're in LCX, stay tuned tomorrow, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific for Crypto Talk Now with special guest Rule Black. So that's going to conclude tonight's show. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, without further ado, we're going to go ahead and wrap up the show. I appreciate you all, and we will see you back here at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. Thanks again. Have a great night, everybody. It's been a great show. Over and out. Sayonara.
Thank you.